그거 안 맞는 게 해봤어요.
근데 약간 좀 애매.
네. 일단 본 것만으로는 일단 궁극기는 좀 많이 좋아 보이고, 근데 이제 솔직히 제트를 대체하는 건 불가능할 것 같고, 오히려 뭐 레이즈나 뭐 요루 쓰던 맵에서 그나마 좀 아이디어가 있지 않을까 싶긴 합니다.
좀 애매한 캐릭터 같아요. 뭐 연막이 없어서 들어갔을 때 생존할 수가 없고, 저희도 써봤는데 아직까지는 뭐 잘 모르겠다?
이번에 태호도 좀 변화가 크죠. 이제 태호의 그 일제 유도 사격이 좀 너프가 되면서 더 이상 킬조이의 궁극기 봉쇄를 파괴를 못하게 됐습니다. 자, 이 패치에 대해서 제일 기뻐할 감독님은 누구일까요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 지금 젠지 지목해 주셨고. 여기도 젠지. T1. 지금 다양하게 지목해 주셨는데.
당연히 너프돼서 좋고요, 저는. 근데 사실 너프를 뭐 그건 당연히 해줬어야 되는 거고, 이 드론 게이지를 넣어야 되는 게 아닌가.
조금 더 다른 부분도.
그게 제가 볼 땐 제일 사기거든요, 지금.
드론이.
태호는 너프를 하면 안 됩니다. 애매합니다.
네? 안 돼요?
네, 그대로 살려둬야 되고, 솔로 감독을 뽑은 이유가 킬조이를 또 좋아하고, 그래서 쓰기 애매했던 맵들에서 또 다시 쓸 수 있지 않을까, 킬조이를.
궁극기가 아닌 일반 스킬 하나로 부시는 게 좀 말이 안 되지 않나. 태호는 그냥 눌러서 띵띵 하면 그냥 근데 이게 태호 때문에 지금 전 세계가 이상해졌어요. 지금
태호 하나 때문에.
네. 지금도 안 좋은데 뭐 얼마나 더.
자, 이번에 또 어떻게 보면 거의 리워크급이라고도 할 수 있겠죠. 아이소라는 요원이 또 많이 변화가 됐습니다. 아이소의 변화로 제일 기뻐할 감독이 누구일까요? 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
저 같은데.
어떤 감독님도 우리가 제일 기쁘다.
이게 해봐야 알겠지만 헤이브는 개인적으로 버프라 생각을 하고요. 로터스는 너프라고 생각을 하거든요. 그래도 헤이븐 같은 맵에서는 뭔가 좀 포텐셜이 더 잘 나올 것 같긴 해서.
약간 애매하게 동의를 하는 듯 마는 듯 하시는데.
이게 애매한 것 같긴 해요. 실드 자체가 사실 깨지면서 슬로우가 걸리잖아요. 그게 사실 거의 아이소의 꽃이었는데 그게 너프가 조금 생각보다 세지 않을까. 하지만 방벽 자체가 좀 슬로우로 쓸 수 있으면서 그거에 대한 좀 진입기에 이점이 있지 않을까.
이번에 맵도 또 변화가 됐습니다. 어센트와 아이스박스까지 또 다시 투입이 됩니다. 이번 맵을 제일 좋아할 감독은 누구인지 벌써 어느 정도 생각이 있으신 것 같은데. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 솔로 감독님 왜 다 동일하게 생각하신 것
할
같은데.
사람이 없어서 그냥 여기
一昨年去年のマッププールのアセントもアイスボックスもやっぱりジェンジが頂点にいるぐらいの強さを持ってたんで、その2プールが増えたらやっぱジェンジさん手つけれないかなみたいに思いますね。
젠지는 사실 작년 마스터즈 우승을 저는 어센터 아이스박스 때문에 우승했다고 진짜 과언이 아닐 정도로 그 두 맵을 너무 잘했어서 지금 젠지한테는 맵플에서 굉장히 좋지 않을까.
제가 그러면 솔로 감독님께 여쭤보고 싶은 게 어센트가 바뀌었잖아요.
네.
그래도 어센트 그래도 맵 자체는 좋다 이렇게 생각하시나요?
어센트 저 진짜 잘한다고 생각은 안 하는데 그 아이스박스도 저희가 잘한다고 생각하진 않았어요. 막 먼저 막 픽하고 막 그렇게까지는 하진 않았어요. 그래도 뭐 어비스 바인드에 빠진 게 저희 어센트 아박이 들어온 게 더 낫긴 하죠. 저희
그래도 다행이다.
네, 그리고 뭐 맵 바뀐 거에 대해서는 소바가 좀 고인이 되지 않았나. 이제 원래 그게 이제 좀 장점이었는데 오딘 쓰고.
바인드가 빠지는 거에 대해서 어떤 감독님은 좀 아쉽거나 좀 그리울 것 같다 이런 생각 있으신가요?
바인드는 좀 아쉬울 것 같긴 한데 확실히. 근데 저희가 또 어센트도 좀 좋아하는 편이어서.
그냥 교체되는 느낌이다.
네네.
알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 어센트에서의 그 벽의 변화가 있었죠. B사이트의 오딘 활용이 훨씬 어려워졌습니다. 이거를 제일 아쉽게 생각할 감독이 누구일지. 자, 이거는 좀 고민이 되실 것 같은데요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 여기도 본인을. 저도 사실 이거는 데토네이션 포커스미가 아닐까 생각을 했는데.
やっぱ DFM にはアート選手が所属してるので、彼DFM 入る前からずっといろんなマップでオーディンを使っていて、チームもそうですし、あと アート君が結構悲しんでるんじゃないかなって。
혹시 뭐 아트 선수랑 그런 얘기가 있었나요? 노던라이트님?
まあ、オーディンは弱くなっちゃったよね、まあ、ソバも弱くなっちゃったよねっていう話をして、まあ彼はショック受けてましたね。
아 충격까지. 아 알겠습니다.
저도 바꾸겠습니다.
아 생각해보니까.
네, 저 DFM으로 바꾸겠습니다.
DFM으로. 아 생각해보니 DFM. 나머지 두 분은
좀 전에 솔로 감독님이 말씀하신 것처럼 그 소바가 이제 좀 힘들 거다 얘기하셨잖아요. 근데 그거 자체가 진짜 그 B메인 수비에 대해서 정말 이해를 잘하고 있으시다 생각을 하는데 그게 작년 젠지 어센트 높은 승률의 이유라 생각을 하거든요. 특히 수비 안정성이. 근데 이제 그게 안 된다는 게 확실히
근데 좀 사기적인 했어요. 그게 그 자체가. 왜냐면 그거를 한 방 맞게 되면은 이제 트라우마가 생겨가지고 못 가게 되거든요. 선수들이. 그래서 저도 약간 그거에 대해서 약간 막아야 되는 부분이 없지 않아 있다고 생각했는데 근데 또 막으니까 좀
다음 마지막 질문. 만약에 여러분이 선수였다면 이 자리에 있는 어느 감독 밑에서 선수 활동을 해보고 싶으실지. 하나, 둘, 셋. 좀 많이 갈렸는데 그럼 한 분 한 분 의견을 들어보겠습니다.
DRX に入った選手はなんかそれが新人だろうとどの選手もまあ一流になっていけるので、やっぱ選手育成とかまあ普通に教えるのがうまいんだろうなと傍から見てて思うんで、ちょっとコーチング受けてみたいなと思いますね。
그럼 개인적으로 약간 터미 감독님 밑이면 나도 일류 선수가 될 수 있다고 믿으시는 건가요? 거기까지는.
님과 인연이 많았던 선수들이랑도 많이 지금 일을 했잖아요. 뭐 자 하는 얘기가 정말 인간적으로 다 너무 좋았던 분이라 얘기를 해주셔서
選手のパフォーマンスだったりとか個性を生かすコーチングっていうのをかなりその T1 からは、特に今期の T1 からは感じてられるので、なんかそこが実際、自分が入って強くなれるかわからないけど
2부 리그에서도 어센션으로 올라오기가 힘든데 그 부분에 있어서 굉장히 리스펙트하고 그리고 얘기 들어보면은 편할 것 같아요. 제가 선수로 들어갔을 때.
되게 선수들이 공격적으로 그냥 편하게 그러니까 하고 싶은 거 다 할 수 있게 해주는 좀 그런 스타일이신 것 같아서.
그 VS 시절 영상을 제가 엄청 많이 봤어요. 제가 원래 누구한테 사진 찍어달란 말을 한 번도 해본 적이 없는데 제가 처음으로 네, 전에 뱀픽 때 그랬거든요. 네.
개인적으로 사진은 얻으셨지만
네.
그때
예, 질만했습니다.
좀 아쉽게 됐네요. 교환을 하셨네요. 마무리하기 전에 혹시 이 자리를 토대로 서로 궁금했던 부분이라든지 남의 의견도 한번 들어보고 싶다 이랬던 질문 혹시 있는 분 계실까요?
テレビコ
네.
選手が普段のその練習生活とかで遅刻してきたりとか、なんかその試合中の態度が悪かった時にどう対応してるか.
일단은 왜 전지 모르겠지만 저희 팀 선수들이 한 번도 그런 적은 없었거든요. 근데 딱 한 번 그걸 어긴 적이 있는 선수가 있는데 22년 챔스 때 이스탄불에서 그때 선수들이 다 식중독에 걸렸어요, 많이. 그래갖고 제가 그때 룸서비스로 절대 날 것을 먹지 마라 라고 선수들한테 얘기를 해놨는데 제스트 선수가 소화를 시켜 먹더라고요. 그때 한번 이제 따끔하게 이제 얘기한 적이 있는데 태도라든지 이런 거는 사실 프로로서 하면 안 되는 행동들이기 때문에 선수들이 애초에 좀 안 하는 것 같습니다. 그런 거. 제가 무서워서인지는 모르겠어요.
그거는 네, 확인이 필요한 걸로.
네.
엑스큐브 감독님은 왜 터미 감독님한테 그 질문을 해주셨나요?
에이파크の中で一番怖そうだから.
뭐 실감 감독님 같은 경우에 제일 그래도 존경했던 분 중에 한 분인데 그래도 무서우실 것 같은가요, 터미 감독님이?
네.
저는 그런 사람이 아닙니다.
그거는 뭐 저희가 나중에 알아보는
네.
걸로 감독님. 저희 이제 아쉽게도 마무리를 지을 시간인데요. 돌아가면서 한 분씩 좀 오늘의 소감 얘기해 주시고 또 이번 시즌에 대한 다짐 얘기해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
제가 좀 항상 그 이야기가 좀 궁했거든요. 조언이 좀 궁했거든요, 최근에. 그래서 좀 많이 물어볼 수 있고 좀 많은 분들 의견 들을 수 있는 계기가 된 것 같고 이번에 좀 킥오프 토대로 잘 준비해가지고 잘 해보겠습니다.
みんなライバルだし、今日の場のおかげでとまでは言わないかもしれないけど、そういう自分に生かしてマスターズまで登っていけたらなと思ってます。
작년에 이 자리가 있었는데 그때도 이런 자리 좀 많이 했었으면 좋겠다라고 얘기했었던 것 같거든요. 그래서 이번에도 스테이지 1 전에 같이 얘기하니까 재밌는 시간이었고 저희 뭐 젠지 토론토 갈 수 있도록 네, 열심히 잘 준비해서 네, 노력하겠습니다.
다 원래 모든 감독님들을 다 대회장에서 이제 경쟁자로만 만났는데 이렇게 좀 의미 있는 자리에 만나서 좀 허심탄회하게 얘기할 수 있고 분위기도 되게 생각보다 좋았어가지고 너무 의미 있는 자리였고 저희가 이제 도전자 위치라 생각을 해가지고 퍼시픽 리그에서는 다시 토론토 진출을 할 수 있는 걸 목표로 해서 열심히 한번 해보겠습니다.
T1 がチャレンジャーだったら僕らも本当にもっとチャレンジャーでな気持ちでいかなきゃいけないと思ってるので、しっかり練習してきてるし、そこもしっかり練習詰めて、ステージ1でいい結果を出してトロントに行きたいと思ってますし、そうですね、今日一番良かったのは、テルミコーチがあまり怖くなさそうだなっていうのが
그 감독님들한테 꼭 해주고 싶은 말이 있긴 한데 항상 이 성적이 좋을 수가 없잖아요. 졌을 때나 뭐 성적이 좀 안 좋았을 때 각자만의 방법으로 좀 멘탈적으로 치유를 잘 해서 다음을 준비했으면 좋겠고 같은 입장에서 봐서 그런지 좀 짠할 때가 있어요. 사실 저희는 뭐 스테이지 1 때 뭐 선의의 경쟁자로 만나겠지만 적어도 이 자리에 있는 6명은 꼭 개인적으로 응원하고 네, 그렇게 해서 경기장에서 만났으면 좋겠습니다.
다른 6명은
일단은 여기
그래요. 저도 궁금했던 게
다른 6명은 이제 그쪽에서 알아서 응원하는 걸로.
거기 자기들끼리 이제 하겠죠.
여러분 지금까지 시청해주셔서 너무나 감사드리고요. 물론 이번 스테이지 1 VCT 퍼시픽의 모든 팀들 관심 많이 가지고 바라봐 주시기 바랍니다. 그리고 역시 저희 남은 팀들도 있겠죠. 거기서는 또 어떤 얘기가 나왔는지 다음 타임아웃 에피소드도 함께 기대해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 여러분 다음에 뵙겠습니다.
Just around the corner. All right, and come follow me over here, and I think this is another familiar face. Hello.
Hello.
โว้วโบรมาแล้ว ไปอาบน้ำมา เป็นไงบ้างครับ เอาหน่อย
Very.
วันนี้มาแน่ครับ มาสตรีมแน่นอนครับ ช่องบาวนี่ Energy 0%หยอกมา เอากล้องไปไหนอะMIVR แม่งตบยับเลยน้อง เล็บชุดแชมเปี้ยนยังดูดีกว่าปะใช่ไหมแต่ว่าเล็บชุดแชมเปี้ยนมันมีแอดพาร์ตไงเล็บชุดนี้มันไม่มีแอดพาร์ตอ่ะมันก็นั่นอ่ะก็จะหนักหน่อยน้ำเนี่ยก๋วยเตี๋ยวต้มยำวันนี้เจิมคู่ไหนเปปเปอร์เล็ก21อารอน20
Sound resumed. Sound muted.
เราเปิดลำโพงไปแล้ว
Sound resumed.
เปปเปอร์เล็ก21ทารอน20ครับ
เฮ้ย มาถึงเอาเลยเหรอพี่เพื่อไปเอาข้าวแป๊บพี่
ได้เลยยิงทำอะไรอยู่
เกมที่ดีที่สุดในประเทศไทยนะตอนนี้
ได้ยินเสียงเมาน่าจะรู้แล้ว เกมที่มีการโลใช่ไหม
ต้องพี่ไม่มีอะไรดีเท่าแล้ว
เกมดีจริง อยากเห็นฟอร์มแข่งของแพทแมนน่าจะได้เห็นตอนที่แบบ
ทีมซีเคดมันไม่เปลี่ยนไลน์อัพอะไรเลยเหรอวะพี่
มันมั่นใจ
มันไม่น่าไหวกับทารอนนะ
มันเปลี่ยนโค้ดอย่างเดียว
แบบลุงอยู่กันเพียบเลยทีมซีเคดอะ
TE มันยังเปลี่ยนใช่ไหม
ทีเปลี่ยนโดนด่าก็เปลี่ยนอยู่ดีพอ GE เปลี่ยนแล้วมันไม่ใช่อินเดียแล้วผมว่ามันก็
แล้วพอทารอนเดบิวต์คนใหม่ไม่ต้องไปเจอซีเค็ดไงเขาเรียกว่ากระสอบทราย
ผมว่าเป็นแมตช์เปิดตัวที่ดีนะเจอซีเคดอะน่าจะนุ่ม
แต่จริงๆเจอทีมอื่นหนักกว่านะ ถ้าไม่ใช่ซีเค็ด
ใช่ดิพี่ผมว่าหรือว่าเราหมิ่นซีเคดวะผมหมิ่นเพราะว่าไลน์อัพว่ะไลน์อัพมันดูแบบมันไม่ใช่ไม่เก่งอะแต่มันไม่มีการปรับเปลี่ยนอะไรให้มันดีขึ้น เลยหรือว่า
ก็คือง่าย
ทารอน
ทารอนแม่งเคยสู้ได้อะมันก็ต้องแบบ
โอ้พี่ใช้คำว่าเคยสู้ได้เหรอ
หมายถึงก็ที่ผ่านมาก็สู้ได้หมดอะ
ไม่ถ้าใช้คำว่าเคยสู้ได้แล้วตอนนี้ถ้าวันนี้แพ้ขึ้นมาแล้วก็
แต่ว่าถ้าสมมติวันนี้อยู่ดีทารอนแพ้นี่โดนยัดเหมือนกันนะ
โอ้โหยับเลยนะ
ยับอะบอก
แพ้ลุงนะตีนี้คือตีลุงเลยนะ
โดนคนไทยเนี่ยยับเลย ไม่ว่าทีมอะไรเนี่ยทีมไทยทีมไหนแพ้โดนหมดอะ
ไม่แต่มันไปแพ้ทีวัน DRX อีดิไม่ใช่อีดิ ที่วันดี ที่มึงตึงกับผมว่าไม่โดนหรอกพี่แบบเอ้ยสูสีอะไรเงี้ยแต่ถ้าแพ้พวกแก๊งคุณลุงขึ้นมาแล้วก็ไม่คุณลุงขนาดนั้นนี่หว่า22 23มีคุณลุงเจสซี่โอ้ไม่ใช่นาแล้วพี่ลุงเลย35เบียดมากับพี่เอ๋ย
ถ้า
เลย
ลุงนี่พี่เอ๋ยนี่คือนี่
พี่เอ๋ยก็ลุงไงพี่
เครียดเลยว่ะแกะถุงเกี๊ยวแล้วแม็กแม่งหล่นลงไปในถุงแล้วนี่ก็ต้องมานั่งคีบออกทีละอันเทไม่ได้ละต้องเช็คไม่อยากเป็นโลหะแมนไม่อยากไปหาหมอแล้วไม่สบายเอาเปล่าครับกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวอยู่เฉยเลยคือซาร์หน่อยแม่งโคตรเผ็ดเลย
คู่แรกพี่ว่าใครพี่เอฟ
เปเปอร์เล็ก
เล็กเหรอ
เอาไงนี่จะเป็นครั้งสุดท้ายที่พี่จะให้ใจเปเปอร์เล็กแหละถ้าเกิดมัน ชุดเนี้ยถ้าเกิดมันยังไม่ไหวอีกอะไม่ใช่แบบว่าเลิกเชียร์นะแต่ว่ามันก็ควรจะเปลี่ยนคนนะถ้าไม่ไหวอีกอะ
แต่เขาแอดซิกแมนไปแล้วนี่ ก็ต้องมีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงแล้วพี่ถ้ายังไม่ไหวนะ
เอาซิกแมนมากดดัน
เพราะว่าชุดนี้เขายังเป็นชุดเดิมลงในวันเนี้ย หรือเปล่า เห็น
แต่วันนี้
เป็นชุดเดิม
เซเว่นแมนนั่งเชียร์อยู่สบาย
เซเว่นแมนนั่งเชียร์หรือว่าจริงๆแล้วต้องเอากล้ากลับไปเล่นวะ
นี่พี่คิดส่วนตัวนะตอนชุดไอ้ก้าลงมูดมันโคตรดีในทีมอะมูดนะมูดในทีมอะ
ทุกคนแม่งแบบทางเดียวกันอะ
ดูมูดดีอะขนาดเจอตึงๆอย่าง NRG ตอนนั้นมันโหยังแบบมูดดีตอนนี้ทีมนี้ก็น่ากลัวโซนอื่นอะไอเบียโคตรโหดเลย
ไม่ดูเลยเหรอครับ
ดูไฮไลท์อ่ะดู
อ๋อบราซิล
ใช่มันดูเล่นแบบ
พี่ว่าเป็นว่าเล็กถ้าซิกแมนเข้าใครออก แบบสลับตัว
ไมฟิก
ก็เอาใครมานะ
พักหลังคนอาจจะไม่เห็นนะ แต่รู้สึกว่าน้องจริงมันฟอร์มดีขึ้น
ใช่หรอ
นิดนึง แต่เอาจริงเปเปอร์เล็กล่าสุดอะที่แพ้มาเยอะๆน่ะความจริงก็ยังดูดีนะ ไม่ได้แบบ เหมือนตอนปีไอ้นั้นอะตอนคิกออฟปีที่แล้วที่มันหนักๆอะ
อ๋อ ตอนที่พยายามเปลี่ยนสไตล์การเล่นใช่ไหม
แพทแมนเล่นอะไรพี่เอ๋ยรู้ป่ะ
เล่นวาโล
ไม่เลย
สำลักข้าวเลย
ไม่ชอบพี่วะ
เล่นวาโล
เล่นตัวส่งของถ้าเล่นตัวส่งของไมฟีก็ไม่น่าโดนดิพี่เอฟ
เขาบอกว่าเล็งมาเป็นไมฟิกก็จริงว่าที่เหลือมันเฟกได้หมดเลย
ผมว่าจริงว่ะ
คือถ้าจริงอ่ะดูเลยที่ดูจบเลยตามติงน่าจะโดน
จริงๆเปเปอร์เล็กมันคนถนัดมันดูไม่ค่อยลงล็อกกันนะ
ใช่
ไอ้นั่นก็ถนัดเจ็ตไอ้นี่ถนัดเลส
ตัวละครแบบฮีโร่พูมันเอเจนต์พูมันแบบยาก
ดู
เหมือนกันนะ
ขัดๆกัน
เปเปอร์เล็กเป็นเอเจนต์พูทีมที่แบบไอ้เนี้ยดับตัวยากจัดอ่ะ
ลองนึกภาพถ้าเอาไอ้คนเฟกในเปเปอร์เล็กออกสัก2 คน เรียบร้อยเลยทีมแม่ง หาคนมาลง
ผมว่าแพทแมนคือสล็อตของไม่ ไอ้ซัมติงก็จริงว่ะเพราะเจสันเนี่ยแม่งเฟกที่สุดแล้วไม่น่าไมฟีกไม่เล่นมันสโมกอยู่แล้ว
โหเอาเจสันออกเหมือนเอาไอ้นี่ออกอะเอาพระเอกมันออกเนี่ย
เอาทรงกีนูออกจากโซโล่เลเวลลิ่งอ่ะ
เออ
แต่ก็เป็นข้อเสียเนาะแล้วของซัมติงกับจริงที่ผมรู้สึกว่าเอเจนต์พูแบบตัวโดดเด่นแม่งเป็นเลสกับเจ็ตอะแล้วมันแบบอยู่ มันไม่ใช่คนคนเดียวกันอะมันแยกกันอยู่อะ
มันอาจจะถ้าเกิดมันเอาตัวที่แบบพิวๆมาเข้าเมตาได้อีกก็น่าจะได้อยู่นะ
เวเลเหรอ
แต่พี่คิดว่ามันคนอื่นมันก็เก่ง มัน
เนี่ยผม
หมด
คิด
ยุคมาแล้ว
ผมคิดว่ามันควรจะจิ้มไปให้ชัดเจนกว่านี้หมายถึงว่าแบบ ไอ้ซัมติงมึงต้องไปดูลิทเพิ่มนะ หรือมึงต้องไปเฟกเล่นตัวส่งของนะ ให้มันแบบให้ตำแหน่งมันชัดเจนกว่านี้ไม่ใช่แบบซัมติงเจ็ตจริงเลสแบบ เหมือนตอนเนี้ย ภาพมันเป็นแบบนั้นอยู่อะ
นี่ไงตอนนี้จริงกลายเป็นเดดล็อกคิวจอยมั่งเศษมั่งอะไรมั่งเต็มไปหมด
คู่แรกใครชนะพี่เอ๋
คู่แรกวันนี้น่าจะ DRX
อ้า
เห็น
ว
ต่าง
มีความเห็นต่างนะอย่างเงี้ย
วันนี้ผมให้เปเปอร์เล็ก2-1พารอน2-0
ต่อฮาลันชนะ
อย่างที่อิงบอกอะทีเอสมันไม่เปลี่ยนไลน์อัพเลย แล้วมันจะมีอะไรมาอีกวะ มันจะมีไม้ตายมาอีกเหรอ
PS มันดูแบบเขามั่นใจกับชุดนี้มากเลยว่ะพี่เอ๋คิดว่าไง TS
แต่มันเปลี่ยนไวโอริโอมานะ
ไม่มันก็
TS กำลังหลงทางอยู่ตอนนี้
ไวโอริโอมา1 คนแต่ไวโอริโอก็เล่นตั้งแต่ปีที่แล้ว
พารอนชนะ
พี่
ดิพารอนกับเปเปอร์เล็ก
TS เหมือนแบบไม่ได้หลงนะพี่
ย้ำๆหรอ
เหมือนเขาแบบยอมที่จะอยู่ในเขาวงกตไปเลยเขาไม่หลงแล้วอะเขาไม่หาทางออกอะ
คือช่วงเนี้ยเพลเยอร์ฟิลิปปินส์ดีๆเยอะนะถ้ามันจะปรับเปลี่ยนอะ
เหมือน DFM ปีก่อนอะที่ไม่เปลี่ยนไลน์อัพ
ไหนดูประวัติ ปีที่แล้ว
เมื่อไหร่มาเมื่อไหร่นอนนัด
จบที่5ที่6สเตจ2
เอาแล้วลองสักคำปะล่ะ
แต่มันก็ไม่ได้แย่ขนาดนั้นนะพี่ มันก็กลางตาราง แต่แค่แบบไม่หัวทีมซิเคทอะทีมซิเคทนี่กลางตารางทุกทัวร์เลยปะเนี่ย
ใช่
มันเล่นเพื่อสุขภาพนี่หว่า
ขนาดตอนล็อกอินอะทัวร์ล็อกอินก็อยู่กลางตาราง9-16ก็กลางตาราง มันก็ไม่ได้แบบถึงคำว่าแย่อะแต่แค่แบบไม่ได้ไปแตะแบบหัวตารางเลย ผมไม่ได้ไปเล่นพวกมาสเตอร์เลยป่าวะพี่
ดูสภาพเลเวทานตอนนี้ดิเอาเดมอนวันเป็นสโมกเอาคิงมาเล่นด้วยลิทหาทางไปไม่เจอแล้วตั้งแต่แอดปาร์ตออกไปอะไรก็แย่ลง
แอดปาร์ตอยู่ไหนพี่ตอนเนี้ย
เอ็มไอบีอาร์
MIBR น่าจะต้องรอ อีกสักปีหนึ่งเหมือนมันค่อยๆปรับพลให้แบบทุกตำแหน่งแบบโหด
เมื่อคืน G2 ด่านโลตัสอะโดนฟูเรียนนำไปก่อน8อะโอ้ไม่ยังคัมแบ็กที่โคตรเดือด เมื่อกี้ด่านอะไรนั้นลืมไม่ได้ดูกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวอยู่
User joined your channel.
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
ขออนุญาตครับผม
สวัสดีครับ
ขออนุญาตเข้าห้องครับ
เชิญครับยาครับผม
ขออนุญาตนะครับ ขออนุญาตเข้าห้องครับ
DRX paper เหล็ก
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับเย้ย
สวัสดีครับผม
DRX
เย้ยพี่
คนฮะ
RB อยู่ทีมอะไรตอนเนี้ย
อยู่ไททันอีสปอร์ตครับ
พี่ได้ดูปะ
ที่จีนฮะ
พี่ได้ดูปะ
มีดูบ้าง แต่ว่าปีนี้ไม่ค่อยดีละ
อ้าวกล้าเหรอ
มันก็ยังไม่กาด แต่คือปีที่แล้วมัน
ลีกจีนแม่งดูเมากาวซะแล้วจริงๆ
นึกออกปะตอนนี้ก็แบบเงียบ
เฮ้ยน่าใส่จัง
คือมาตรฐาน
ใส่จังเลยวะ
เสื้อฮูด DRX สวยจัง
พออาบน้ำแล้วหน้าใสอะพอไม่อาบน้ำนี่สกมกมาก
เรียบๆดิ
เลือดค่ะ
เสื้อที่พี่ซื้อมาในออฟฟิศ DRX หายไปเลยพี่จะไปหา
อ้าว
แม่งเลยโคตรสวยเลยนั้น
พี่ซื้ออันไหนไปนะพี่ไปได้
เสื้อยืดด้วยแล้วก็เสื้อแบบว่าเสื้อญี่ปุ่นเรียกว่าเสื้ออะไรวะเสื้อ
เสื้อเชฟซูชิ
เสื้อเชฟชูชิอ่ะ เรียกยากจัง
สีเปเปอร์เล็กนี่มันแบบโคตรเปเปอร์เล็กอะนะใส่ไปไหนก็คือแบบรู้เลยไอ้นี่เด็กติดเกมมึงติดเกมแน่
เราเห็นเสื้อเปเปอร์เล็กในงานมาสเตอร์ข้อโคตรเยอะ
ๆทีมไทยพี่เปเปอร์เล็ก
จริงได้
นั่นคือทีมไทยเลยอะ
อุ้ยฮูดมันเท่จังอะ
ใช่ปะผมว่าคุณมันสวย
เอ
นะ
อ
ข้างหลังเขียนอะไรอะ
ตั้งแต่เธอมีเลิกใส่สูตรนี่คือทีมดูดีขึ้นเยอะเลย เคิร์ดเหรอสูตรเคิร์ดที่เธอมีนี่เขาแบบ
3 คนเปเปอร์เล็กทีมโค้ช1
ใช่โค้ด3เลยอะ
เดินโผล่มาอีก2อ่ะพี่เมื่อกี้
เขาอาจจะเป็นเมเนเจอร์ว่าอีกคนนึงเป็นโคโค้ด
พี่เล็กลุยคนเดียวเลยอะดิปัญหา
ไปลองละ2 คน
พี่เล็ก
ล่าสุด
ลุยคนเดียวดีกว่า
ลาออก
ดาวัยเขามีไฮไลท์ผมด้วยวันนี้
ใช่เหรอทำไมมีไฮไลท์มึงด้วยเหรอ
นี่ดิไฮไลท์กูเนี่ยไฮไลท์ผมคนละผม กูไปดีกว่า ไปเข้าที่นั่งแล้ว แล้วแบทแมนเขาจะมาแทนใครวะ
แพทพี่แหมมาเป็นซูเปอร์ฮีโร่เลย
เฮ้ย
เนี่ย
จริงมันโอเพน จริงไม่ใช่
จริง
หม
โอ
วก
เม
เฮ้ย
น
มันเกิดอะไรขึ้นวะเนี่ย
ทำไมฟิกเป็นในหมวก
แย่แล้ววะ
แย่งงเลย
แล้วทำไมฟิกมันถนัดโอเมนไม่ใช่เหรอ
ไม่มีสแวปเปล่าหรืออะไรวะ
ไม่น่านะพี่
น่าจะให้แก๊งแบบแก๊งบุกไปบุกอ่ะ
มันเล่นโอเมนในแรงมานานแล้วพี่
แก๊งบุกก็คือเอาโอเม
จริ
น
งๆ
ไปบุกกับเจสันเงี้ยเหรอ
คิดว่าน่าจะ
เกมไปรอบายไปคุยอะไรกันเนี่ย
ไม่ฟิกมัน
แล้ว
เท่า
ก็
หลัง
ไปแยกเลยอะไรเงี้ย แต่งงคือคอมเด็กอะไรอ่ะ
เขาสาวดูไม่ทัน
อย่ามัวแต่ตกใจฝั่ง PRX
ใช่เหรอมาโกเล่นเจ็ตเหรอ
ฮะ ฮะ
มาโกะ
ใช่ปะเนี่ยพี่พูดจริงปะเนี่ย
ไม่ใช่พี่
ไม่จริงไม่จริง
ไปยืนเล่นเจ็ตมาโกะโอ
ส
เมน
มองไหลเลยเมื่อกี้เห็นจริงโอเมนมาโกดเจนอีกฮะกูดูอะไรอยู่เนี่ยเฮ้ยนี่แม่งโชว์แมตช์ปะเนี่ย
โจแมทโกโก้
นี่สลับโลกับจริงนี่ดีไมฟิงกดเลสมานี่5ได้1-5เลย
A little bit sad that we're not going to be seeing Frank.
แต่เหมือนจะดูดีอยู่นะ ถ้าเป็นอย่างนี้
แฟลชแบ็กนีออน
งงกับเลยก็
เอาวะลองอะไรใหม่ๆสเตจหนึ่ง
กระถางน่ากลัวเสมอ
เฮ้ยแต่ผมว่าเปเปอร์เล็กได้อยู่นะ การสลับอะไรแบบเนี้ย
I mean,
การที่น้องจริงไปเล่นสโมกนี่อาจจะหยุดความร้อนแรงในการโอเวอร์ฮีทได้นิดนึงก็ยังดี
แล้วน้องจริงไปเล่นโอ
for
เมน
PRX
พี่
who
บูมแล้วแบบนี้โดนเช็คนะ
decently early over in kickoff. This is a bit of a resurgence time for them.
You know, the fans have been wondering, when will PRX play?
เฮ้ย ไม่มีเทโฮแล้วอ่ะ
Possibly
ใหญ่
even win again.
นั่นดิ
All of those questions will be answered starting right now as they move on out.
34ใช่ไหม
Well, it's good to see they're not
อ่า
scared
ทำพี่เอ๋ย
taking space over towards A lobby.
อย่างกับผมเป็นลูกพี่เอ๋ยจริงๆอ่ะ
นึกว่ามันนั่งอยู่ข้างกัน เอ้า
ไอ้ทำไมกล้องกับชื่อแปลกๆอันนี้ให้ยูมินหน้าเปลี่ยนไป
Break off the smokes and it's
ทำไมฟิกก็ดูตีขึ้น
เฮ้ยเบนย้ายทีมแล้วเหรอ
งงไปหมดเลย
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวกล้องเลยสลับกัน
W
ใช่
getting a little bit at its finest.
เบนย้ายไปอยู่เป็นเบนเล็กเมื่อไหร่
ดูแล้วงงว่าสรุปใครตายกันแน่
Get that spike plant down.
ฟรีอิงหน้า
Marco
แต่
and
โอ้
Free
โห
going to be able to do just in a retake. It's,
เฮ้ย
I mean, it's going to be
มา
difficult.
โกะ
หน้าฝรั่งยังไง
Might pick a little bit low.
กูดูว่าฉลามมาโก้
เนี่ยมาโกะเมนเจ็ตจริงด้วยเห็นนะ
Has a bit of an opportunity. Not quite the info, so just tucked
มัน
away
เอา
into
ฟรี
the pocket.
มันเอา
Possibly
เทโฮที่เก่งที่สุดในลีกออกอ่ะ
right there.
เปลี่ยนเป็นไซเฟอร์อะตอนนี้
Does he swap?
ดุไงความน่ากลัวเพิ่มขึ้นนะพี่เอ๋ย
น่าจะเนิร์ฟ
Trying to get a little more space, but dies to the right click within close range.
ดูทรงน่าจะ
Now,
เป็นเปเล็ก2-1
Lost and alone. It's going to be the entire swarm.
PRX
Divine
2-0 ครับ
finish it off. PRX starting off clean.
Yeah, absolutely flawless to come out from
Oh,
them.
wow.
You do like to see that one, especially just able to kind of squander the very beginning attempts
Hey,
of
the
DRX.
job,
I don't mind the
Jason,
idea,
you're
right? You
look-
want to go for a little bit of A lobby control. It's pretty
Hey,
standard
so
to get
get
that
him.
dark cover deep and then split it out through sewers and long.
ความ
Just
โห
a
ด
little
เจ
bit of
สัน
ill timing when you
you're
do go
look-
in towards the smoke, and from there, it's just a barrel roll straight down. Everybody on PRX getting active, taking space towards the side, hitting their shots as well. Coming away with the pistol is going to be really confident for them.
It is
ตอน
really
เวลเล็ก
early, of course.
สมัย
though,
นู้น
Komodo.
ดาวายก็เป็น
This
เวล
is
เล็ก
kind
มา
of where
เม
we're
นเจ็ต
wondering how the composition will play out. It just was the pistol round, but
Look
having
like
that double duel, as you can see why DRX tried to get aggressive.
And now you're just going back on towards fundamentals and what to do on an anti-eco
เปเปอร์เล็กชนะ
rounds.
พก
DRX take space
หรือ
over
จะ
at
เชื่อ
C-Long. Sometimes the gambles don't just work, and now all the information is kind of up for Bane.
What
You
man?
can get away with one. Hey, you'd be happy with that.
Yeah, but at the same time, Clone's already been broken. Forsaken towards the back of the site, clears out
ร้อย
everything.
เคลียร์ไป
มากเลยว่ะ
Will be
โด
able
น
to
ทุกอย่าง
defend
เบนบอก
entry. The rest of the team
เออ
has
เบนเล็ก
a
เข้าไว
range
อยู่
of
วิ
but
กูวางแล้ว
one
อะ
of those pistols going to be enough.
Got to decide if you want to go for this retake at all and give away any more ulti orbs to PRX2, or if you want to just see.
มันเจออะไรนะ
the spike
G2
and the
Vitality
hands
โอ้โห
of
กว่าจะ
everything
เข้าใส่กัน
towards your next gun round.
A little bit of a progression smoking out from Mako.
ตัวพี่เอ๋ยเมาเบียร์จนหลับแบบวันนั้นเนี่ย
PRX into, peeking
Hey,
a little bit further,
มัน
and
ดึก
they
แล้ว
are
นั่นน่ะ
getting
เอ้ย
pretty
แล้วทำไม
close to it.
Yeah, just play
ถ้า
Mako
เบสออฟไฟนี่แบบว่าพี่เอ๋ยนี่น่าจะ
As well,
หม
but
ดหลัง
there we go. Free will be able to walk away with at least one. Jing hangs back. Forsaken in with a stinger as well. Close range with two guns next to each other. Mako continues to crouch down with the right click though, but Jing will make quick work of that. There it is. 3 kills in the round for the guy on his new role
เหมือน
as
มา
a
เล่นในนี่ไง
controller, but
ที
also
มเดนแมท
keeping these
เน้นยิง
weapons
อย่างเดียว
on to the
โอ้เป็น
next
แม็ก
round.
บูจัด
Yeah, taking 3 of them in towards the bonus as well is going to be all right for them. You start to build up a little bit
นี่
more
กล้ามันดู
on
กับ
the
ใครนะ
shadows
มัน
from Jing.
ดูกับแก๊งเปเปอร์เล็ก
Didn't
ปะ
think I'd ever say from the shadows for Jing playing on an own.
อันนี้กล้าดูกับแก๊งเปเปอร์เล็กปะ
Some good damage all in all to come out from DRX, but most importantly bonus conversion, right? That's where we want to see them get active in towards the server. Haven was picked for a reason.
And you can start to see those old flavors of the old PRX as well now coming through. I mean, it is the first 2 rounds, but they have been
โอเว่นนี่เทน
confidently
สอนมา
strutting their way down
จะ
A
ได้เทน
this
อะอยากเห็
time.
นเทน
Starting
แข่ง
things off a little bit different.
เทนมันเก่ง
Yeah, pretty spread default across the map for DRX.
ก็ยังเก่งอยู่
Already the normal fundamentals of how you want to go about garage control.
เวลา
as well.
ดูเทนเหมือน
So how do you
ดู
do
โชว์อะไรสัก
Forsaken
อย่าง
before he
มัน
gets
ดู
out?
แบบ
I
มัน
like
ดู
the
มี
attempt
อะไร
as
อะ
well. Just back,
เมาส์ข่าว
leaning
อา
on
ลาด
some utility towards the A
โยก
site. Flashback. I mean,
เห็น
if he gets
จริง
one
เล่น
wins
แต่
out,
มือแล้ว
เดี๋ยว
คิด
จะ
ว่า
มา
จะ
ก่อน
ทำ
รู้แล้ว
but he has to kind of do something with Bane here because the
เมื่อไหร่เทน
numbers
จะ
are
กลับมาแข่ง
sneaking up for
ตกรถเห็นมา
PRX.
ทันหรือเปล่าครับ
At least they
ไม่
do
น่า
have
พี่
information here.
พี่อยากให้มันแข่งนะมันสนุกอะ
Crash audio
ไม่
tell.
น่ากลับแล้ว
Mako continuing to push up
แต่รีไทร์แล้วนะ
two.
สตรีม
ก็
เล
ตอย นแร
ก่อก นใช่ไหม
ตอนแรกเราดันไปบอกว่าแบนภาพบนเลิกเลย
Devay is in a
Uh,
position to kind
พอ
of
โผล่มา
after
คิด
that
โกรธใช่ไหมครับ
very
พูดอ้าว
first
เทนบอก
broken,
อ้าว
but never mind, I say that he is caught looking the wrong way.
อุ้ย
Bane finds Forsaken
มินิ
as
แคป
well,
ด้วย
and this is going perfect so far for DRX.
VAR going up against the Omen, of course. So it's Mako just trying to hold down the back lines.
Boom.
PRX has to now watch out for their backs. They're even getting hit by the flash. A secondary smoke coming through, and it forces
Oi.
Mike to push on. He does get
Yeah.
one,
Premium
but he
tap.
makes it a trade. Jing in for another trade as well. The spikes on the ground. PRX wants to pick it up. Something
Yep.
dives right
หนึ่ง
in.
ครับ
It's down to the one-on-one.
Ui.
Oh,
Oi.
holds the angle, but
Some swing.
something swings.
That's awesome for PRX. They'd be absolutely happy
Oi.
with converting a bonus
Well,
round
not
like
loud,
that. When
something.
you think that the beginning is working so good for DRX as well. Great recognition from
เมื่อกี้
Marco
ถ้าไป
that
ยิง
he
เป็น
can push
เป็น
through
เทโต
grass, can get a bit of a flank happening, Define looking the right way, you get another kill to come out from Bane, but then you kind of give up your hand just a little bit too much. 3 versus 5 conversion rate to come here. A little bit unfortunate for DRX as well, but for PRX, not being scared when they're in a deficit position, they're taking these fights, they're going back to what they can rely upon, their aim, their ambition. It's working nicely.
You gotta love it. You love to see those smiles and those fist bumps coming out once again, but here we go back into it, knowing they're up against an anti-eco round.
User entered
It's
your
just
channel.
Hey,
User in your
trying to
channel
march
timed
forward,
out.
trying to get at least one weapon
Yeah,
away.
God,
The spray's
okay.
coming through though. Ooh.
Yeah, good fault line. It's a little bit awkward for Flashback in that. Again, just to highlight, this is one of these
เฮ้ย
eco
ดู
rounds
ทรงจะ
from
2-0
DRX,
นะ
of course, with that bonus round not going their way. So it's just about
สอง
having a
ถุ
bit
ง
of
แน่
a
นอน
conversation. What can you figure out at the moment? What are PRX doing around the map? And this time they do change it up. They don't just look to go towards the A site. It's over towards C. Not seeing too much here for DRX.
It's still going to be Hyunmin alone though, so
มาไงครับ
easy pickings now. Forsaken swaps over onto the Ghost as well. Finds Mako.
User in your channel
PRX,
timed out.
flawless run thus far, and they don't look to be slowing down anytime soon.
2 ถุง
Yeah. Absolutely the start that you do want to see, and now you start to build up a couple of these ultimates as well. I wouldn't be surprised
เอ้า
if
ผม
we
สง
get
สัย
some
ว่า
momentum
ทำไม
too
โอเมนใน
soon
ซีเขา
for
ชอบวาร์ปไป
DRX.
ตรง
I mean, you don't win the
วาร์ปไปตรง
pistol,
C
you don't win the bonus round. If you don't
วาร์ป
win
ไปตร
your
ง
next gun round, I mean, you start to question a little bit,
DT
are PRX playing our composition better?
รอ
It
เป้า
does feel that way, doesn't it? I mean, you got
นึกว่าวาร์ปไป
the
เนียน
but we're not seeing too much of it just
ไม่เนียนใช่ไหม
the
เนี่ย
fact that they've
โอ้โห
been
วาร์ปตอนแข่งผม
sticking
รอเขายืน
together
รอเลยอะ
for majority of
แบ
the
บเขาแอบอยู่
rounds.
หลังกำแพงอะแล้ว
With that,
ยิง
they're
เขารอ
able
เขา
to
พีเขาไป
pick
ยิง
DRX apart now. Moving forward, though, this is
เรา
the
แข่งว่า
first
คน
time that
รู้
we're
อะ
seeing them
อ๋อ
head down this B lane. Makes the trip
แต่ตรงนั้นเออเนี่ย
back.
Don't
ใช่
forget
ใช่
there's
เดี๋ยว
an
ผมว่า
operator
วันนี้เรา
down
ผม
Silvers
ตาย
as
อะ
well for Hyunmin, so
เอ้า
you can see
แล้วนี่มันเนียนเฉยอะ
try and help out the rest of the squad, but the reposition at the moment actually
เอาดีไม่รู้จริงเหร
these
อ
backlines
เอา
and
ดี
they have no idea. Again, Forsaken, Jing, just getting active around the
ไม่
map.
ได้ไงวะ
It might even be the round in and of itself, Quack.
And that truly has broken a lot of DRX's defensive lines. Mako trying
Mako,
to find something. We'll be able to get a double, but something makes it a
เฮ้ย
trade.
ถ้ากิจเจอ DRX นี่สูตรนี้ใช้ได้นะ
Into the site, Nimi is working alongside
ไม่
Hyunmin. Look at how
ไม่
many
ได้
different
คือ
positions.
ต้องใส่มันเมาอะพี่
In for the strafe.
มันแบบตุ้ม
Now
ตั้มแต่ละ
looks
เสียง
onto
เท้า
the
อะ
next.
เออ
Something with the
โดน
assistance
เสียง
coming
เท้า
out the window.
คนวิ่งใส่แบบ
PRX will make it a quick
ไม่พอมีของมาอีก
It looks so
Uh,
good for
but like when
DRX
wing.
as well.
Yeah,
Splitting
wing
around
side,
the map, making
but
sure
along
that
like
they're trying to
that,
throw a bit of a spanner in the works to where DRX
คือ
are
ถ้า
trying
ใคร
to
ดู
look
ไปพวกเนี้ย
a great
เล่นนี่คือหันไป
reposition
จาม
from
นี่คือ
Jing
หมดไป
as
แล้ว
well.
2
You
วิน
could just see none the wiser were DRX.
ไว
And you
มาก
go
อะ
towards a retake scenario where you're in a 5 versus 3. Some brilliance from Marco, don't get me wrong, but when you're looking down the barrel of a Teo's still alive, they've still got salvos, you've got the special delivery still as well, and you're a lonely jet with some cloud bursts. You're not really going to be able to get a defuse like that. So back to the drawing board for DRX, but with no timeout, just an eco round to have here. PRX gonna start their hand a little bit differently, spawning out, spraying. He is by himself at the moment. Marco, bit of utility in towards the garage, of course, can send out the smokes, can send out a paranoia if they want to go for a bit of a challenge, but
มัน
all in
ยุน
all,
มินมันควรจะ
it's
นี
a
ออ
solid
น
start for PRX DRX here.
หรือว่ามันไม่มีคนเล่นเจ็ตได้แล้ววะ
Some of DRX's possible reads. We did have Flashback marching a little bit closer up towards a short, but seeing or sensing a bit of danger, he does fall back. Of course, though, DRX are on those
เฮ้ยแต่
pistols.
แต่ดูดีนะเปเปอร์เล็กทำมา
Very wise from PRX at the moment, actually, and how they're navigating around the map.
ละเอียด
Sure,
มาก
they're doing it in pairs a
เสา
little
พี
bit, not being too
เพื่อยัง
overzealous,
ชอบ
not trying
แล้วไม่ใช่เลนล่าง
to
เลน
stretch
บ
in
น
towards territory that they don't
ง
own.
ง
มันนั่งตรงจุดด้วยนะ
It's
แบบ
kind of
มุม
strange
ดี
to see this from PRX, isn't it, Komodo? I mean,
Yeah.
they're showing off different looks. They're slowing down the pace. It causes DRX to question what's going on. And then a curious Bane looks up
Jason,
front,
freak shot.
gets picked off by Forsaken. Now the smokes are out. Got utility just to clear out the side as well. Flashback tries to get ahead of it, but the fake gate crash
คอ
does
ม
get ahead of him
คอม
as
แบบนี้กับ
well.
โลนี่
Forsaken
ดู
2
ดี
kills
ว่ะ
thus
เปเปอร์
far.
เล็ก
Yeah, you're just trying to find what you can in this round for PRX and build
13
up your
0
economy even more so up towards that max 9,000 credit mark, really.
13-1 ครับผม
Just again, these pistols for DRX try and do some
mini
sort of
folly,
damage if at all possible, and it's not going to be a flawless round again to come through
น้อ
from
งกินอย่าง
PRX.
ตึง
And they've been holding on
เนี่
to
ยนะ
that outlaw for quite a while,
แล้ว
haven't
ด่าน
they?
นี้ DRX เลือด
Something
13
still working on
เป็นด่าน
alongside
ที่
it. I
เป็น
mean, it is against
ชอบ
the
ชอบแบน
ego of DRX, so why not keep that
ชอบ
to
คอมเมน
punish
ต์แบน
them?
ปล่อย
But
หลุด
at
มา
the
โชว์
same
โหด
time, DRX scrambling for something. I
แล้วดู
just
ส
have
กอร์
to
คิว
imagine
ของ
Tommy's
เปเปอร์เล็
somewhere
กเหมือน
shaking
แข่ง
his
กัน
head
ว่า
right now.
ใครแพ้
I
เลี้ยง
mean,
ข้าว
I see what Bane's trying to
ไม่
do
กินข้าว
here.
กัน
You're always going to be a
ยกเว้น
little
ตะ
bit
ไวตัวสด
incentivized to try and bring something back for your team. Even
เค
on
ย
a
เห็น
bigger
คอมที
round,
นี่
you
คน
know,
ลุกเลย
you're not got too much to lose if you're
Hey,
already
Alex,
picking up
you-
towards your ults and you're taking ult point. If you do lose your
Yeah,
life, I
yeah,
think more
yeah.
importantly, this is the round that you have to see something for
But without
PRX, and a
Jingo.
lot of ultimates available as well. PRX going to change it up, get information off the dimensional drift.
60 หรือว่าพอใจอ่ะ
Way
น่า
to
จะ
stay
ยัง
ahead
ยิ้ม
of the game. Info gained as well, and that's the salvos just to try to displace Hyunmin, but he manages to stay alive. Shuts down Forsaken with that operator of his, and that blocks off the B site.
It is an opening pick for DRX, but don't get me wrong, they have lost it from advantage position so far in this map, so it's going to be a bit of a reset on the back of utility.
Just to continue to poke and prod around the B site for
เปเปอร์
now.
เล็กบอก
There
กู
is
ไม่น่า
a
ยิ้มเลย
strip ahead of Mindfreak. He will break that as well.
อุ้ยจริง
Don't
หน้า
really
Lah,
space
Roy
forward anywhere from DRX as well. Reposition back towards the C
นี่
site.
คือ
Tap
แผนล่า
onto
รอย
what
ยิ้
you
ม
can for free. It's
ใช่
a little bit deep through towards C long. You do have
ใน
Marco
บอยคอม
spinning
น่าจะ
over
แบบ
towards A, but he is by
พี่เล็ก
himself.
ยิ้มแล้ว
He
พี่เล็ก
doesn't
ทำไม
need to play
โอเค
here too
let's go
aggressively, and that's why you lose your smokes, you lose your advantage. And now things start to look a little bit scurrysome around the map. More rotations in towards Garage. You've got to re-pick up some information. If you're PRX here, you might even reconsider using the Rolling Thunder to get in towards a position here. But Hungry is flashback and he falters.
อันนี้คืออะไร
Hold back.
เดินมาแบบ
There it
บี
is.
บีไง
You mentioned the rolling thunder, and
หาข้าวเหรอหรืออะไร
very well be setting up for
เดินมาแบบ
All
All left in, that's all the information that you want. Rolling Thunder does go towards the seaside. You got Armageddon too.
And there it goes.
Armageddon.
Definitely keeping them trapped in. It does take away Freeing's life.
ตีคนไม่ใช่ปัญหา
Something
นะ
with the next, and Mindfreak guns
Mindfreak
down
ดูหลังให้เพื่อนเสมอ
Hyunmin. Paper Rex look nigh unstoppable right now.
Usually,
Oh, you can hide
reassociate,
now.
calm,
You
collective,
Something when you're
calculated
tired.
plays from DRX, but we're getting that from PaperX at the moment. The team that you generally in history don't know what's going to be thrown your
Come on,
way.
yeah.
This is a
Come on,
massive
yeah.
revitalization for this squad.
And I would say, you're not quite sure
We don't
what's
mind
going
home.
your way. That's exactly how DRX are feeling right now, Komodo.
อะไร
เดี๋ยวนี้
I
มัน
mean,
ดู
I was
สเปรย์
questioning
ตัว
a
กัน
little
หมด
bit
แล้ว
in the beginning of this map, right? What was this Neon going to look like from Flashback, who is a player who generally, has to play around a
ทำเอาละ
เอ้าลายเส้นครับลายเส้น
เจสันนี่มันเก่งทุกโลจริงวะเหล็กที่จริงใจ
Tapir. Good idea. Need to do to at least stabilize in this first
มัน
half.
จะมี
Go
เป็น
over
เล็ก
towards
ที่
your
เล่น
own
หรือว่า
attacking
นำประ
side
มา
where
ณ
you actually have looked pretty
80
destructive
90
on that side
นี่
in
เล็กก็
recent
ยังไม่ยิง
history.
หน้าก็ยังตึงอยู่
Yeah, it's cheeky.
Yeah, very cheeky position,
ยัง
especially
ไม่
with
พอ
the
ใจผล
cage
งาน
kind of concealing his movements. Might have heard something, so Hyunmin will stay disciplined, avoids that angle. The rest of the team, though, back into B.
And another eco round to come through from DRX, where PaperX are taking it patient. They're not playing their hands, getting too hungry for anything. Just
yeah.
playing together, collective.
Very careful. This is a team that has had perfect games before, but here it comes, the quick execute out. DRX trying to get ahead of things, in with the Hunter's Fury as well, but Mindfreak has managed to steal away with one.
It's the immediate speed up from PRX though to get in towards the A site, clear it together in numbers. You know what
อันนี้
kind
คือ
of
เล่นแบบ
utility
ว่า
you're up
ไม่อยากให้
against,
เพ
you
ช
know
รแมน
what
ลง
weaponry you're up against at the moment. You can set yourselves up for a pretty nice plant.
Aha.
Oh, the neural theft comes in from Freeing, so they know where everyone is.
Still though,
การใช้ของตัวไวดอก
the
นี้
timing game,
เป็
PRX
นการ
has
บีบ
got
เค้นบวก
themselves
กับพารา
into
นอยา
position. A couple of sprays, but a couple of trades from DRX out as well. Jing in with the Fi. They will manage to block off those sight lines, denying DRX any round win.
Yeah, some damage in there for sure, but damage is not what we're looking for at the moment. Quack,
รอ
we're
บนี้ซื้อ
looking
แล้ว
for rounds
ทำไมน้ำ
from
อีกก็ไป
DRX. We're looking for some
13-0 เลย
sort of plan that goes 100%. I have missed it. And I'm going to highlight this because I think it's quite important, and I'm sorry. I'll apologize first for Flashback. He's still on the donut. There's 0 kills coming through from him at the moment. I want to see him electrified. He's playing Neon. We need to see him get set up for some aggressive play from the team to get into
ที่เอ่ย
PRX's
ที่ไทย
space
เดียเอ็กไว้
because
นี่
when
คือ
they're playing slow,
ไอ้แล้วเงียบกริบแล้วปิดไมค์เลย
นี่คุณนึกว่าตะไวทำผมมาต้อนรับแบบว่าการมาเก็บป้อมแล้วจะเลือกเก็บป้อม
Needs to be cracked. It
ถอย
needs to be changed into something else, and he's trying to get
เก็บ
ahead
ป้อม
of
มันจะ
that
มา
right
แอ
now,
สเซน
still holding these sight lines down into A short.
เห็น
but
G2 เล่นแล้วแบบ
blocked
โอ้โหแต่กิโมมันเดือด
he's
จัด
pushing over towards the C side of things. But Flashback, I cursed him. He's been cursed. He's got it on the board.
ลองไปดูดิ
At the same time,
จบเร็ว
though,
ด้วยเกมนั้น
off to the other end of the map,
ชนะเหรอ
Forsaken in with the
ชนะดิ
operator for the first
มัน
round.
มันอยู่คนเดียวเลยจองอีโว
Slowing things down. DRX having the numbers advantage will slow things down.
Yeah, the reclear over towards C as well for PRX. You do currently do
อ๋อพี่เอ้ยบิน
Hunman on the site itself. Some time
พี่
to
เอ้ย
evolve
ค
from
น
all
ดู
this
ไม่ได้
utility as
ตัด
well,
เน็ต
but
ตัวเอง
this
เลย
is where you rest on the back of what PRX do best. Explode in towards the site.
Clone, fault line, paranoia completely blinding Freeing as well. Forsaken King crashes all the way towards the back and kind of marks Hyunmin's angle. Still
Heal
with a bit of a
later.
strafe, he takes down Jing. At least Divine and something will have each other's backs, and with
ยังไม่นับ
that,
ว่ะ
the site
90 จริงๆ
completely
เนี่ย
flooded.
Feedback.
Flashback, however, tries to get ahead, deny any
นี่
spike.
ไงเจอเมน
Will
โอ
get
เปอเร
one.
เตอร์
Divine in for the trade with an op. Bane alone against two.
And the
Has his position a little bit concealed.
Plant
เฮ้ย
goes
เห็น
down
ปลาย
as well.
ปืน
Back into it as well. Holds it down, finds something.
Oh, does he know?
And it's a
Ui,
low
shock đạp à?
HP Divine.
I think he knows.
It's an up in hand though, but there is the shock dart. You said it. He knows it. He gets the round for DRX.
I'm not sure if the gun barrel was just spotted. It's such a tight line on the corner of that wall. But
Dù vẫn
somebody
nắm quay
maybe
nhiều.
called it, or maybe he just had the sixth sense. The shock dart to go, the kill
Quay
to
cái
be
gì vậy?
calculated. Finally, DRX on the board.
And that's a much needed round at this juncture in this first half. Starting things off with a bit of a kill from Flashback, taking down Mindfreak. That just denied so much with how PRX has been operating in towards a lobby.
And it's another moment in this round where the advantage is on the side of DRX, and PRX reel it back in towards their favor, right? A reposition in towards the C site, behind the dark cover, exploding, layering the utility nicely on in. It's what you do like to see from them, but a good little individual clutch to come out at the end there. It's what you need.
Ben
You need to
top
see
pack
some
นี่คือแปลกๆ
individual
นะ
brilliance to come through from DRX at the moment, because as a team, it's not really doing too much.
Hey!
Reposition from Mako, however.
Oh.
Even the switch of Jing.
Yeah, quick finds, but in with the gate crash once again. The clone as well from Forsaken, trying to gather more information into the C side, and he confirms that there are quite the number of DRX players on the C side.
Another single advantage for DRX,
จัง
just
หวะนี้
like
พี่เล็ก
last
ว่าไง
round, but difference in the fact that
นี่
it's
เกลียด
not
แชมป์ผมเลย
mind-free. Jing going down means no smokes, means you have to try
เคย
and
ตัด
find
เน็
a
ตตัวเอง
little
แล้ว
bit of timing for PRX at the
ผมดู
moment,
ไม่ได้
and I thought Mindfreak might have had it, but Marco stepping up when you need a leader to the most.
Quick bits of micro movements as well, and that is going to be DRX finding that timing against a Mindfreak, but now into it. Off in the hand of Hyunmin.
Bye.
Blocks
จังหวะ
out
นี้
Garage. Spike's been dropped. Forsaken though.
อุ้ยเจสันแก้ให้
Still looking to get aggressive.
Oh,
Straight into him. He finds a triple. Tries to go for the next spray, but gunned down by Bane. The salvos go out, and Divide will turn this into a one-on-one.
Ooh-wee.
The tap Flashback gets it instead.
That was nearly so close for PRX. I think a lot of people would have been yelling, screaming at their monitors. PRX nearly make that work, and for DRX, I mean, you got to take a sigh, you got to take a breath. I do like the start, don't get me wrong. Marco trying to do what he can, dancing around the side as well. You know, Hyunmin starting to get what he needs to, but I gotta say, Forsaken, he is in the server today. He's got to be happy with that little performance, and individually as well. Divide, right? For a Taeho in that situation, trying to do what you can with what utility you have. Isolate a single position with the salvos, look around, taking the fight. That's what he'll try to do with the scaling over towards A at the moment with the rest of the squad, where Forsaken will lead with the dimensional drift.
เฮ้ยเจสัน
as well, but Hyunmin in with
ไม่
the
เจอนีออน
arm
ไหมเนี่ย
does deny any potential lurks coming out from Mind Freak, and that is going to be PRX continuing to try and barrel through into this A side combo of ultimates heading in.
But can you actually get in towards this at the moment? You're ready for a drop out toward the heavens, and it looks like it might just be the holding of the side at the moment. Bane flashback getting active,
and they found him.
Bane
That's a
ช่วย
couple
ทัน
more down into a
เฮ้ย
sword.
มาแล้วว่ะ
DRX denying PRX
แผ่นล่างรอยยิ้มเริ่มขึ้น
the ultimate sent through.
A little bit of a late defensive half resurgence for DRX, but is, you know, an 8-4, a 9-3 going to be enough? I mean, you want to play on the earlier side of that with an 8-4. Of course, but again, you know, PRX, they're still carrying a lot of this momentum. They're figuring out themselves, you know, against the eco rounds, we're playing it slow. Against the well-equipped rounds of DRX, yeah, we're losing a bit, but we're recalculating what we need to do. Grouping up, playing utility, going for a nice little entry, sorry. So I wouldn't be surprised at the moment here with this little lesser-equipped party mix of weapons that you have for PRX, that you do play a little bit slower, that you play on the back of your utilities.
And that does give you a lot of confidence as well moving into the later rounds, even in the second half. It might be an 8-4 if anything, but we'll see how PRX continues to adjust from the previous rounds. They've been, you know, pretty much dedicated to whatever side they pick.
You don't want to fall into a trap here, though, as DRX. Be brought in towards the A lobby, welcomed with open arms, and waltz in towards a trap of PRX. Do see as well that Forsaken is snuck in towards the garage. Hyunmin being quite cautious of that. You also do bringing over towards the back of the plat too, so if it does turn into a bit of a C play from PRX, it's not going to be too quick of a rotation from the rest of the DRX guys who are at the A site at the moment still. A transition from Bane currently.
And at the same time though, Mako also continuing to push out of A for further information. DRX pretty much has an idea of what PRX are trying to do, and with that, the angle's being held, the options fire through. Bane with a final kill, DRX will secure this last round of the first half for DRX.
Alrighty, 8-4 at the half. After the timeout, that's 4 successive rounds. So, hey, I'm saying coach input verified.
Very much so, and it always has been the case for DRX. Meanwhile, though, for PRX, I mean, this is where you start to question things once again. They started out so incredibly hot, but now
มันแอบสแกนได้ดีจังวะ
Yeah, I mean
มันแอบสแกนดีจังอะฟีอิงอะ
well, they need some of our that continue to
คนไทยนี่กับตา
consistent performance with that. But how does Jing look on this Omen?
I mean, I think towards how early they got, you know, knocked out over towards kickoff and how much time they've had to actually practice a new emerging comp and meta like the Breach.
Quite a bit of time for sure. We shall see how it does continue to play forward now. Jing thus far has been, I would say, quite okay. 10
วันนี้พี่ก้าวงในจัดทำไมพี่ก้าทำอะไร
Well, standard things, but unfortunately for Freeing.
โอ้ยแบบ
Yeah, just a couple of shots blind
He go,
through
okay.
the cage, and he does find something.
ไม่ได้เล่น
A kill, that is, not the player.
Kind of passive for PRX at the moment. Don't mind it. Bit of a garage look after for them. Oh, fire dispatched off, however. And that's going to be the B site that you want to start to get aggressive on. Though I'm looking at the other members of DRX. How are you going to get Bane in this? How are you going to get flashback? If you're trying to tap on towards the plant, you're trying to set Hyunmin in for a bit of a sneaky beaky play. But it's the one-to-one trade. And now you actually have managed to get in towards this A side. Does Forsaken know? It's empty space.
He certainly suspects it, thus not making too much noise as he heads back onto Heaven. Meanwhile, though, the rest of the team just circling back up. They do have the fault line paranoia combo. That allows Forsaken to at least get one. Still trying to get ahead, take the initiative, deny that spike plant, but Bane will hold his ground. A single tap and forced to hang back and reload. Still, though, audio cues be damned. Something has a flashpoint in his pocket. Looks for the right timing. Senses a bit of a fake. Now slowly creeps up. Bane looks to stick, and there it is, the flash sent through. It doesn't quite blind him, though, and Bane will find the headshot. DRX marching forward.
It's close, but it is carried over from the first half. A couple of early duels, right? The one-to-one trades to come out, some repositions around the map. I do really actually like what DRX did over towards the B site. When you take out Devi, you recognize that there's going to be no one else on towards the site. You go in for the look on, are we actually going to plant here? You bait out some rotations from Forsaken off the A site, you get in there and you go for the plant. However, the quick heads up for PRX to recognize they've got a paranoia fault line combination that they can go in with to drop Forsaken in towards the site. I thought that that retake was going to look good for PRX, but individually at the end, Bane finds that one. This is the way back in for DRX for this map.
Absolutely. It almost definitely feels like DRX are given a lot more options, a lot more freedom with how they've been moving around the map now. You know, a little single kill off of B, and they don't quite fully commit because they still have more to work with. Now, on the anti-eco, of course, straight into C.
Yeah,
you got a bit of a lurk as well.
A difference as well from PRX. When they lose positions around the map, they recognize that they just need to take space somewhere. Yes, it's on the eco round, but I'd love to see this when they get their rifle rounds happening.
Might be a different story if they had guns, but of course now onto the pistols. Just hold up inside garage. Util back in, so a bit of a progression smoke. Tries to look for a head or two around the dome. Doesn't quite find much. That allows for PRX to march in, boots on the ground, but Flashback still holding the angle. Slides forward, and that's gonna be a second kill to his name. Still though, a couple of trades right back from PRX, and that's enough damage, you would say. Mako trying to hold back true.
Everyone up with the spike at the end. When you can't get any more ultis, you don't want to give anything more over towards Hyunmin, to Bane as well, getting closer to that Hunter's Fury too. You know, these key ultimates that could definitely be impactful when you're going in towards the next gun round for PRX, for example. That could pick you off at the very beginning, allow DRX to really start to steamroll back in towards this map. Again, you know, not too much that you'll take away from a round such as that. Some damage at the attempted retake to come out from PRX for sure.
We do love a diligent. See marks down further notes. Might have spotted something or two, but at the same time, wondering about how this double duelist might work out. Sure, some guns were robbed away, but they will be able to buy or at least trade some weapons off of each other. It's Flashback in with a Bulldog instead of a Bucky.
Yeah. Quick up towards mid as well from DRX if they actually want to attend towards this side at the moment. They're going to have a quick run around on towards Mindfreak. He's gone. Do they expect, however, Jing to still be in here? Because it looks a little bit awkward for him. Good for one.
Yeah, and that is going to be an effective flood nonetheless. PRX continuing to try to rotate forward. It's going to be a bit of a gate crash for Forsaken as well. I'm missing a UI bug, not too sure. Nonetheless, they are still coming in, but then denied out by Mako. It's just down to Devi, and he has to hold on to this gun for the next round.
Well, that's attacking-sided bonuses, unless somehow Devi gets from A to C and a defuse here. Going both of those teams' way on the attacking side. So you're playing towards the narrative that attacking strengths are continuing here on Haven for this Breach Taeho meta.
That's what you would hope for, but certainly isn't the case right now.
Yeah, and DRX, I mean, I say Breach Taeho, right? But they're changing it up. Double duelist, you got to be a little bit more proficient and cohesive with what layering of utility that you want to do to get in towards the sites. And I'm looking at it here for poor old Devi. He will go down at the end. Bonus not able to take away a rifle towards this next round as well. We're staring down the barrel of potential equalizer.
Yeah, just 2 rounds and quick enough. DRX are able to kind of suspect what kind of defensive positions PRX might be holding. That was a very deliberate plan, Komodo, to send Flashback as well as Hyunmin in, both in and outside of garage, where they start to launch that assault into the C site.
Yeah, double duelist strengths at the moment for DRX. Are really going to play on the back of changing up their approaches, right?
มาแล้วครับไทม์เอาท์หันษาพร้อมที่จะทุบแต่ไทม์เอาท์พี่เล็กไม่เคยทำให้ผิดหวัง
รอยยิ้มนี่หายไปจากครึ่งแรก
ดูหน้าตอนนี้ดิ
ตอนแรก8
อย่าให้มีครั้งที่สองพี่
7 ราวติด
เมื่อกี้ชูเลข2ละอย่าให้มีครั้งที่2
เรียบร้อย
ถ้ามีครั้งที่2อย่าให้มีครั้งที่3
เขาใช้ทำเอาไว้หมดยังไง
And I think this is
ยัง
not
เหลือ
incentivized into
ที
a
มละหนึ่ง
W gaming, but it can have its key moments.
Well, we'll see if the final score does echo as to how PRX are looking to perform for the rest of this season. Right now, DRX are very close to equalizing the score. It might have been a timeout from Alex, but still, PRX does not have the guns currently. They are starting off with a bit of a 3-2 split, though.
Slow and steady, but for Forsaken, he's baited in towards finding some information for himself to try and steer the ship steady for PRX, and it's just going to be the upheaval in towards this A site for DRX.
Whoa. Okay, no opportunity for Forsaken to gain crash back into safety, and right now, no opportunity for Divide to even find a single frag. Jing, however, marches out of garage with Mindfreak along his back. He will take a gun away from freeing. But that said, a site has been given over onto DRX.
4 versus 2, plant down, which means everybody is up for DRX as well. Gonna look at the backlines for Marco. Everyone else focused on towards the site at the moment. A lot of utility as well.
Recon.
To be able to play off. And I'll actually spot out mine too, so there's an idea that it might even be a double drop towards Heaven. Smoke Jing off, force him to reposition. You hear the Vandal echo too.
That's just a tough situation to be in. Mindfreak in with the Sheriff trying to look for a single pick, but nothing found. Jing off with the save.
Can't blame him. You definitely want all of the pieces going in towards the next round as well. When you looked on the back of what's around the corner for PRX 2, right? Forsaken with the Dimensional Drift. Divide is one away from the Armageddon. These can be some really key ults for retakes as well. If you want to just recognize that you're losing a site, call the audible. Call for the strong retake. Let Forsaken go in, find you all the information. Get your stuns lined up from something. Get all of that utility ready for a really clean retake that those ultimates can definitely provide.
Certainly something that PRX could be looking to pull off in some of the upcoming rounds. Yeah, you do have that Dimensional Drift, you have the Breach Deo combos as well. But right now, this scoreline, Komodo, it's been 8 for 8. 8 straight rounds for DRX to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah.
Got flashback on the overdrive as
18
well.
เท่าแล้วน้อง
These duelists are certainly looking to pop off.
ตักจะ13-0
No trip there at the moment, though. It is just going to be Mindfreak at that C site to bunker down. Jing falls first, overlooking something at the moment, though. So at least a little bit of a later trade in the mix, trying to get on in. It's so awkward for that spray. But look at Flashback. He's got in the backlines.
Yeah, that's not too bad. 2 for 1. Flashback into the backlines, though. That's what ultimately cracks open the site. But here comes Forsaken with a bit of an ult. He's looking for information. He's looking to break and force them to disperse. The Flash might just do that. He sends out a second one and looks to infiltrate behind enemy lines. Divide and takes initiative off of that scenario and finds one. A tap from Forsaken down to Flashback in a sudden 1-on-2. Goes for the peak. And he will take down Forsaken. Could this be the quad? It is! Flashback flashes the winning sign
แฟลชแบ็ค
against
คนเดียวกับไอ้นี่ปะเนี่ย คนเดียวกับมาสเตอร์
That
เนี่ย
confidence for Flashback in this squad. The first installment of him on this neon, and he's starting to get in towards this for the team. I'm looking towards what Forsaken and Divide are trying to do in that retake, right? When I'm seeing plants go down, 2 versus 3, sometimes you might look to question, why is he using that ultimate? He had an operator, he switched into the Vandal. But more importantly, he's using himself as an information position at the moment there for his teammate in Divide to get the salvos right, to try and flush out the opponents. And I'm thinking it's looking gorgeous in how they're, you know, maintaining their stability in that retake. But no, it comes over. DRX for the lead here and quick in towards the new round.
And now down to the 2-on-1. Clutch brought to you by Red Bull and Flashback, of course. But then next round coming up, bit of info and Forsaken TPs right the heck out of there.
A bit of silence around the server as well. Marco to sneak up towards the C site. A little bit of hesitancy in all the other positions around the map as well. Trade in Garage if you do want, but starting to get a little bit antsy. Spotting out.
Well, speaking of Garage, that is the position where something was playing earlier before, possibly trying to lure DRX into another hit.
There's a bit of a shift from PRX towards the A side at the moment.
That's right.
This is going to be a bit of a wrong call, freeing. If he spotted out the shoulder or something, would have been a brilliant opener. This is a bit of a misread from PRX.
Yeah, not enough information outside of the A lines, and that brings them over, but gives up more space around C, and that is where DRX will explode. Pain in with the next kill, and all of a sudden, the spike goes down. Garage under DRX's control. I just can't imagine a scenario where PRX takes this round back.
Yeah, that one actually really hurts for PRX too, because you don't mind the starting ideas of that round, right? You drone through mid, you see no presence there, you see nothing on your C utility, you have a spot out through garage, you see nothing, so you start to calculate, yeah, they're over the water, they're either sewers or they're long, though we don't really have any idea to confirm that, right? Forsaken's not in a forward line, you don't have, you know, anything else really over there. Divide, well, he was just focused in droning towards mid, so even he can't do anything over towards A, who's the extra closer member. So, unfortunately for PRX in this round, they do have to look to try and save the remainder of their guns.
Yeah, still though, they are conceding that round, and as we near double digits, well, we just landed on double digits, Komodo. It is going to be a bit of an intense scenario, let's say, for PRX to be in. You know, starting to feel that pressure mount up again, and this is where you can wonder, is the pressure getting to them?
Potentially so. You're looking around what some sort of successes, you know, would come out from a comp like this that PRX are playing with, and you're not really seeing, you know, a lot of those normal combos of fault lines.
ทำเอาแบบต่อเนื่องพี่เล็กบอกแล้วกูทำเอาแบบต่อเนื่อง
going on to a double duelist that we've not really seen. Some role shifts across the whole server.
Alt still online.
Yeah, I was about to say as well. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, again, key pieces that you can, you know, take in towards a retake. One from Mind Freak away for that neural theft. So I'm thinking, well, if you're going to be forced in towards a retake, these aren't the worst items to have available.
Oh. Well, they do start out with a bit of a creep outside of B. Forsaken for sure. He does have the gate crash towards the back of A as well. Just a bit of a spray, doesn't see anything. So back into the A site where DRX, you know, off the previous round win, they think, well, we could probably do something around here as well.
Well, it would be successive, but again, if you are going to shift in towards a retake for PRX, you definitely want to have these abilities, right? So they've been holding a bunch of them just by the nature of how the start of this round was played.
You gotta imagine you have to work off of some kind of info, and that's what that drone is looking to do. Spotted out a little bit, Rolling Thunder immediately out, still holding on to the Armageddon. But here it comes, a bit of a clone sent through. Armageddon to clear out short. Forsaken starts his assault out from heaven. 3 kills down, and now with the salvos as well. Divide picks up the last one. PRX find their way back in.
เพื่อให้มันออกมา
after the
แล้วจะสั่ง
timeout,
ยิง
an
หมดเลย
immediate effect, right? So you're playing a good percentage on the back of that one. But again, Rolling Thunder not directly laid where the Armageddon is too. You're waiting for Forsaken to get that blind side out of heaven and gate crash to the side or drop on down. You know, some nice ideas from PRX in that scenario, but they don't play their hand. They don't get too overcomplicated, right? It's not like you're throwing the whole kitchen sink in towards that round. It's very cohesive. What positions of utility they need to throw in out. Even the aftershock in hell, you know, it does some work to try and dislodge flashback. So I really do like how that retake was formulated.
ไซเอแม่งไม่มีที่ยืนเชี่ยโดนทุกอย่าง
Sigh of relief, if anything. But with the fact that it's a flawless, you just gotta imagine how much more they can get. If anything, it does force DRX to kind of scramble all throughout.
4 players towards the A side of the map at the moment for PRX. One trade at the end, but that would signify a go time towards this C site. If you sniff out, there's no trap there from Mind Freak though, because there's camera, there's some trip, but they're just going to get in.
Yeah, still able to. Double duelist, of course. What I'm most curious about though is Mako on this deep lurk outside B. Does PRX find him at some point? If not, it could be trouble. Right now, though, at least Forsaken does spot Hyunmin out by C Long. 3 players, though, from DRX, all coming in. They're just looking to provide that
อุ้ย
additional
ดับเบิลแฟล
support. And there it is, even with
มั
a
นเยอะ
second
อะ
flash, it's not going to be enough.
ตัน
Something
อะ
will get
โอ้
cut
โห
down. And that's the entire
มาโกะมันรู้
C-long area being controlled by DRX. A tough defuse going through.
เวลาทันปะ
Mind Freak, though, nonetheless, still trying to stick it. But here comes that Hunter's Fury. He gets lazed. And all that's left is just Davai. Mako
Save.
marches forward back in towards C-Link. Davai now at this point just looking for a bit of a safe haven. Well, on the map of Haven, of course, but still, he's somewhat surrounded. Look at Bane.
Untenable. An absolutely untenable position from him in the beginnings of this
Oh.
retake here. I got to highlight as well, right? You mentioned Marco going for that little lurk as Davai loses the gun there. Awkward. Marco's position actually extremely paramount. When he throws out a paranoia, it dispatches the guys around C a little bit from Paper X. Starting to consider, is Marco actually going to play on the back of this rotate? Is he going to get in our backlines when we're going for this retake? There's such a premium on Forsaken and on something in that flank of their own to try and get some damage, because if that flank is successful, if Bane doesn't have the Hunter's Fury, the team of DRX are not looking towards the spike, and you can get some sort of retake happening successfully. So a couple of key moments in that round going DRX's way.
For sure, but right now, I mean, still, all eyes are on Forsaken with how he's going to work this Euro. Previously, with that Dimensional Drift, trying to get space around C-Long, didn't quite work out this time. 4-stack into Garage. Now they're dispersing. No info found. DRX are
จ้าเอ๋ ตัวเอง
very
จะไปไหน
cautious
เหรอ
with how they're looking for this
มัน
at
แน่
point.
มันเป็นย่อง
Changing
เข้า
up the approach though are Paper X, sending Mind Freak's territory over towards this A site and freeing, just playing hooky with the camera, but eventually getting the job done. You start to piece together a bit of information around where these players are on the map.
Yeah, a bit of a chase against that stealth drone as well, but here it goes. More information found. Defy, though, open positions, and that's going to be Bane punishing them right down. Coming up towards the back of Bane as well. Forsaken, the only one left. In with a Phantom, quick in towards the open lanes once more, and Flashback says, lights out.
Poor surviving as well for DRX in that scenario. Again, another gun round to come through from Paper X, where you're seeing a change, right? As I mentioned, the Cypher setup over towards A. You're trying to look for your Cypher locking down one area of this map to let the rest of your team explore. Play on utility, play on information. Feels like something at the end of that one, a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team, right? Losing their lives in towards the front of B, not setting up any combinations of utility or anything for himself to be a bit self-sufficient. So a bit awkward for Paper X, and now 3 chances. 3. For DRX to close out this map.
All right, chance uno, and they start things off a little bit safer than before. A 2-3 split with Forsaken up towards a very forward. Unfortunately for him, though, freeing has snuck past. That could be, you know, the nail in the head.
This can be so powerful for him. It's just how he plays it at the moment, and the opener is there on a Forsaken. That has to be the call for the team to immediately get over here. He's setting up all the forward utility. It's just Heaven that's going to be a little bit dirty. And now Marco again can transition into playing his own little lurk, and we've already seen how destructive that has been so far too.
Very, very much so, Komodo. This could be it. DRX, not only did they win out in timing or the duels, they're winning out in positions as well. And Paper X just have to consistently watch their back. That is nothing too comfortable. You're gonna always feel like someone's right behind you, and as they push on out, it's a 2 points. DRX has them under a
โดน comebacksบอกแล้วไง 2-1 ไม่มี 2-0 พี่ไปดูฮันเตอร์สองนะดูครับดูครับจริงผมอ่านจบไปแล้วแต่ว่าจะดูอีกดูได้เพลินๆมีคนสั่งฟัน PRX อยากกินแซนด์วิชอ่ะอืมใช่เหรอพี่เอ๋ยหายไปจริงเหรอพี่เอ๋ยแบบไปเลยอ่ะเดี๋ยวทักไปถามก่อนหายไปไหนสายไฟเบอร์แถวบ้านระเบิด ไฟระเบิดดูนอกสถานที่ไหมพี่เอ๋ยน่าสงสารใครไประเบิดสายไฟเบอร์พี่แกเขาใครเป็นคงทำ ทีมงานไปเลย
towards C. It's what allowed
เจ็ดนีออนได้ขนาดนี้เลยเหรอเจ็ดนีออนโซวาโอเมนมันเป็นคอมที่ซิ่งดีนะตอนบุกอะก็มาดูไอซ์บ็อก
say as well, it's definitely nice seeing DRX not run this Teo style in a way. You know,
Yes.
there was a lot of talk of like, you know, that was their style, right? They ran it the whole way through kickoff, the whole way through Masters, and now they're showing, hey, we don't even need that. Well, we can play well, we can win maps without doing that. So it really shows that extra wrinkle that they managed to add to their game post Masters.
To touch on that, like you're talking about Teo, Freeing not being on Teo, so what do you put him on? Well, he played Senti before like a Cypher, so that forces Flashback into a different role, and in this case, that's Duelist. You know, it went okay, I think. Definitely, you know, one half was not great, one half was amazing, so we'll see if they continue to do stuff like that in the future.
I'm just wondering how this is going to carry forward. Again, into Icebox. Flashback, yes, our MVP. We were a little, you know, curious about the Neon, like we've said. This is the very first time he's been on the Neon, but he proved it, had a lot of really great clutch rounds that helped carry them forth actually in that first half and build up that momentum. I wonder how often are we going to see this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for it more after this map. You know, the casters spoke about this during the game, but Neo needs a lot of setup. And at the start, it didn't feel like he was managing to get that. And then as the team kind of clicked, settled into the game, it felt like he was able to get set up a little more, like we spoke about in that bonus round. He was able to settle into the server and win those clutches.
I mean, it just comes down to what side that they were playing on, right? You know, you can play the game in the way that you intended and be a little bit more assertive on attack. Defense, they weren't really sure that what to do on their initial approach against what PRX was doing, and once they actually started to get their stuff together a little bit more and adapt, that's where he was able to shine, and they understood, okay, we need to play a bit more of a retake style, we need to play kind of a flood style on C, for example, and understand how the Neon actually fits into that.
I do want to
Team
talk about
Tinning.
expectations for the remainder of this map. Do you guys stand by your DRX prediction?
I mean, I do after that. I'm glad that they settled in, but map 2 is a complete unknown, right? You know, no Pacific team has played Icebox in a long time, let alone just these two teams, so we don't know what to expect. Icebox is now a place where you're able to be a little bit more creative than you used to be as well. We know PRX are a creative team, so I'm going to be shocked if I see PRX play the meta comp on Icebox. I just don't see it now.
But
I get that that's the direction that they're going, but give me something. Go back to the old school ways. Give me Waylay. Give me Harbor.
I hope so too, but even like PRX, for example, even when people were playing like KO Gecko and things like that, they were still playing Sage and still like the most common comp on Icebox, and they were a good team doing that on Icebox.
Like, I think they can run Sage, but I just don't, you know, we see them pick up this Breach Teo, and it looked, you know, it looked fine for the first half, but then it fell apart on the defense when you know, it's less about trading and it's more about setups. So Icebox is a protocol-heavy map, so I don't want to see them rely on that when that's not who they are at their core. They're W gamers, so I want to see that back.
Do you think we're going to see any surprises from DRX? I know this is a little bit, you know, we're theorizing here a little bit, but I am still really surprised about Haven. So.
The thing is, I wonder how cooked that was, though, because they are one of the teams that have come off Masters. They've had less prep time than a lot of other teams. Maybe they're just throwing something like an off-comp in there. So Icebox is a big question mark for me. In fact, I would expect DRX would be the team to either they're going to throw a curveball in terms of a half-cooked comp, which I think that Haven comp might have been, to be fair. But I think I would expect them to do something a little bit more standardized versus PRX, who've had a lot of time to prepare. I would expect them to be the team, especially being the team that did pick Icebox into this series, to throw something a little bit more crazy in there.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. You know, it's nice having a map that's a complete unknown. It's always great when we get these map pool changes. And I think when a map comes back in and there's lots of changes in Valorant, for me that's the most fun time because everybody gets to try new things.
Oh, absolutely. And I expect nothing less from both of these two teams now, where DRX is kind of predictable. Really solid, but also very predictable. And they do
เฮ้ยรอบนี้เป็นน้องจริงเทโจว่ะ
เวเลว่ะ
เฮ้ยเจสันเวเลซูเนล่า
โอ้เลยครับ
Here,
it's Waylay time.
KO 3-2-1 ป๊อปชัวร์เลยวันนี้
This is such an exciting comp from PRX.
KO
With the Teo. We have the KO that we saw
So what something
before, but Waylay is going to be
ด่านนี้ไม่มีเจ็ตจริงๆเหรอ
the first time it's been picked in Pacific, and who else to do it but Forsaken?
Yeah, no hard Senti for PRX though, so there will definitely be gaps on their defense initially to exploit. DRX need to be
เวเลตัวแรกในแปซิฟิกว่ะ
get a lot more space.
คนไทยเพลย์คนไทย
Keep an eye on what PRX are going to be able to do with this Waylay. I think they have
คนไทยเล่นตัวคนไทยอะ
progression or keep an eye on middle a lot
เจสันบอก
จริง
คนไทย
เอเอเจนต์นี่ต้องให้คนไทยเล่นอยู่
keep a lot of control on the map on defense. And for DRX, I mean, it's a very standardized comp, just with the change of initiator and keeping freeing on the Teo. So I want to see how Teo goes here on Icebox.
Well, you got your Tejo, and Jing is also now playing an initiator on Tejo. We're going to go back to our casters Komodo and Quack to take this crazy next map away.
Thank you very much, Victoria, as well as Big Time and Pilsky. I think Pilsky got some really good points, though. I mean, a Sentinel's composition is going to be a little bit tricky, especially given how PRX are starting out on the defense. But you gotta love how they're trying to work alongside the Teo and the meta picks. Waylay already kicking off a bit of an aggressive line with the Viper around 410.
Yeah, well, everybody for DRX bar one surrounding this A side as well, right? So a little bit of a slower stall up towards the side itself, and you don't generally think that Waylay is going to be a defensive agent, but then you got to remember that the Refract's going to allow Forsaken to go in for a challenge, take the hopeful dub, and then
kind of similar to how he was playing Noru before, but you got to be very careful, right? Just pressing that ability, refracting back. There is a very tiny window where you can get punished. So right now, it's just playing it safe off angles in towards the site. Not going to be able to find too much though, and a bit of a salvo being sent through as well. Jake holding on to his goes, allowing for the rest of the team to get blood back in. However, that dark smoke, that one wing is blocking so much of it off. As soon as it blooms away, it's going to be Hyunmin now finding the shot back in. Straight in with the Sheriff's though. Flashback will get gunned down, and here comes Bane back in towards a safer spot. Trades for trades, and Freeing will take the next player down. Mindfreak even gunned down from the back. All that's left is just not yet planted. 20 seconds left. What?
Yeah, Marco holding out in mid. Very nice timing as well to just recognize that there's a potential flank to come through from PRX. And at the end of all the damage that is delivered on the A site, Freeing on 2 HP, and Marco still on 100 is what is left for DRX to pretty much continue the flawless run from our first map. But Divide here, 10 seconds off the point, but spotted out.
Yeah, and you gotta imagine Freeing's just playing from a very safe spot. He's holding on to those salvos for sure. So the first obstacle, you gotta break through the Mako. He's still playing around the boxes so much though. A bit of a tag. It's not gonna be enough. Divine needs to push up front. He's gonna be exposing himself to more angles. Mako's got this under lock and key.
Pissed around over towards DRX, but you got to consider it was very winnable for PRX when they're actually taking their time, dumping a lot of this utility in towards the A site to try and make things a little bit hot and heavy for DRX. So look at all of this utility around the site, and when the dark cover fades, that's when you have to just see these duels be won out by DRX, and that's exactly what happens. Some trades there for sure, yes, but ultimately in the round, it's Marco's kill on towards Mindfreak that I would say was a pivotal moment. If he loses that duel, I mean, you play to the numbers, right? The 1 versus 2 should go the way of PRX there.
Yeah.
มาโกยิ้มแล้วพี่เลย
I
ยิ้ม
mean,
ยัง
a lot of it is still going down to the double controller. But wow, okay, starting things off. Salvo's already towards the back of belt. DRX just hanging back a little bit as well. You know, they've got all these players here. They've got the guns. And at the same time, what was Pilsky talking about? Hard Sentinel. Mako gets the slip all the way towards the back. He does spot out Mindfreak. Trigger discipline though, and he's just holding on to it. Mindfreak now gunned down. Headshots through, and the rest of the team will launch their assault in.
He's got another one. He's looking for 3. Oh, that's crazy. What a flank to come out from Marco. A flawless round to come through from DRX, but you just got to remember it is against the weakest of PRX, right? You can't take away too much from that round. A nice idea for them to stack, for sure. Yeah, a nice idea. But I will say one thing, actually. What does that expose? It exposes the true position. It exposes that because you don't have a Sentinel, you have to be way more proactive around the map as PRX. And this agent composition that they've got is technically able to do that. If you've got nice timing on your darts, your 0 point, your recon, you can do something like that.
And that's where I get a little bit concerned as well, Komodo, because PRX, as it is, are already facing so much pressure from the fans, from their team, from each other even at times. And it just can't feel good. You know, you're constantly thinking now, and now you might be worrying about Tube so much so that you're playing way too defensive. Look at what they're doing right now. Hanging back, trying to check for mid. DRX, meanwhile, just continues to hold, slow creeps up back towards A.
Yeah, and if you're DRX at the moment, how do you want to try and get in towards this site too? right? What sniffing abilities do you technically have? You've still got the drone to come out from freeing, but more importantly, right, do you want to try and just recollect together when you hear some utility going from PRX? Because this gives you the idea that they don't 100% know where you are either, right? They're trying to figure out the information at this point in the round at the same time.
Precisely, and that's just what happened. Drone out from drone, one into mid, one from A in from DRX, and with that, they time it perfectly into B as well. So a bit of a toxic screen, a bit of a jiggle from Mindfreak as well, but I don't know if he spotted out enough.
Yeah, there's two positions on the map that are of key importance. What damage can find PRX here? Importantly, what information do PRX find over at the B site? And unfortunately, they started to shift, which meant vulnerability for something. And now look how far forward freeing is.
That is
20 seconds though. 20 seconds.
Incredible. But yeah, I think they're still good, Komodo. 20 seconds, yes, that might be the case, but Freeing's got all of this locked down. Still low, okay, looking away, 90 degrees, just around screens. It's a little bit scary. The salvos does buy some time, but DRX still looking for a safe spot to plant. Bane gets it just in the nick of time. PRX might have the sights surrounded, but at the same time, Mako still not detected. Davai will look to launch the assault straight in. Takes that one pick off against Flashback. And at the same time, Forsaken's still alive. No utility though, so he's just gonna have to gun his way through. Takes down Freeing, and all that's left, Bane and Mako all the way towards the back. They have the spike under their sights. Looking to play around that though, but the reload not in his favor. Forsaken will swing, but Mako swings as well. That's a shot, a trade for trade. And down it's Mindfreak around the toxic screen. Mako spots him anyway.
Getting the plant down at the right spot at the end where all that utility looks to stall you. The reason I highlight 20 seconds, Quack, as well, because you've got to wait and respect out salvos. A lot of times when teams have those available, right, you have to recognize as well. Have we seen them? Are they down to 40 seconds as well? They throw them out, they stabilize at the end there. I want to highlight too, a good 0 point actually in the middle of this retake meant that DRX had to fight a couple of those duels dry. And it starts to look a little bit awkward, right? PRX are hitting the shots in towards that one, but at the end, I think you just kind of forget about all that early stages in the round because, well, Mako just gets the clutch.
Yeah, it's just another delicious Red Bull clutch from Mako, as he's known to do. That said, though, I want to see PRX play a little bit more comfortably, right? You know, playing defensive just isn't quite working out for them. But right now, in a bit of a 3-2 split, they peek into B and they don't see anything.
Yeah. That's important as well, right? Recognize that PRX are trying to do something with the lesser weaponry. I love to see these sort of ideas on towards the gun rounds as well. If you can fashion a good duel, a good overwhelming force, it can always go a treat. But the fact that they don't see anything at B, they're going to have some numbers here for the retake when the spike does go down.
And with that, numbers for numbers, yeah, Komodo, I'm still quite worried. You know, given the weaponry, it's going to be tough for PRX. Bit of a refract for Forsaken. I don't know how much information that's really going to give to the team. Toxic screen up. Maybe they look to stick the defuse somewhere here or there.
There's only so many positions that you can look to spam this defuse down attempt though, right?
Yeah, it's going to be tough for sure. One point or another, they're going to have to push out. And as they do, it's going to be a bit of a choke point. Two angles being locked down, freeing alongside Flashback. Hyunmin now chiming in as well. Only one frag found for PRX. DRX, on the other hand, a 4-0 scoreline.
Yeah, off to a similar start from what PRX were able to do over on Haven, right? So it feels like attacking side, your opponent's map pick, good start, but does it falter over at the end? I mean, we'll have to see that in a couple of moments' time in the future. But right now, I mean, DRX are looking to carry momentum. They're looking to be very cohesive. You know, the comms you're expecting to be good because everybody is recognizing on DRX at the moment what utility needs to go where. Even in the positions where the time is starting to become a factor, they're also, you know, kind of looking pretty good. So try to cut the head off this one nice and early. PRX have a timeout, and we already saw in the first series, right, conversion rates on the back of timeouts.
And that's the whole thing. You know, PRX, they have been known to do this before off of timeouts, but it's been a bit of
เริ่มมีอารมณ์
พี่ไม่ได้ใส่อารมณ์เลยสักเล็กน้อยถ้าต้องฟังอยู่กูไม่มีอารมณ์เลยกูพูดด้วยเหตุผล
stages than this. Positions that known to play before. I just imagine, even with new players, they're very comfortable working with Hermes' system.
Yeah. Well, I'll flip it on the other side for a moment, right? For PRX, they weren't a bad Icebox team back in the day when it was in the pool, right? You think of Forsaken getting out on the Sova, more importantly, Jing on the Sova, having Divide on the Killjoy, right? These were Sentinels that were able to play around the map, were able to lock things down very convincingly. That was a key strength of PRX back then. And here, you change it up completely on its head, and we're just seeing very big disconnection at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a mental thing for them, but we'll see if they can frag themselves back in the game, if anything. Right now, they have the guns, of course, but still, smoke's up and online, and right now, it's going to be the B site under attack. DRX have already firmly into the ground. Bane in with a single headshot. Hillman looks to take down the player out from upper, but also something just getting into safety.
Quick in towards this B site and a protective pit as well. I mean, how do you get into this retake with PRX?
It's going to be tough for sure. Maybe if Forsaken can do something, but he's on it. On top of all things, the ult as well, and it continues to work against PRX's dismay. At the same time, Flashback coming up from behind. Bane repositioning around as well. The pit might fall, and PRX might be able to push up, but you are absolutely right, Komodo. They are running out of time. Bit of Tahoe utility. Armageddon rings through. They're off of the spike. They might have yellow under control, but do they find the frags? That is the key here. Something tries as he does. He manages to take away 2, but needs a little bit more. Flashback suddenly now up from behind reveals the surprise that PRX does not have any control whatsoever.
Yeah, pretty quick explosion in towards the B site from them, and I'm thinking to myself, if they're able to get in here, get a pick or not, but if you get the pick, the Viper's pit down, it's going to be so difficult for them to get back in towards a retake. I'm looking at PRX. You mentioned that there's an operator in there, right, for Forsaken. And it's a difficult weapon to get in towards it, specifically on this waylay where you're trying to see players that are adopting it, getting in quick, getting the information, maybe a kill, and then refracting back out, right? Already using that ability earlier on, no longer available. Yes, you can try and use your ultimate to get your team into but you just look at that B side, how disconnected DRX are from the actual position. It's switching towards the next round. We've got an immediate A assault being shut down. These pistols of PRX not able to find too much.
Pistols after all. But you gotta imagine at least Jing will be able to get up on pipes, but at the same time, back into B, we got a little bit of loop. Yeah, that's right. Mind Freak spotted out by the alarm bot. Oh, it turns around. Hello, Flashback's there. And with that, an open B side as well for DRX.
Yeah, maybe you can take that gun away that Bane did drop. I mean, Devi's already got that in possession too, right? So we'll see what damage is going to be able to be delivered in this scenario. You're playing towards ultis here as well. You're saying who's going for the plant, freeing, get closer towards an Armageddon. You're never going to mind that with how successive that ultimate can be.
Yeah, all of these just point towards even more rounds for DRX. Yeah, closer ultimates, but at the same time, looking at this, the positioning that they are working with so far, you have to imagine at some point just the fact that you don't have these traps around the map. You know, DRX gets to walk around so much. Mako just into this spot. Okay, gunned down by Divide. But now it's on to Flashback, up by mid. Jing at least marks down the position. So a couple kills. That is still a bit of damage being delivered by PRX.
Yeah, there's a lot of credits, however, for DRX. So they're not going to be too phased on the back of this one. I mean, you'll just take away a death orb, right? So you get a little bit closer towards the ultimates to have a massive round later on, which is kind of the position that we're starting to kind of need from PRX, though, right? We need a massive round to come out from them because they're going for a little bit of this space control, right? We see it over at B earlier on where there's no DRX members home. We see it in this pistol round where they attempt the same sort of thing, but over at this A site, there's DRX members, but they get shut down, right? So we're kind of seeing, all right, cut PRX a little bit of slack if they go for something like a stack, right? I wouldn't mind seeing them go for a bit of a stack, go for a full retake if DRX do not go towards their site. But also in a stack scenario, don't get too aggressive. You got a lot of this utility that you can stall DRX out, and if you make them reset, you buy yourself a lot of time.
That's exactly what PRX has to do. Here it comes, quick dash in, ooh, but instantly gunned down. The entire Korean squad will deny Forsaken any early space. Spike dropped into safe position. Small, the Armageddon sent through. Mind Freak being able to hold down the entire B-box. That's good. And at the same time now, continuing to push out front. Divide off the null command, unfortunately gunned down. Still kind of ringing through, pulsing away with his ultimate, but his teammate now coming back in for support.
Sniffing things out with the drone as well. Feels like you're not going to be able to get Divide back on up. The trade starts to come out. It's all Mind Freak.
as his head gets revealed as well.
Big
Flashback, trying to work around it. Still looking to play the objective. The spike will go down. Mindfreak just tries to delay a little bit further with the snake bite. Might be able to cut himself through. He hears the tap at the very least, but not quite finding a position. Still has to watch out for Flashback. There it is, at least the first kill. Nanoswarms instantly popped, and Flashback looks to play around the wall. But Mindfreak, steady as ever, an entire ace in the round being picked up by the Indonesian player.
Individual moments.
โอ้นี่ต้องเก็บเอทได้เลยถึงชนะ
For PRX, that is an important one in this series right now to get back in towards this map, hopefully. To start with a foot in front of the other on this map. Mindfreak to do it all. And you got to remember as well, right? I'm saying at the beginning of this round, if you're going for a stack, not to get too aggressive, because we haven't really seen too much success for setting up Forsaken on the back of these waylay positions, right? He gets on in, but there's too many DRX members that look at that position because there's a quick time, right? To get that gun out. But I think more importantly, Mindfreak planted his feet around that B side. He knew where they were coming from. He knew Marco was going to be lurking up towards Kitchen or somewhere in that round, and he found what he needed to.
And that's what you gotta love. Now, although Forsaken with the waylay instantly dashes onto the top of Tube, doesn't see anything though. And that's where his refract gets called out. Mindfreak comes back in just to help out his fallen teammate. At the same time though, DRX still working all the ways around the map. Flashback takes down the next player, something.
Yeah, but you immediately just turn tail and run over towards the A side because you got the kill here from the back of Flash, from the shadows to quickly get a plan. This buys so much time in the rotation actually from PRX right now. Device low, Mindfreak has a pit, but you got to get into the site to even try and use that. I wouldn't
แล้วมันเป็นทัมมิ่งที่แบดมากเลยโดนไปเช็คก็ยังไม่เห็น
DRX having all that time, they've already set themselves up into further positions. So you are absolutely right. It's just a little bit too risky, especially at this point in the first half.
I do like, again, the idea that PRX have these plans of action for what Waylay is to provide, right? When you're trying to light speed over towards the tube, you're trying to find some timing in combination with a flash, right? So you'll be seeing Divide try and set up a flash drive with right timing to get that peek over to find anybody who's lurking into mid, which where Marco has been playing so much this map so far, right? But he just kind of holds W, shifting up, gets in front of that utility. You see generally really timing needed though with the flash drive or with players around the world playing
That's the thing, that's the thing, Komodo, because, you know, although these combos can work out, they haven't really gotten the right reads to figure out where DRX are.
Or timing, right? So those flashes, they have to be timed to perfection, because if that flash drive that'll come out is not timed right, you're either not getting any flash value against your opponents, or you're flashing Forsaken at that moment, and he needs a little bit of time by that flash for his equipment, right? He needs to get that gun up. So a nice idea, execution not really there.
ให้รอนเก็บเอทอีก4 ตา
Workshopped a little bit further, but at the same time, I mean, right now, just playing for that information game, DRX have been slipping under their noses every single round. You know, whether it's back onto the other end of the sites. This time, though, Forsaken will be able to sneak up onto Nest and get one for free.
Yeah, freeing down. That's a lot of your scaling utility to sniff out what's around the site down as well. Now you'll just play by the numbers. Doubling up in towards the elbow. When you got a little bit of lesser equipped players, you know, something only down onto the Sheriff, you need to see a little bit of corners be cut, but you're not really seeing too much from PRX. An opening kill, and then everyone's just covering a base.
Setup. Just trying to mark for it as well. Off angles all being held. Swaps up over onto the top of that. Go down. The next player as well. Forsaken just throwing off crosshair replacements with a refract. And Bane trying to stay alive. Spots up Forsaken, but the salvos continue to bomb away in his position. Forsaken in with a quad.
Really quick utility to come out from him as well. I love that saturate comes out, just provides him enough time to reposition his aim to go for these multi-frags too. They didn't overcook things in that round as PRX. Pretty followable. Sending in Forsaken to find the opening kill, resetting yourselves as a team. If DRX, you know, rotate over towards the B side, you've still got players there because you haven't bit the bullet and rotated early enough as well. Really good resilience to come through for PRX here.
That's exactly what they've needed so far. Scoreline might be a little bit similar to the previous map right now, and so I would be looking very much forward to a PRX comeback. Keep it simple, Smarty Pants, and that's what they're looking to do. Still, though, a 2-2-1 split in with a Viper's Pit around the A site.
Oh, but look at this, quick. Wow. Up through mid, lane on towards something. That's immediately going to send the guys back over towards the B side as well, because pit, generally at this A site, if you can try and get over it, and you're not detected, you can crunch on towards Mindfreak in a potential split. So the onus really is on PRX here to get some information in the next couple of moments to try and bring a little bit more stability back in towards this round.
They haven't quite been able to do so, though. Instead, in fact, it is DRX getting the information in with the stealth thrown out. Still, though, wow, look at this setup. A bit outside the window, it turns out to be a high-low lockdown in place as well now.
Yeah, and that lockdown is going to flush Mindfreak out of his pit, so that's an ultimate for an ultimate exchange and affords you a little bit of time to get a plant. Marco finds the timing on the flank as well, and Hunman found Mindfreak too.
Yeah, and off those positions now, PRX find themselves in a tougher spot. Forsaken just having to hold outside. Needs to look for Mako before he even gets close to screens. Sends in the stun though, and that's the headshot through. On to the other end. It's just Jing trying to work alongside his brother, basically. In with the ult, but it doesn't quite find anyone. Might just give him a bit of space, but is it going to be enough? A frag through, Jing goes for the tap, Forsaken onto the other side, but no! Free spots him out instead! A double kill to close out the round, and DRX find yet another one on the board.
If DRX members were playing on the side itself, that convergent pass would have been great, right? Remove their ability to essentially shoot back and reposition around that A site, and then maybe you get a really good retake happening on in. But the fact that DRX just get themselves out of the site, start to play a little bit more post-planty-like, right? They kind of recognize that that ultimate is available, and generally you would either see one of two positions where that might go. Cutting off the side of elbow in towards jail, or towards the side itself. And unfortunately for PRX, it was the latter. And didn't really catch anyone. Into a new gun round, however, and it's again an immediate control of wanting to attempt pipes.
Yeah, we do have 0 point from Devi already clearing out B main though, so trade back in towards A. Everyone's kind of flooding back through. Guns in hand for Forsaken for the info. No shot found exactly, but still, at least he confirms that where DRX is heading towards. Back into it. That's a bit of a snake bite, but Jing holds true. Pino, what is this? All the way to the Raptors, and he finds a couple. Now down to it, Something and Mindfreak trying to reclaim space, but timing's already been lost and afforded to DRX. Viper's Pit up and online.
Timing now. It's timing for Something. How far forward can he get to try and offset this deficit?
Yeah, trying at the very least, but working up around pipes is just too much to clear. Mako slips out of the Viper's Pit and takes down his counterpart. Mindfreak goes down. And there it is, last round of the first half, Komodo.
Good assists from Devi in there. Flash drives to Pamini's team to get a couple of kills, but you overlook the fact that Bane can TP across and jump over, right? He gets behind him. Some trades to come out from him as well, and just look at it. I mean, a double kill to come out really sets up the team for a strong post-break when you consider that the pit is available as well. DRX a really good grasp at the moment, I feel like, with some shakeups, sure, on how to deal with this Forsaken aggression. And when he sees too many numbers, he does just dispatch out of that one too. So last round of the half right now. Kind of similar story.
And I think that's one of those weaknesses that we start to see as well alongside this refract, right? It takes time for you to travel all the way back to a further back to the position. And with that, DRX then gets the flood in. So at the same time now, even with the toxic screen, even with the setups, is it going to be enough? DRX gets to plant the spike down on site.
And both teams have the Armageddon at the moment too, so it really comes down to the value that you're going to be able to find behind this.
And off of that now, not just a plant, some ultimates online as well. Jing might have the Armageddon, but Fring has his as well, so they go in towards the back, looking for Fring instead. He just is right. They managed to take him down. Bane now trying to hold back. The Armageddon gets sent through. Not quite finding Bane though, but he does kind of reposition even further in. The clock continues to tick. Oh, PRX makes quick work. And he gets another tap. 2 kills already, and now Hyunmin in for another. Something alongside Jing, and they spotted every single thing out. PRX bent, but not quite broken. They will get the final round in this first half.
He's on 5 HP, and he still finds 2 kills. That is very quick trigger shots to come out from him there. Something that we would generally associate with him, right? But not on a waylay so far. Not too much value, I gotta say, that you're getting out of it. You're not convincing value that you would say why waylay is an argument to play instead of a Jet, for example, or a Raze, for example. A couple of the other apps in the pool. Maybe some value here and there. It's learning. It's a new agent. You gotta find strengths, you gotta find weaknesses.
ครับผม
ด่านบุกครับชัวร์แล้วดูคอมเป็นเล็กดิเฮียโคตรบุกอะ
DRX and a difference that they have an actual sentinel, right? So I'm going to be keen to see what Flashback is going to do, what positions he's going to be playing around the map. I mean, more importantly, covering off mid, covering off B in general.
That's exactly what they've got with their toolkit. So right now, just a default toxic screen, one out from PRX as well. Continue to tap away, but not finding anything too much around mid.
Toxic screen up can permit a safe passage across as well and just obfuscate what Hyunmin can see. So if you're talking about some protocols, these are the things that, you know, are kind of bread and butter when it comes to Icebox.
Wow. Drone up as well. Hyunmin tucks himself into the corner. Whoa! Wait, Forsaken knew where he was, but he was still able to get the headshot nonetheless. In with the timing on the recoil. Still, PRX will continue to push on through with a bit of a contact play. Something Jing just flooding back sight. They managed to get it done. The spike gets planted. Mako.
เป็นเวลาเดินยัดด้วยกันแบบนี้มันดูโหดใช่ไหม
The right time, but needs to spot everyone out. Toxic screen comes up though, and that's where now PRX gets to hang back. Mako has got quite a bit of work cut out for him.
Absolutely. I mean, you take some
Big
decay
Ben
on
จัด
that as well, so you really want to try and not do that if you're in a 1 versus 3. Now position being spotted, I mean, this is going to be extremely difficult for Marco.
Okay. Well, he has been known to pull off insane clutches, but I don't think it's going to happen quite in this round. PRX, they have him completely surrounded, especially with something making the long trip all the way up mid towards his back. So PRX trying to find themselves back in the game, and so far starting out pretty well.
Yeah, big strength in numbers as well when they start to find kills around the side after Hyunmin was able to get the open up. So all of them barraging through the smokes, so the walls together and setting yourself up for a pretty nice post lane, right? You always gotta kind of follow in the narrative that if you're at a deficit in a map of Valorant, you need to find the pistol, especially if you're something like an 8-4, a 9-3, or albeit like a 10-2 and further on. So the 9-3 here, the fact that PRX are actually able to find the pistol round, and hopefully this second round for them will start to get them a little bit more confident in towards this.
Confidence, a very much needed resource for Forsaken right now. A little bit of confidence as well. Does spot out his opponent just right up around 410. That's going to be the site for PRX. Quick plants in through.
ดูดีกว่าเวเลดัน
Pistols, just looking for whatever they can
แต่
get.
ส่ง3ให้เวเลเข้าไปแต่ถ้าโดนเฮดช็อตกลับไม่ได้ก็
Wouldn't
งาน
mind
งอกเลย
something
เนี่ย
getting activated in these duels as well to get closer to a Hunter's Fury. He's 2 off.
Does have the Vandal. Still though, he's playing into a very
เปลี่ยน
defensive
จาก KO
position.
เป็น
It's gonna
ตัว
be
ที่ไป
Jing
พร้อมกับเวเลนี่น่าจะมันอยู่
Instead, Forsaken
KO
with
มาส่ง
a bit of a, well,
มันมีทั้ง
towards Raptors.
โซว่าแล้วก็มี
Spots
ทั้ง
up one.
เทโจด้วยดิ
Continues to push forward off of a bit of utility, and that's going to be Flashback taking him down now. Davai alongside Jing. Okay, spotted out by Mako.
พอแล้ว
Don't want to lose too much here, guys. It's going to be Mind Freak now off towards the back of mid, spotting out yet another player. No real exits quite yet simply found for DRX, and just Flashback now stuck
ได้
inside
2 กระบอก
of mid.
สำคัญ
Yeah, we did lose another player in that process, Komodo.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, imagine a
พี่กิน
world
ข้าว
in
ยัง
which
กินแล้วครับ
everybody
กิน
disconnected
ก๋วย
from
เตี๋ยว
the
ต้ม
site and
ยำ
you're somehow able to pilfer a defuse out there. No, something's kind of looking after that one from the back of the rafters. One away
เฮ้ย
from the
เกาหลี
Hunter's
ที่เป็น
Fury.
แวนดอ
The
ล
way
หม
that
ดเลย
they've
ว่ะ
just kind of
ไม่มีคน
dealt
เล่นแฟนทอม
respect
เลย
towards this A
ใหญ่
side as well and commanded the respect, rather. I wouldn't be surprised if he's either getting a pick or an orb or plane or something, and then they can play a Hunter's Fury in a post lane in this bonus round. And that's what this is, right? It's a bonus round. We actually got some pretty good damage as DRX in the previous round. So setting up for this round now, you're looking towards all the Vandals. An Outlaw was seen though. So for Mind Freak, you got to consider that's in play. We've got to go for full shields. Are we playing off and losing any bits of utility because of that?
Not too much for now.
ดูไลน์อัพ
Playing on defense, of course, and now in with the
เฮ้ย
ascended position, the Hyunmin will be able to pick 2 off. like
แต่เขาจะไม่เคยยิงมันโดนเลยเหรอ
through the skies now.
คือกะใบไม่ให้เจ็ตหนีแต่แบบเขายิงมิดใบ
Some sort of
มัน
safety,
รู้
but I don't know if it's going to be found, Komodo. I mean, take a look at the minimap. Freeing is all the way up towards down mid.
And you've got no quick availability to get across in towards yellow either here, right? So you kind of need to combine a dart and a good shot. You need an overextension here, essentially, from DRX to kind of give you ways back into a round for PRX.
You said it during the halftime break. Fundamentals is what DRX does so well, and they're doing that all across the map. Mako holding down around yellow. It allows Hyunmin to push into a further position as well, and at this point, something just has to peek, go for anything. Finds a double, which is pretty good for now. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Is this where it gets scary?
Maybe. He is continuing to play it safe, though. Gave a bit of a jump peek. The paranoia sent through, and not suspecting something will get caught out by Mako.
Well navigated round from DRX. I'm a little bit surprised that there's no Al drone immediately from Forsaken or no Teo utility as well to come out from B main, because that's one of the general things that you start to see in Icebox, right? If you're not blocking out the vision of somebody on top below, either through drone, through smoke, through flashes, they're just going to have free reign to get the kills, and that's exactly what Hyunmin was able to do. So we might see that change up a little bit quickly for PRX if they want to contend with this B site in the next couple of rounds as well. But, at least good to see for DRX's side that a round that should generally go their way, a bonus round does.
Yeah, they just continue to get to orchestrate their movements across the map this way, but with that Hunter Spear from the previous round, here it comes, something to force DRX to scramble on the A site. Meanwhile, Forsaken straight in with a light speed. Stinger hands. 2 headshots. It might bring another.
เล่นติงเกอร์มันดีกว่า
That weapon to a
Turn that
team.
over,
Sticking
Tyler.
straight in. A lot on the back of that Hunter Fury tagging him up as well, right? Recognizing that you can quickly go into that one and materialize an A site control. That's really good from PRX.
Yeah, I would say that those headshots are as crisp as a Coke with max ice on a summer day. What else is crisp, Komodo?
His headshots.
พี่โกเขากำลังลั่น
Mako's headshots as well. It's definitely something to work against. DRX, those fundamentals stay true.
Yeah, that's a quick one as well to come out from PRX, right? So when you think about previous rounds being a little bit slower, you catch DRX off guard, don't have enough time to get any other members over towards the site. You kind of need the members that are there trying to bunker down A to do something. And I mean, addition of Waylay, right? Teams are trying to also figure out if they're going to play against him. How does this saturate actually play? If you get spotted out, right, and Forsaken throwing that saturate over towards you, you're not going to be able to do too much if you don't already have an established crossfire. So just a little bit of utility difference in that mark, working a treat towards PRX and to set themselves up for this next round as well. I mean, starting to see, attacking sided rounds, them figuring out momentum, them figuring out what layering of utility that they may need to do in a round that they can't rely on an ultimate in the beginning to open something.
วันจันทร์ไม่มีใช่เหรอวันนี้วันอะไรใช่เหรอพรุ่งนี้มีมีไหมมีGNG วันนี้เล่นอกมาว่ะรู้สึกแบบแน่นอกไปหมด
ก็เลยคันหัวนมไปทีนึงเมื่อกี้
ไม่ได้เกี่ยวกับเกมเลย
ต้องยกออก
New rounds, right? I'm talking about
ลองชิมเจอ RQ อีกแล้วโอ้ทาไป
in the last round from something. It can be a very different look when you've got a Waylay here and you're convergent pathing in. That can cut off pretty much half of this A site.
That is factual. We shall see how that might work out in the upcoming round. Salvos both sides instantly traded off. Does buy a little bit of time for DRX to get into closer positions. Bane from the shadows onto the top of pipes.
Starting to get a little bit of your scaling utility in towards the site, and you are just going to Waylay ult right on in. As I said, cuts off half of the site.
Behind you. Well, that's Forsaken, but Bane, okay,
ให้เพื่อนยิงตรงหลัง
to his teammates. Forsaken continuing to get further space, trusting his teammates to watch his back. Bane does go down. Divine now continuing with the push in towards back. 2 kills to his belt, and that's now Hyunmin trying to work alongside screens. A good kill to start things off, though.
2 players
Ah,
really
lahครับ
low, something
มัจจุราช
to buy. Those are the ones on the site at the moment with Mind Freak to get a bit of a flank.
That's exactly what he's looking for. Finds the timing on the peak as well. Just gets off it, and unsuspecting Hyunmin, and that's going to be another round for PRX.
And a non-conversion as well for DRX on the back of the timeout in the previous round here too. So PRX, again, it is a round that they are able to convert, opening it up with an ultimate. I really like the idea from them as well. Convergent pass on in. Anyone that is going to be stuck in that, well, they're essentially going to be dead to rights. And then you start to shift focus on towards the right side of the site. And you've got strength in numbers there. You've got everybody with guns up. No one picking out utility where they don't need to. There's a strong game plan for how to attack that round as PRX because they were afforded time to talk about how they wanted to do it.
That's exactly what those Coach Alex timeouts will do. Off of successful A rounds, now we're back in towards B. And with DRX playing in towards defensive positions, Forsaken gets to go all the way up front. Ooh, tagged down to 1 HP by Mako, though. Still, the spike at least goes down. Hyunmin in with the blades, looking for something, but nothing found.
Got to get in there. Got to get set up somehow to try and work these blades as well.
Oh, and look at this. All that happens at the same time. Mind Freak once again back into mid to try to set up something towards the back. Still, though, bit of a shock dart through, and in with low HP. It's going to be a couple of kills coming back in, back and forth, all around yellow. Frame tries to work around the position, but it's not going to be enough as PRX has the entire thing completely surrounded.
Yeah, just an eco to come through from DRX, not able to play too much on the back of Hyunmin's blades either, not really able to set him up. When you're playing a kind of flashless comp, right? Disregard the paranoia that's a bit of an uncommon position in a map like Icebox. You don't see Omen too much. There's not a lot of availability to you know, flash drive over or something like that towards yellow to set him up to go for a peek and really just reblade everybody over at B long. So you kind of need to set him up a different way, and in this position it's kind of a little bit drier when you're just sending in the stealth drone to spot what you can, remove abilities. PRX have a good grasp on what they need to do to defend the site there. And now importantly, we're getting into a new fresh gun round. No salvos in the beginning of this round. Bane is pushing up on towards the belt, so there's going to be a very fast flank available actually towards this B side here.
Yeah, very quickly. Still though, PRX controlling down mid does work out for them so far. Forsaken continuing onward.
โคตรแสบเลยแม่งเวเลยเดินมาแล้วให้มันฟิกทะลุสโมกมันแทง
All the way down mid, down A, he's able to take away at least 2. The Armageddon now gets sent through.
Yeah, stalling for time at the moment to afford a bit of rotations and re-clearing in towards mid if there was anybody else there. Now you got a player advantage as DRX as well.
Okay, a bit of a stun, but
สวงจริง
Jing at least disperses the positioning, and on with that, bit of an Armageddon set through as well. Forsaken now off of the initial ult, will be able to find another player playing all around the bottom though. It's gonna be Mako working alongside Hyunmin, but still, something alongside Jing will do what is needed.
Really nice ultimate
Timing โคตรดีเลยเมื่อกี้
actually to dislodge Freeing, who was in his own salvo.
Timing something โคตรดี เดินหลบเหลืองมาโผล่มายิงข้างบนแต่แบบเขาหันหลังพอดีเลย
If you're in a player deficit in that sort of scenario, you need to see somebody either rely on some positioning or a good decisive call. And in this moment, it's a bit of utility combinations to come on out. When you see those salvos come from that position as well, you got a little bit of a disconnected play at the tail end for the remainder of the for PRX. Starting to really build some stability in towards this attacking side within one, and we've only seen one defense round, the bonus round so far, come through for DRX.
Yeah, PRX are feeling themselves. It's definitely a really tough opponent to work against, and that's one thing that we've got to consider as well, is the fact that some of these DRX players haven't quite played against PRX like this before, perhaps in scrims, but not quite on the official stage. Still though, Hyunmin aggressively into towards the He is stuck, flashed up as well, and it does buy a bit of attention away. PRX looking to reclaim space. And then the poison cloud comes up.
Yeah, and everybody was kind of in mid for DRX at that moment too, so where do you scurry towards? Where do you think that PRX are actually going to lean? An ult orb to be gathered over at the B side and setting yourselves up for a bit of a hit here. Null command on in, remove any abilities of DRX and try to set up for a flank. Absolutely great at the moment from Jing.
And And that is exactly what PRX needs. Now a little bit more control. Still though, those pistols! Flashback! A couple of headshots through. Not quite, and it's going to be PRX
สวยสวย นี่เท่าแล้วเว้ย
Something is
ก
the
อมาแล้ว
last
วะ
man standing, but PRX tying up the score 10-10.
That
Oh,
gets quite close, doesn't it? There, all of the trades starting to come in. A couple of loose shots out of those sheriffs.
เป็นเล็กไม่บุกยังไม่นับ
A treat for DRX there, but yep. At the end,
เดี๋ยวจะโดด
PRX,
เข้า
as
ด้ว
you
ย
mentioned, will tie things up 10 apiece, and they are definitely in this map on Icebox right now. They have brought the momentum in their favor, and they're transitioning into a round where you kind of feel like the DRX
ทะลุโดน
have
หัว
to
พี่
command something themselves with their rifles, with their ultimates. They have to try and find some early space, some early reads, and that's what they're going to try and do over to the A site nice and early.
Salvos definitely going to aid them in that cause, but at the same time, PRX not allowing for them to set up. It's the Hunter's Fury. Still though, Forsaken was already gunned down by Hyunmin, and that allows for DRX to breathe.
Yeah, Freeing doesn't want to overplay this one either. Go for a repeat, can potentially lose his head. You've got that number open up with Forsaken losing his life. And this is where the round would start to settle a little bit. Maybe let DRX think that you're going to go for a little bit of a rotation, but Hyunmin hasn't spotted Devi leave the belt at the moment. So you do start to consider with footsteps, with the abilities, that they are hanging around this A site for the moment.
เนี่ยกูว่าคอม
Very
นี้
much
แม่ง
so,
คือแบบ
especially with that 0 point, but all of a sudden now PRX continues with the
ว่า KO
aggression.
มันเอาออกไม่ได้หรอ ตัวคีย์เลย
Push up through. The Viper Spit gets deployed.
ทั้งหาตำแหน่งทั้งเฟดโอ้โห
Flashback
แบบ
tries. It's not going to be quite enough.
โคตรยูทฟูลอะ KO ของดาไวดัน
Mako just looking for the sprays.
ต้องเปลี่ยนไม่
It's
โซว่าก็
3 targets ahead
ต้อง
of
เปลี่ยน
him.
โซว่าป่ะหรือเปลี่ยนตัวอะไรดีวะ
ว่าเวเลตัวเดียวคือจบเลย เพราะว่ามัน
จบเลยเหรอ
Yeah, it's
เอ
great
อคือ
patience for PRX when they
มัน
do
พุ่ง
lose
เข้าไป
Forsaken
หาข่าว
and recognize how
แล้วถ้าสมม
they
ติ
need
เว
to
เล
get
ตาย
back
อะ
towards this site, right? Let
มันเพื่อนมันดัน
DRX
จังหวะที่เวเล
essentially
เข้า
do a
เพื่อนมัน
little
ดัน
bit
มา
of
โห
utility
แล้ว
on their own, or wait for your own signatures to come back online, and that's the latter is what PRX do. They let their 0 point come back on, they let their salvos as well, which Jing does still hold right now, and you go in together as a unit, looking for the crossfires. Very standard. Overwhelmed DRX who get a little bit antsy when
อ๋อนี่
Flashback is
มันก็จริง
losing
แต่
his
เหี้ยมันก็จะแบบ
teammates. He wants
อัน
to
นี้
try
คือ
and
พูด
go
ถึงเกม
something
บุก
and a loose spray through the pit.
แต่เกม
Vandals
รับ
are
นี่ก็
traced.
จะ
เออเกมรับก็ตามสภาพแล้วเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยโดนเลิกแบบทั้งหมด แล้วด่านนี้แม่งเป็นด่านแบบเลิกด้วยนะ
Only 1 round. We shall see if that continues to build up to even more.
ทำเอาหรือเปล่าพี่น้อง
DRX have been looking for, you know, a couple
ว่า
of
เกมรับ
solutions. They
เก
are
มเล็ก
still
น่า
sitting on a
จะพยายาม
timeout, so that
เล่น
hasn't
รีเทค
quite
ไว้
been used
แต่โดน
yet,
ตัดเยอะ
but
เลย
as you mentioned from before, you know, trying to get ahead of
ว่าไฟ
PRX.
พาวเวอร์เป็นเล็กคือ
PRX
แม่ง
still
ชนะ
managed
เพราะ
to get ahead of it.
ไฟพาวเวอร์
Thanks
ส่วน
to,
ใหญ่
I'd imagine, just Forsaken.
กูสังเกตแล้วเปเปอร์เล็กมันจะเก่งตอนที่แบบเดินไปเป็นกรุ๊ปแล้วช่วยกันเทรดช่วยกันยิงโอ้โหโคตรเดือด
แม่งเหมือนมีบัฟแบบทีมคอมโบแบบมาเวลไลวอล
แต่พอ แต่พอที่มันเล่นไม่ได้คือแม่งโดนยูทิลิตี้เบรกอย่างเงี้ยแล้วก็โดนตัดหนึ่งคือด่านเนี้ยโอเปอเรเตอร์แม่งแทบจะไม่ต้องมาแบบมาลิงล็อกเฮียเลยตัวไล่แม่งเต็มไปหมดเลยดีไม่มาบีทมาอีกตัวนี้ แต่เมื่อกี้จากที่เจสันพุ่งไปตายคนเดียวปุ๊บไอ้4 คนนิ่งเลยนะเรียกรอเล่นน่าจะมีแผน2อยู่แล้ว
It's gonna be map point. DRX though sitting on quite the number.
สุดท้ายเปเปอร์เล็กนี่เจสันเป็นเรื่องที่ดีที่สุดเลย
If you're going in with the same sort of methodology, well, it
เดือด
work
เลย
here
ที่
to
จริง
get
ใจ
yourselves on map point.
Still at least starting things off a little bit slow. Look at Mindfreak all the way towards the back of spawn as well. In case anyone pushes out of mid, DRX hasn't done that quite yet, especially off the timeout. PRX
หมาฝรั่งก็เคี้ยวน้ำกินเลยมันดูดเนี่ยมันดูดน้ำแล้วมันไหลลงคอแล้วหมาฝรั่งมันเก็บไว้ทุกวัน
on the weapon read or for themselves a goodbye in the next round if this one goes haywire, because that'll be map point then. So you're just playing a little bit of default heavy. What information do you see from PRX before you start to make a move? And at the
ว่าทา
moment,
รอน
it
น่า
might
จะ
be
มี
a
เซอ
money
ร์ไพรส์
move
ว่ะ
back.
เอเจนต์อ่ะ
money move it is. Just
มี
straight
น่าจะ
in
ดู
with
เอ
the
ลิกละ
ultimate. Well, no,
I love that. Refract just popped over on pipes, and he's sending in a snake spite so that if he goes for a challenge, takes any damage and refracts back, there's a time that he has where he's stuck in that refract and he might die towards that volley. So that's a really good counter, quickly recognized for DRX.
Still though, very least, PRX has managed to kind of avoid that for now. Looking for that mid-round play down, well, mid lane. They do spot a player out though, and Forsaken looking for the opportunity to possibly set the ultimate, but not quite yet, as DRX have all of these positions locked down, especially up by Kitchen now. Forsaken looking to push on through. Time is of the essence, but at the same time, DRX, they might not have best guns, but they're still holding a lot of these positions. PRX, Forsaken, trying to break on through. There's the ult, finally gets popped. 10 seconds remaining though. Where is the spike? Forsaken now gets into safety. Finally getting the bomb now down, delivered through. Bane though, I know he's stuck quick and through, and he's found Mind Freak. Mako trying to work along the position, plays around the safe angle. Quick straight back and forth, but Forsaken, he actually finds it. Down to just Bane, but where could he be? And Forsaken finds the headshot, a quad kill in the round, as well as a clutch. Brought to you by the bull with the horns.
Red Bull clutch to come out from Forsaken. I mean, what? He got 2 kills earlier on in the map with 5 HP. This time it's 6, but it's the clutch to come from him at the end there. I was thinking to myself in this scenario, it's a 2 versus 2, right? You can't really get a good crossfire at the moment there for DRX when you're going for that one. You make it a more winnable scenario when you get it into a 1 versus 2. And Forsaken just rips your heads off. That is absolutely pivotal for PRX here.
7 rounds in a row, now sitting at map point. Still though, that was an eco round from DRX. Now they're trying back another cheeky position up on top of yellow. Hyunmin has done it before, but now spotted out. Safer play coming out from PRX.
All that utility just dumped on towards him, and he hasn't been able to get out of yellow. Somehow he's able to find it whilst hindered. He needs assistance from his teammate, but he's just going to do it all himself. Eventually in a 3 versus 3.
He pulled out the blades, but yeah, unfortunately got down still though.
Yellow.
Can PRX find enough footing, enough space to get the spike down? Not quite, because they gotta imagine DRX already have rotated over.
Marco's been holding on to this Viper's pit for quite a while. So you might look to see him use it this round if they do need.
Yeah, PRX trying to bait it out, but still off the tap. Jing up around yellow, does spot.
รู้แล้วเทโฮอยู่นี่รู้แล้วไวเปอร์อยู่นี่
At the same time, given how the map is playing out, it's going to be Mind Freak slowly creeping up all the way out to DRX has no earthly idea. Mako, though, tries to play the position, but it's not going to be enough. Jing is still up around yellow. It's going to be the kill. It's going to be the final score.
2-1 ครับเป็นเล็ก 2-1 เป็นไงเชี่ยเจสันซูซันโตพี่เอ๋บอกจ้างบอกชั่วโมงนึงช่างบอกนี่พี่เอ๋ถามคู่ต่อไปไหมยังอะไรพี่เอ๋มัน1-1ก่อนนี่โธ่เอ้ยเกินลาวนี่รอนเก็บทุกโมเมนตัมเลยนะชิแต่เจสันโหดจริงดันเนี่ยเวอร์โลตัสว่ะโลตัส G2 วะล่ะ โลตัส G2 คือให้อีโมจินี้เลย เดือด นี่ใครบอกเวเลเล่นไม่ได้ครับเปเปอร์เล็กโชว์ให้ดูแล้ว เอ้ยผมเปิดเซิร์ฟไอ้นั่นไว้นะเพื่อใครจะไปเล่น มีคนเล่นอยู่นี่มาดิบเปเปอร์เร็กซ์ sorry เปิดคิวดีไอโหดมาก เมื่อกี้แบบโอ้เหมือนร่างทองอ่ะเจสันอะร่างทองแบบร่างทองสุดอะอยากไปตัดผมวะดูหัวผมดิดูดิยาวปะผมไม่ใช่โดตาเอาเวลแอบไปยืน AFK เอาเวลเฉย เจสันซูซันโตไอตึงเย้ยตอบผมว่าอะไรบ้างวะไปแวะไปดูก่อน
User in your channel timed out.
เอ้ยกลับมาแล้วเปล่าไม่ใช่ ขอบคุณยูไอด้านะครับผมสำหรับสมาชิกด้วยนะครับ
มาอีกแล้วครับ เชฟป้อม
เอ้ยเสียงน้อง
Find some space over at the side of rubble. Meanwhile, Freeing is going to dodge out that drone too. So does that give you a false sense of security? Repositions around the map currently for PRX, more towards the C side of things, and with that damage done in towards the breakable door, I mean, that's got to let you know that you got to get away from this A side, or rather get over towards it.
All quick and heavy-handed as well. You know, trade protocols right there outside of the dark cover on towards C. And that leaves, you know, numbers disadvantage for DRX, even though Flashback has gotten in towards the back of A side, especially towards drop. Actually, into a deep position like that, do you reckon that they might be able to do something against PRX?
It's a 2 versus 4. You've got to get a little bit aggressive in this one to try and find some advantage or equalization, which is why Flashback goes up there to try and find the kills. Good for one, but spotting info on the rest means that for Marco, this has to be a big clutch.
Has done it before. Starts out with a bit of a paranoia to flush them into his own smoke. Look at that. Right click through. And now just 2 players on the other end. Ooh, a good little flick, but Jing gets his own as well. On his new role. You know, maybe not quite the utility, but the sharpshooting definitely still true and sound on Jing.
Oh, one in the end for PRX. They started off well with a lot of those duels as well, and DRX just dodging a bit of that key utility. Maybe if they doubled down over towards the C site little endeavor that we do see there from Bane, it could have gone a little different way. But all the information spotted on out. Devi getting active nice and earlier on this Teho role as well. We're talking about these players, we're talking about new roles coming into stage 1. Are we going to see these sort of agents align with these players? Look, maybe 3 different agents today for Flashback. I mean, I'm looking towards him on the Yoru to really try and find some space on this map. To be a pivotal member to propel DRX in. But in a round such as this one where Hyunmin has gone for a buy-up on towards an outlaw, you have to see him do something.
เปลี่ยนไลน์อัพ
Oh, it's something that Forsaken has done before, though. Yeah, right. The Outlaw
ไม่เปลี่ยน
trying to work against your opponents who might have light shields. But you're absolutely right as well. You know, Flashback previously the Cypher, now onto the Yoru. So DRX, same composition, but some of the players onto different roles. We'll see how that all settles in as they kind of jiggle on towards Rubble.
There you go.
ระวังนะกำลังจะบอกเลย
Forsaken, so Bane's money so far working a
ไพ่เอา
trade.
รอ
But you've got this time to be bought from the
That
toxic
Guardian.
screen, and that's just going to block out operator shots as well, right? This is going to be one of the powerful things that PRX can try and play with. When that toxic screen is up, when it's down, they can sneak operators behind the line.
Fair and true enough, but at the same time, you know, even with that little bit of a fall, PRX continues to push outwards. So I was thinking maybe something continues to push on through from pillars, but yes, C is completely open now.
Yeah, but they're going to still try and go towards A, and that is where majority of these members of PRX are. 30 seconds to go. That's a marathon to go over towards this C side, but they're going to start to do that. At least get enough time to try and get the plant and establish it. They picked up the weapons that are on the floor.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Komodo. I mean, it might be a marathon, but even as you just trigger that door a little bit, it keeps PRX on the A site. Yeah. PRX are thinking, we've got the guns, we need to work around this. So they are still trying to stack towards this A site, but unbeknownst to them, now it's a 3-on-4. Now it's weapons in the hands of DRX.
And this is one of those weird scenarios as well as PRX. Do you just consider the save at the moment because it's lesser, you know, numbers to go for this retake where 3 guns are now in possession that have been noted over at DRX's side, and you've got really no big entryway in towards the retake too. No drones. You got what? Something with a judge. Yeah, he can try and set you up with a stun or a flash, and Jing can maybe try and get in or divide. It just is really difficult. So really well done from DRX to get this this lighter eco round come out from them. And on the flip side for PRX in this scenario, the anti-eco, yeah, a little bit lopsided.
Not the way you want to start. It sucks.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Nothing else that I could say. It sucks for PRX, but just a masterclass at how DRX was able to work this around, right? Using Forsaken's own play against
ไม่เป็นไรเป็นเล็กไม่บุกยังไม่นับการให้ได้สัก4ถ้าฆ่าก็โอเค
Also for was it Mako
ขออนุญาตไม่นับ
ไม่นับไม่นับ
Free gun, by the way. But finding the right timing, right? I got to say, Marco's lurks on Icebox as well as Haven have been absolutely impeccable. So it's great to see that he's still carrying that around on this map where if you're playing towards the C site, right, you're not having a proper sentinel as for PRX. So you kind of do want to go for a little bit of these peaks here and there. And unfortunately, you're going to have to maybe reel that in a little bit now for Mindfreak.
Yeah. A little bit tough. Maybe you just don't hug the wall too much. There's all these things to think about, but at the same time, you know, we've mentioned some of these plays. You do have the waylay on the hands of Forsaken. And he's gonna dive all the way through. Doesn't spot anything out. Does have the smoke to support him, but at the same time, DRX reads that, and it's a quick flood into the B site. That was a mouth. Now, on the other side of the smoke, the Prowler set through. Baines completely reads it, and he's able to spray and gun down every single player from PRX. The only one left. Mindfreak spotted up at the move, but oh, it's gonna be the spray from him in this time, and DRX will make quick work of the round.
Yep, all good from them. I do like the little cheeky bait and switch over at that dark cover in the breakable room though, right? When the Prowler goes over towards it and it bites the player towards the right, player towards the left is the one to swing out immediately to catch him off guard. Well done from Bane, however, though, to just get some individual shots to come out here as well to get towards that nightfall too, so that's going to be available for round number 4 after a bit of a topsy-turvy start for these guys over on PRX. Now, you're going to go into a standard 1-1-3 for them that they've got the weaponry. On towards a bit of a bulldog here, but more importantly, this is the round of PRX trying to equalize, and they find the opening kill.
Yeah, quick in with the Outlaw and taken away from Flashback. So just a bit of information. The smoke's out to control A as well, but with that, DRX are keeping some of the PRX players closer towards the A site. Now they start to extend their legs closer towards C.
Information secured as well, that there's still players lurking around rubble, and you kind of have to give this maybe a little bit of respect. Freeing using both of these cages too. You still have Jing playing on top of rubble. You know, generally it'll be cleared out from some utility from Bane, but they're looking to renegotiate the situation here at the moment. Spreading around towards front of pillars. Forsaken's just playing with fire at the moment, willing his head to fall off.
Or at least just helping to conceal Jing's positioning. So in with that, you know, forcing DRX to trade util for util. The Paranoia gets sent through as well. Refract recalled by Forsaken in towards a safer spot. But here we go, a Nightfall out from Bane. And at the same time, he'll be just lurking, hovering around the side. He does spot one player out, and that's going to be the Vi that falls. And then DRX just trying to progress in towards the A position. But that's where they get them down. The PRX defensive setup is sound.
Yeah, the Nightfall as well actually hits Jing, so a little bit of a misread on the positions of the PRX members there, I feel like, for DRX. Marco just stepping straight in towards his death at the moment, and no one else was able to really get a great trade to find any sort of sense of a round opportunity there. So well done for PRX at the end. These are the sort of rounds that you want to see from them on these defensive sides if you're looking to see some good Valorant. in this composition at the moment, and how a waylay will be incorporated as well. You see the early aggression towards Rubble. Usually you see these Breach Taeho combos currently in the meta, but for a waylay, you can get the saturate out as well, or just individually go for the shots. This time, however, Quack, by himself, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, you do need a little bit more support. Fortunately, the timing on
คน
the
หลบแฟดมันก็
refract
เสีย
is
เปรียบอ
not
ยู่ดิ
quite
แม่งกว่าจะวางเป้า
and PRX though with a bit of a what is this, a 3-1-1 split.
ฟิงเนียน
They're pushing all the way out to C. Sure, that could work out, but they're relegating A over onto DRX.
Yeah, they're going to have a quick retake here towards the A side if they wanted to
นี่
run
อ่ะ
flank and
โดน
now
แอบแอโดนหลอก
freeing down for the count.
เปิดประตูหลอก
Something though has gone unnoted for the time.
แล้วมาโกะก็มีหลังดูหลังคาด
Still just to try to keep himself hidden out towards stairs. His team will regroup.
That's shaky. That
อุ้ย
actually
สมองเดิน
allowed
เนียน
something to get in towards the dark cover and buy some more time for the rest of the team to start to get over here for the retake.
ดีเมื่อกี้มันไม่ยิง
Flashback does get back in towards Tree. Hyunmin though still holding the
อุ้ยคงไปไหน
by Divide, but it's not going to help out all too much. Not quite as DRX continues to hold just the choke points out around Heaven. The shots out from DRX still being able to push PRX back where they come from.
Yeah, everybody knew what angle they needed to hold there when the plant was down for DRX too. You know, no one faltering at that moment too. So really heads up play from them. Not going too aggressive when they realize the priority is just going to be protecting that spike, right? They know where the retakes are going to be coming from, essentially stairs or from Heaven, and they just act accordingly. Really well done. On a round that actually could have been quite damaging for them. Had something found some right timing in towards a cutoff from the tree explosion. Now in towards the eco round to come out from PRX, and they're going to go for a potential dual fight up through C, up through mid.
Doing a thing. Off with just the pistols. I mean, trying to surprise DRX at the very least. Something will be able to find something with the sheriff that he has. Still though, DRX instantly recognized that and flood the A
เด็ก
site.
ดันสวนตลอดเลย
This
อ่ะ
is
เพราะ
where
ไม่มี
things
ส
could
กิล
get problematic if we see some individual heroics come out from Forsaken.
แล้วรอดูตอนบุก
Don't know if that's gonna come in hand though. He does have the Vandal. One away from the convergent pass.
เล็งไว้อยู่แล้ว
Will be able to push on through, and that's going to be an instant sheriff shot being found. Tree being trapped open and goes in with a paranoia as well. But look at that counter paranoia coming out from Mako, as well as Bane to hold the position. Mako swings back around on the other end as well, and that's 2 kills. DRX will not go down without a fight.
Yeah, Bane's been pretty good in how he's navigating a couple of these multi-frags here as well, and just helping out with this standard utility at the beginning of the round.
ปีอิงพอไม่เป็นเทโฮดูหลับๆ
On this map where you've opted for that instead of
ไม่มั่น
the
ใจอ่ะ
breach, which is
ไม่
starting
รู้
to
เลยมัน
become
ดู
more
ให้เด่น
common
ละ
pick as well.
อาจจะทามมิ่ง
It was just again these eco rounds to come on through. Don't see too much from PRX apart from the opening kills there. Everyone a little bit, you know, untradeable. But this is the important thing. These are the rounds where you can play with. I mentioned the Viper's toxic screen a little bit earlier on over towards the B&A side of the map. Usually can play good operator plays behind it, but for the beginning stage of this round at the moment, operator's looking at the wrong spot. Mindfreak gets traded out. That's a C site open for the taking for DRX.
Yeah, timing on the refract not quite there once again as well. That's something he's going to watch out for. And in with the C's, it's going to be something that gets tagged up. The next player to fall, the dominoes, they just keep going. Flashback off to another kill up around Waterfall, and that's just Devi left alone and cold. The Prowler just seeking his position as well. I mean, this guy's got to hang back.
Yeah. That's just the cascading stumble on the back of that one, unfortunately. When you lose Forsaken and Mindfreak gets traded out, you got some awkward shots from the rest of the team that need to dig deep to try and get you back in towards this round. It's just too quick to try and figure out there, unfortunately, for PRX and for Devi. Just trying to see if you can take this weapon in towards the next round. You're quite the ways away from your own ultimate too. So the priority is going to be to hold the gun, see what damage you can do in towards the next round. And conversely, I mean, I'm looking at DRX here, Quack, and I'm seeing them swimming in cash at the moment. So they are really good for a couple of gun rounds, and that poses a bit of a problem for PRX if they're not able to figure out the beginning stages of these rounds to get themselves an opening frag and reset, like what they were doing over on Icebox, for example.
I am quite fond of Scrooge McDuck, so that's exactly what DRX are looking like right now.
Another moment of multi-fragging to come out from some DRX members as well. And yeah, not liking what you're going to be seeing. You'd expect this one to come through from
เอาหน่อยเปเปอร์เล็ก
Bit of a 1-4.
Mindfreak can drop the Viper's Pit if he gets a little bit sweaty.
Yeah, it's a 1-4 on the other side as well, though, Komodo. So Mindfreak gonna need good sensing for what's on the other side of C really quickly. Instead, he's just gonna use the Poison Cloud for now. As he heads on right back in. Flashback just clearing everything out. So it definitely is going to be heading towards a bit more of a retake setup from PRX.
Yep. And it should as well. You've got the Convergent Pass, but I'm really liking this from Flashback.
Oh.
Getting up and dirty with a Judge as well is going to be a scary thing.
Yeah, it forces you to just spend a bit of utility or something, anything possible, just to reclaim a bit more space. So PRX, that's what they're looking for right now. Hence, a couple players up around Mount. DRX knows that though, and Fleeing just marks their backs. DRX continues to hold them further off, and now it's going to be Mako blocking off Waterfall as well. Even with the ultimates, PRX can't quite get in position until Forsaken finds this one frag off the other side of the doors. However, Flashback has snuck on through as well. A bit of a shot with the Sheriff Showstopper in at the hands of Hyunmin, and now Jing comes back in. Time not on PRX's side, and Flashback just plays it safe, hangs away from the shadows, just to hold on to that rifle. PRX kind of in dire straits, Komodo.
Yeah, quite late on that rotation through towards the A site and the flank as well, and unfortunately the fact that the kill goes over towards the Freeing and he's able to just use the hat to get all the information, things go from bad to worse. A 5 versus 3, looking a little bit sticky towards the tailor end of that, but again, you got to just think that the spike is ticking away way too far at the end of it, and the investment of those ults at the end there, kind of for naught, bar saving the gun as you mentioned for Jing, and you look at what they're going in towards this new round with. Lots of light shields, a Guardian in the mix as well. They need to cut a couple of corners to be able to get in towards a round such as this, and that is a great taunt to come on out to provide Flashback the opener.
Yeah, quick sprays all the way. Now a flash instantly in towards the other end of tree. Something just trying to refill that space, but at the same time, there's just so much being done by DRX so far.
Yeah, and I mean, this is only going to be a 1v3 setup for PRX, where you've got the pit over towards C, and you're just going to forget about that as DRX. You're just going to sniff around the A site and what you can do. Flashback does get taken out, though, by Jing, so we do equalize for the moment.
Oh, straight back into the door. That smoke, it just blocks off so much and allows for Hyunmin to walk away with the kill. If that pit falls, that's going to be trouble for the C side as well, so Mindfreak just still trying to hover around it. But as soon as that kill goes off, PRX starts to get a read that DRX is rotating off to the only other part of the map, and that's going to be the B site. As that happens, Mako into a bit of an off angle, does force a bit of a trade. Jing might be able to find it, but instantly Freeing finds the positioning right back against PRX.
And another lone member forced to capitulate for PRX now. See if you can take another weapon in towards the next round. It really stumbles in the beginning, doesn't it? When Forsaken loses his life first, it's just really quick to come out for the rest of DRX in how they get the rest of that round. A couple of trades to come on through, overwhelming force in towards A, you have Freeing, sleuth in towards the B site, recognize no one's there, and that's a quick call to just say, hey guys, come over here, we got a free site, let's just play the round to the numbers, and well now they'll be winning out this half no matter what.
And that's just been the pattern for like the past 3 or 4 rounds. Constantly see Forsaken trying to initiate something, possibly, you know, alongside ARC, but he keeps getting gunned down.
And by himself as well is a really interesting thing too, because a lot of the successes when you look towards a map like Lotus is combining a lot of your utility for challenges, right? If you're going to the bread and butter, you're looking for utils over towards rubble, right? Where you're getting stuns, you're getting mollies, you're looking for the contest, you're generally getting a Shrouded Step Omen or even a raise to get towards top of rubble. And we've seen that toyed with like once. DRX are kind of given a little bit of free reign over towards his A site, and as I actually say that, this actually looks like PRX are going to do what we're hoping for.
Okay, stack back in. Still 1-4 splits on both ends, but once again, DRX find the opening pick.
And even a little how do you do on towards another member, pinged on out, position revealed.
Okay, Mind Freak just hovering up towards Mound. You do have something ready with, well, maybe the Rolling Thunder on the other end of B, but not too much at work for information on the ends of PRX. The clone instantly sent out, and that throws something off. Forsaken, though, trying to work around Baby Door. He gets gunned down as well. 2 players remaining. That's Mind Freak and Jing trying to work along opposite ends of the map.
Yeah. Individually, I mean, if they're able to find another kill or 2 apiece, that would give them the shift to the rounds.
Hyunmin. And that will be extra information for DRX as well. I mean, this is what they get to do. I think the spike this early on. Mind Freak, though, snuck in towards the back. Instantly alerts 2 players from DRX. A bit of a high-low, and it's too much for him to handle.
Yep.
All that's left is just Jing.
Again, not enough time. He's got to seal the deal on this one, unfortunately, and head for the hills to take the gun in towards the next rounds. We're really seeing that be occurred a lot here for PRX.
Yeah, the second time that he's done this so far in the map. Walking towards Marco's crosshairs as well, though. He's not even going to be able to hold that gun for the next round. Oh, yeah. Not great for PRX, Komodo.
No, not at all. And now you're finally
Goes
going to be forced into a
3
little bit of an eco rounds too, right? Or you force and try and hope for a win here, and you're 8-4 in the half is best effort. I'm looking towards the util again over at this A rubble, and it just feels like they're trying to do the util to command respect, and they're not doing anything on the back of it. You're caught in no man's land, trying to reposition yourself, and Flashback is just getting ahead of it. He's been really sensational for a couple of these opening frags set up as well by Bane's utility, for example.
I'm out of the bow.
Pistol round and maybe a bonus, and then we're back in towards the map. We've done it before, technically already in the series, right? But this feels a little bit different now to the last few maps.
Okay. Different in terms of the rounds as well. A 1-1-3 split instead of 1-4. And maybe safer positions being held this time. So Forsaken alongside Jing. Something into its Baby Door as well.
Now as PRX, you do have control of rubble at the moment, but 9 times out of 10, you can see some good re-clearing with a composition like DRX are playing. You've still got 2 Prowlers as Bane. You've still got a clone if you want to throw that out.
Drone as well, though, and that allows for Forsaken to push out. They're looking to try to find Flashback, possibly, but even with the Aftershock, Flashback, outlaw at hand, he's able to work alongside his teammates. Kills off all the way across the map, even outside C site. PRX are down in the dirt.
Yep, there's a gap that he can just play around in that pillar position as well, and then he's even got teammates close by to bail him out or trade him out, right? So it really feels like DRX have these contingency plans at the moment, and when you do shift into something, he gets one, you trade him out, it's 9-2. So timeout, you wish you had it in your back pocket still now.
Please, 9-3.
You really are forced to wonder, right? You start things off on a map like Lotus, you need to get that early space, but when everything that you're trying, everything that you're attempting gets thrown away by DRX, it just can't feel good, you know. Even with a timeout, I just imagine maybe just use the halftime pause to get your heads back screwed on.
Yeah, I mean, you just really need to get one foot in front of the other at the moment because you're not even treading water. You're really drowning, essentially, as PRX here. You do fashion yourself something of a buy-in towards this last round at the moment, but Freeing finds Jing by himself over at Rubble with no trade. You've got Flashback, just Dimensional Drift to clear all of the C site, and then the team can just plant to their heart's content and set themselves up for a pretty strong post-plant. Though, I will admit, something and Forsaken's ults could actually upset things.
Hopefully, possibly, already starting things off with the Nightfall as well from DRX. PRX all towards Waterfall. The Rolling Thunder gets collapsed through. Hyunmin, though, still able to find a shot nonetheless. and now swings off the other end of that pillar as well. A second kill, another one from Freeing, and now
What the hell?
flashback from behind on just the Sheriff. DRX will close this first half with a 10-2.
I swear, sometimes, Quack, stuns in this game are very cosmetic because Hyunmin is rolling thundered and he's just finding a waylay dashing on
หรือว่าเปเปอร์เล็กมันลืมวิธีเล่นโลตัสไปหมดแล้ววะ
So yeah, really heads up from beginning to the end of this round as well. Even from Freeing, right? Opening things up with the kill and then getting a little bit of a backstab from a lurk in through towards the B site here. It feels like Lotus's game plan of PRX is just on the back of DRX's hand here. They just look at that and they know what's going on.
มันขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอวะ
Game, especially after this little halftime break. Can PRX bring us to an even scoreline, or will DRX close it out quick?
Yeah, well, you got to remember, it all starts in a pistol round, and it can certainly steam from there. But will it?
Will it? For now, we can say for sure at least DRX playing somewhat default. The smokes outside of A and PRX instantly into C. Forsaken trying to throw off some crosshairs with that refract and the dash as well. And it allows Vi to actually sneak on through. Forsaken double backing in off of that little smoke. And that's 3 kills already for PRX.
Yeah, nicely done to open up this seaside as well. And I feel a little bit hard done by for the DRX members there because they're just on the ledges and it moves them up just ever so slightly and they have to readjust their aim. In the middle of the fight. But this is looking to be a sensational pistol to come out from PRX. It's going to be flawless at the end of it for them as well. So, I mean, you're talking about, as mundane as it is, how to get back into a map. The pistol round is what you need.
It really is. I mean, mundane or not, that is the very situation that we have in our hands, especially for all the PRX fans out there. And we know for sure that there are quite the number of PRX fans as well. You know, 60-40 were the predicted odds earlier on, as mentioned on the desk. But still, DRX, they are very close to that serious point. Starting things off now, Paint Shells looking to control Rubble.
โอ้แต่สู้หน้าเอกแล้ว
And this is what I'm talking about. Util combos to come through as well, but what affords you a difference is Waylay being able to get in front of it. When you do get a little bit overwhelmed, you can refract out. Meanwhile, they get in front of this utility because it expires as well, and they can just start to scale up and play to the better way.
มันมีรูอยู่อ่ะฮะ
Positions being spotted out as well. Thanks
โอ้ยังไม่ตายเยอะ
Oh my goodness, the classics! They're still finding the shots. PRX at least getting to stabilize with rifles, marking the back as well. That almost got out of hand, Komodo.
Yeah, sometimes you got to wonder, a PRX giving DRX a bit of a way in, a bit of an option here, but no, it was, you know, one of those times where you go for a little bit of the stack and you just have to contend with the utility and the shenanigans that do bring you a foot there. So well done from PRX. They do not drop the secondary round unlike the first half, despite the classics getting the damage in this one, and now you'll shift in towards a round where it's bonus variety, right? But again, you kind of got to win this one as PRX. So what differences are you actually looking to do? What are you looking to play on towards the strengths of? And it's got to be Forsaken to get dirty in towards these fights again. Playing on towards a shotgun here, missing the first shot though. Can't refract out, unfortunately.
That's what it is. PRX, with the way, the style in which they're playing, a lot of it relies on the entries, and when it looks a little bit shaky like that, you just gotta imagine something psychological. Nonetheless, though, with that chaos being ensued, they do get the B side, they do get the spike down. That might require back as well.
Can be a little bit claustrophobic staying in the B site though, so for Paper X they want to have a little bit of a peek in towards C
มัน
lane
เห็น
here.
เป้าตัวเองหรอวะดำๆนะ
They might be able to find that stack up to
Không ơi.
Mind Freak, as I mentioned,
อุ้ยหัวดุ้งครับ
has control
ดัน
over
ไปเอาวอเตอ
pillars,
ร์ฟอ
and
ร์
with that as well,
เราเล่นวอเตอร์ฟอร์
possible
4 คน
angle
มี
into
ไล
the
น์อัพแน่นอน
spike. He does
เฮ้ย
have
ไม่ถึง
Smolly,
น้อง
bit of- yeah. I was gonna say the poison cloud, but still, at
Ơi.
least the
Đấy vô.
salvos come back in
Cú
from
khuyên
Jing,
nó là băng.
or from Divide at least. But
Lăng
still,
thâu.
that DRX
Lăng.
continues to flat forward. Ooh, just trying to
Ui,
keep him
bắn
at
sủi
bay.
kia.
Something low HP, but has to land the
Oh,
headshot.
lỡ
Free
lô.
crouches underneath the crosshairs and
Ủa,
gets
than.
the job done. That's gonna be the defuse. DRX up to 11.
Yeah, good work on at least getting it
แต่ตัดไปเยอะอยู่
defused
แต่เสีย
halfway
เรา
when
11
you
ไม่
see
ค่อยดีหรอ
that snake spike come on in. And
คือถ้าไม่ครึ่งไม่ทันนะเนี่ย
start to get a little bit worried, but Device sending in the salvos brings a little bit of time. Unfortunate at the end there for Paper X because the game plan actually, despite losing the first kill, it goes nicely, right? They got the space in towards the B, they get the plant, they take a little bit more forward space. The Haunt though, again, Bane, I keep saying, his utility has been so impactful with that Haunt and with the Prowlers as well in this map so far. There have been some really great for openings and for closings here.
Just utterly
นมินจะมีอันติดแล้วด้วย
especially with how the entire team has been playing it even as well. Now the 1-4 split for DRX, just a bit of rebel control, quick back through the doors into the B site, Prowler into its pillars as well, and they do retrieve the information that they need against Paper X.
Even though DRX as well here, Quack, win the previous rounds, not afforded enough to go in with a full buy, so it's the Hyunmin show potentially
ไม่เก็บ
here,
เม็ดมา
getting
มี
a
อันติ
showstopper
เอาปืนให้
online,
เพื่อน
and shuffle weaponry up as well, and maybe steal away a gun from Paper X if they do decide to end things here in this B site.
Okay, fault line in along with light speed
Hey, Pooh.
dashes, and it just baits that
They can steal.
showstopper out from Hyunmin, so
That's nice.
it's not going to be able to fire that off into anything
เหงา
ห
เล
มั
ย
นเลยครับ
แต่
possibly.
ยังดีว่ามัน
And that's
ไล่อ
the
อกไซด์ได้อะ
effectiveness of the waylay. Still though,
ขออนุญาตเข้า
does
ใหม่
it
แบ
open
บ
a
ยังไง
door
ดี
up for Paper X into a site?
Information on the little shoulder spot. Got a call for your teammates to start to get some rotations over because these pistols, I mean, you need to be in close proximity with crossfires to do damage.
เดินคอนแทคมาเรื่อยๆเหรอ
เรียบร้อยครับ
สวย
Now falling through
สวย
for
จะ
สวย
สั่น
จัด
Second
นี่แหละ
though, off alongside the smokes, he's able to find 3, but Hyunmin finds his own as well. The Phantom picked up.
นี่แหละ
And it's going to be Mind
เกม
Freak
ยิงก็ต้องยิงอยู่วะ
to stabilize for Paper Rex, bringing the score up to an even 5.
Yeah, keeping DRX off of map
Jason,
point,
ตึง
series
จัด
point for the opening of stage 1 here as well. So
เดิน
you
คอน
can
แทคยิง
continue
มา
to
เลย
go in with that.
มึงยังมี
You're kind of
21
like
9 F
ready for some good damage
โอ้มัน
in
มั
this
นอยู่
next
เลย
round especially, right, Quack? You got the Armageddon online, you've got the Convergent Pass as well. These are
แม่ง
going
มัน
to
อยู่
be
คนเดียว
good
จริง
laneable items to get in towards the site or to hold off a potential retake. But it really does begin at the very beginning of a round as
Ui.
well. These early controls that we're starting to see attempted over at Rubble. And it's looking like DRX want to do the exact same thing. So for some pressure now
แปดตรงพื้น
towards flashback, it's a bit too much.
ถ้าโดนใบนี่จบเลยนะพี่
Recognizing
ถ้า
the
โดนใบจบ
drone would leave him isolated.
อุ้ยดีอาไปก่อน
First casualty. So this is going to be Paper X getting him towards this C site.
For the
See you
first time in a long
later.
while, but
อ๋อ
very
รู้แล้ว
welcome one indeed.
เราเจสันมาวิ่งเข้าหาข่าวแล้วจริงวาร์ปเข้า เป็นดูเอลิสตัวที่สอง
For DRX to reclaim a bit more space. They
เนี่ย
do
ประโยช
have
น์
to
เหลือ
watch out
ล้ำ
for B though, because something is lurking in the shadows.
Now you might see these ultimates used if there's a retake starting to look a bit successful for DRX. He'll quickly might have
ส
been
งสัย
good for
มีแต่คน
them,
ที่
but
สง
just
สัย
denied for now. And that might actually be
Safe.
yeah, you can't get back in towards this one unfortunately with the
เซฟ
time.
ว่ะ
เซฟเลยว่ะ เฮ้ย
All of the bodies
เอา
here.
ดีดีเอง
You're
มัน
able
เน้น
to
จั
bait
ด
out
ว่ะ
an Armageddon or a
เน้น
Convergent
เกิน
Pass.
เนาะ
You can be quite happy with the turnout even if you lose the round, but
ยังมี
the
โอ
fact
กาส
that
อีกหลาย
PRX
ราว
kind of
ขออนุญาตประ
finding
หยัด
one
ขี่
kill
ปืน
and
อุ้ย
space
มัน
in
จะมี
towards it,
อัน
and
ติ
that's
แล้ว
all
ยุนวิน
to get the 6th round.
โอ้โหเด็กแม่ง
You'd be a
เอาสุด
little
จัด
bit
เลยว่ะ
worried for DRX if these are the sort of turnouts for the next couple.
It's little with a capital L though, Komodo.
Correct, yeah. Just a little slightly.
I know. Even then, as long as DRX gets
วิน
to
เยอะ
build
ครับ
up
จะเล่น
towards
ไง
some
ก็ได้
elements, they can be looking
มันจะ
at
เซฟ
some
อีก
very
3 ราวก็ไม่แปล
Yeah,
ก
there could definitely just be one explosive round to come
That's
out
right.
from DRX, and if you're a Paper X where you're losing a couple of members in the next couple of rounds here and there, and you're not managing your economy nicely, it could get the 12th and then
โอ้
the
เน้น
13th
เลยอะ
map
เน้น
is
มาก
done. So you're gonna try and call this a little bit
คือแบบว่าทำเอายัดเลยอะแบบพอเซฟปืนปุ๊บเปลี่ยนแผนเล่นทำเอายัดเอาวินชัวร์
And we're just wondering what the changeup is going to be. Still very much is a little setup with freeing, controlling the C site. I mean, that's what the Cypher does. As well as A and B, though.
Yeah, maybe you're looking to go back towards some Viper fundamentals for PRX and around such as this as well, and up and down in that wall over towards A. You're not seeing anything too forward from DRX there, but speaking of forward, PRX straight up through pillars in towards the front of B, so they've got some options to go for a bit of a C split if they want to quite nicely. They can always pivot back towards A if they want because of the lurk that'll come in from Mindfreak, but you're ulting in towards this C side at the moment, spotting some information if you can. Oh, Refract's timing is actually out. So it is stuck here. Has to hold it as Hyunmin falls.
Yeah, he did throw out the stun.
โดนอยู่นะ
There it is.
โดนอยู่ดีครับ
B side as
เอาวาง
well.
B เหรอเนี่ย
As
เพิ่ง
the
เห็น
ult does its job of throwing
มากกว่าคนเดียวอย่าเพิ่งนะ
right to the plans of how DRX
สวย
wanted
ส
to
วย
operate
ระวังใจเย็น
across the round. It's just Mako now. Spots out towards the back though, and that's Forsaken gone. Smoke back in. He goes onto a bit of a tap. Plays around the edge. The snake bite not quite burning at his feet.
Yeah.
Goes for the reload though, and that's the second ultimate being baited out from PRX. Mako, I think he's done his job. Whether or not he wins the round, he's gotten effective utility away from PRX.
Oh,
now just looking for a possible kill or two. And there it is, the first one. Salvo off, and he walks
ใจ
right
มัน
into
ร้อน
it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of stalling power to come out from PRX with those two members in Divide and Mindfreak staying alive. Snake's Bite firstly, Armageddon as well to afford time for the salvos, so it becomes really difficult in a situation like that. Forsaken though, you know, to find a C opener, and it's all a bit of a bait as well to remove the members over at the B site to get a plant in there. You do like that idea that there's still enough cooking for PRX to make a good meal here.
Certainly very much could be 4 rounds away from equalizing the score, as well as something back onto the Rolling Thunder. But as I say that, DRX has some ultimates of their own as well. Granted, not the most effective ones.
4 members, though, to take this rubble control at the moment, and Mindfreak, if he does lose his life, that's a Vandal that's going to be pilferable at the moment. So, yeah, they're going to steal that one away, but maybe not, actually, because there's an immediate presence back for PRX. So, now they have to try and win around out of 4 versus 5 conversion. And if we look towards the previous maps in this series, how many times have they actually managed to do this over on Icebox, Quack?
Yeah, quite a bit, especially with DRX up on 16 first kills. Yeah. That said, though, it is a very different map. Similar composition possibly, but DRX pretty much have a lot of it under control now. Forsaken looks to pull the attention away. Unfortunately, instantly tapped down by Mako. 3 players remaining, Komodo, and they look to flood into the B site. They might get the spike down, but look at Flashback in with the dimensional drift, holding on to possibly the clone. He doesn't have any more flashes.
He got all the information on the positions.
And that's exactly what he was looking for with his team. Rolling Thunder from something though.
Loading
Just kind
Thunder
of luring them into the site, but unfortunately they don't quite get stunned up by it. And with that, now Divide has to pull something out of the hat. He doesn't have utility anymore as well. Just sprays on through, but reloads to be damned. It's going to be freeing, sticking the defuse all the way in. DRX have found series point.
And that's the problem for PRX now, that they don't have any more breathing room to make mistakes. And that's on the back of such a sensational first half that comes out from DRX. All it takes is these opening kills and then an idea of how to remain, you know, present in this B side at the tail end of this round. That's why I got to give so much credit and recognition to Flashback. Dimensional drift, but not with the intention of popping out and getting a kill. You're spotting all of the information on where your opponents are repositioning to let your teammates fine-tune how they need to get on the defuse, get the remaining kills, and that's exactly what worked wonders for DRX. Now, 5 rounds difference. You do have a bit of a build-up for PRX to go at another round here, of course, and they are looking to set themselves up for quite the quick C play. Ooh, that's a missed Poison Cloud high in the sky.
Okay, quick and fast into the site at least, but look at this site. I mean, Forsaken couldn't see a single thing on his screen. Everything all blocked off. Now something on a bit of lurk, spotted out by Hyunmin as well. The site being reclaimed by DRX as Mako picks up the double. Looks to hold the position outside the door. In with a showstopper as well, and an unsuspecting.
GG รอดูทารอนดีกว่า
staff.
윤민มันโหดเกินน่ะ
면서 쇼 인터뷰에서 제가 뭐 PRX 상대로 경기 어떻게 현민 선수한테 물어봤었을 때 오늘 재밌을 것 같아요라고 했었는데 오늘 이기니까 더 재밌었고 아주 만족스러운 결과였다고 얘기를 했습니다. 방금 터미 감독님한테도 이제 헤이븐 조합에 대해서 여쭤봤었는데 좀 저희가 보기에도 되게 많이 감이 좀 덜을 했을까요?
뭐 일단 제가 원 타격에서 투 타격이 되니까 부담이 덜 됐던 것 같고.
หลับเหรอน้องหมดยุคดูช่องหลักแล้วเนี่ยไม่เป็นไรครับเรามาเชียร์ทารอนต่อครับทารอนนี่ของจริงเลยหรือวันนี้พี่เอ๋ยจะถูก2 คู่วะสรุปแพทริกเวนอุ้ยพามคาลัมบิดว่ะน้องซื้อยังไงโอ้ยตังค์เหรอพี่เดี๋ยวนี้น้องสตรีมน้องไม่ได้โดเนทสักบาทเลยโอ้เอาตังค์ที่ไหนไปซื้อ YouTube มันไม่มีรายเดือนให้ด้วยเขาเรียกว่าทำด้วยใจ
Match found.
ขอโทษพี่เอ๋ยครับขอผู้ชายคนนี้นะ ไม่มีเลน่าให้เล่นเราก็ต้องเล่นเลหลังไปลุย อ เอาเลนเอาไอ้นั่นให้กินไว้ยัง
กินไปแล้วป่องนึงไม่เก็บ
ตอนไหน
ที่คุณบอกว่า
คุณมันปิดซี่มันเห็น
เป็นงูมาด้วยเขาเพิ่ง
ทำไมไอ้หงส์ไทยวางไว้หน้าโต๊ะคอมมันหายทุกวันเลยวะงงวะโต๊ะคอมมันดูดเหรอ no Lena no life no Lena no Smurf เหรอ โหแมวกับพิมเสนนี่คือแพ้ทางกันจัดๆอะแค่มันได้กลิ่นพิมเสนมันก็อยากจะกรีดร้อง เมื่อวานผมยิงแรงอิมพังหมดเลยวะ
Let's begin.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. One down. Reloading. Satchel out. Reloading. Go, go, go. Shock it.
Ultimate orb scoring.
Go, go, go. Reloading. Kill out. Gotta go.
ผู้หญิงเยอะ
Headshot. I'm out of
Seconds
here.
until stage change.
Go, go, go.
Stage
I'm
2.
out of here.
Reloading.
Gotta go.
วิเล็ก
Go, go, go. Reloading. Next, reloading. That's. I'm out of here.
Charge your ults.
Satchel out. Watch out! Gotta go! Reloading. Reloading. Down. No escape. Four down. Go, go, go.
Stage 3.
What? Gotta go. Go away. They're dead. That's 3. Battle out.
โอ้โหมาบาสแท็กเลยดูดิเด่น
I'm out of here. Jet's grounded. Get lost. My ult's ready. Here we go.
Enemy down. Ultimate orb scoring.
Shock it. Run it.
แม่งวิ่งขี่เข้าผมชอบ
Go, go, go. Enemy down. Hold them.
spree.
Back. Gotta go.
Getting cover.
Take this. Heads up. Satchel up. I'm out of here. You fought well. Drop. Gotta go.
No distraction.
Go, go, go.
เรากำลังจะแพ้แล้วเพื่อนเอ๋ย
Shocking. Reload. Bomb buddy out. Gotta go. I'm out of here.
15 kills remaining.
Satchel out.
Who's next?
Go, go, go. Fire one. Fire in the hole.
It's you and me.
Kills to go.
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Not enough.
Satchel out. Smart move. Watch out.
Target down.
Okay.
No one's catching Neon. Rampage. 5 kills left.
Take it out.
เรากำลังชนะแล้วเพื่อนเอ๋ย
My ultimate is ready. Down.
เรากำลังชนะแล้วเพื่อนเอ๋ย โอ้ลายากิไปยิงล็อบบี้เนี่ย อันนี้นักแข่งสังกัดไหน สังกัดทีม ไม่เลยไม่รู้ทีมเลยนึกไม่ออก
Match found. ด่านเมื่อกี้ถ้าเกิดเรามาออตรงกลางเยอะ เป้ามันเยอะเว้ยมันเลยได้เปรียบ ถ้าเราตัดมันได้เยอะ เราถึงจะชนะ I don't try. I do. จริงๆชุดมันน่าจะออกสีเหลืองๆเขียวๆม่วงๆด้วยนะ ให้มันเข้ากับธีมมัน
Let's begin.
Back in a flash. Later.
เอาทุกคนแดด
Don't get up.
Be faster.
Neutralized.
ไลน์อัพนี้
Ultimate orb spawning.
เฮ้ยมาว่ะทุกคนยังไม่มีการนับสถิติ
น้องคนแรกชื่อว่าพี่เหรอว่าอะไรชายเหรอ
I got ISO.
กวานทีแล้วกัน
Be right back. มีเก่งกว่านี้ปะ
มันแบบน่าจะชายต้องเป็นชายเขินจะเป็นตัวที
บาย
แต่
Seconds
ว่าอะไรดี
until
วะ
stage change.
ทีเฮดไวๆอ่านแบบรักภาค
HYY
เอชไว
รัว
โอ้ม
อ๋อมาเติงมาเอา
อ่านว่าตี
ว่าตายพี่เห็นตาย
Enemy down.
We're done. Party's over. Got 3.
Lights out.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Back in a flash. Hitting the brakes. Here, catch.
10 seconds until stage change.
An FBI.
พิมยง
Stage 3.
Like I never left. Too slow.
My ult's ready.
Gonna fall back here. Bye bye.
Who else?
Don't ready. Grounded. Slow down.
Ready. I'll handle this.
เอาวะเจสซี่เวส ยังอยู่
I shot somebody.
Time to jump.
Have one of these.
New stage intact. My portal broke.
Refreshing. My ultimate is ready. Doing a thing.
Final stage.
Uh-huh. Out.
You and me.
Yep. Light him up. Going in.
Destabilizing.
Got 3. 4. Doing a thing. Hitting the brakes.
You want to
Get out of my
play?
way.
Let's play.
Ultimate orb spawning.
ไอ้หมอมันคมจังวะ
Like I never left. Fire in the hole. Don't miss me too much.
Cutting 5 kills remaining.
Got 4.
Rampage.
Slow down. สุดยอด
สุดยอดคิดว่าวันนี้พี่เอ๋จะกลับมาไหมไม่น่าครับน่าจะเจอกันพรุ่งนี้เลยพี่เอ๋น่าจะได้อีกเกมป่ะวะเรามานั่งดูสถิติเดียวจะดูผมยิงเลยครับกาก
So we'll see how that goes in terms of you know crew.
ใช่มันต้องไม่วอร์มก่อนเว้ยทุกครั้งที่เราไม่วอร์มก่อนมันโคตรดีขอบคุณนมระบาดนะครับสำหรับเกรดคู่แรก DRX ชนะครับเปเปอร์เล็กแพ้2-1สกอร์วอร์มแล้วมันเหมือนเหนื่อยอ่ะวอร์มปุ๊บมันเหนื่อยปุ๊บมันก็เล่นไม่ค่อยออกพี่ลองมันไอ้นี่เว้ยหลังๆเนี่ยพี่ลองแบบว่าลองมาโฟกัสเป้ามากขึ้นอ่ะแบบว่าค่อยๆละเมียดละไมค่อยๆแบบค่อยๆแบบไล่เป้าอะไรอย่างงี้ค่อยๆแบบพีคค่อยๆทับเป้าไปมันดีขึ้นว่ะสมาธิมันดีขึ้นแต่เหนื่อยเล่นแล้วเหนื่อยครับถอดสมองเล่นมันไม่ค่อยเหนื่อยแต่ถอดสมองเล่นพอแพ้บ่อยๆมันก็เหนื่อยไงโดนยิงบ่อยๆแต่พอแบบเราไปโฟกัสเป้าเราเหนื่อยแต่เรายิงได้แล้วก็มันใช่ไหมล่ะก็คนละไอ้นี่กันยิงไม่ได้มันไม่มันอยู่แล้วครับแล้วก็มานั่งโทษตัวเองว่ายิงไม่ได้แต่มันก็คือแบดเดย์ป่ะวะใช่ปะคือแบดเดย์อ่ะบางทีมันแบดเดย์จัดมันก็เนี่ยแหละส่วนใหญ่ผมไม่ได้ยิงไม่ค่อยโดนส่วนใหญ่แม่งโดนแม่งคมซิมน้องกล้องครับมาเฮ้ยมิกะโอ้โหใครเขาสวนกันเนี่ยยุคนี้โอ้โห
ซี่เคนโผล่มาหนึ่งทำไมอ่ะ
เบียร์สัญชาติเดียวกันวะ
โบดจัด
ยังมีแบบให้1 คน
ทั้งที่ทารอนกูเพิ่งจะเดบิวต์ไอ้เหี้ย
ซีเคทคงตั้งคำถามอะเดบิวต์ทีมมึงเดบิวต์อะไรมาเจอกูก่อนตลอดเลยนะตั้งแต่ปิมมี่แล้วตอนเดบิวต์ก็มาเจอกู
แล้วตอนเจอไอ้เหี้ยแม่งมีขิงกันพิมมี่กับโอริโอไอ้เหี้ยโอริโอโดนทุบไอ้สัส
มานะครับจะมาดูไทย5
ทีมคนไทยทารอนอย่าลืมครับซื้อบันเดิลทารอนด้วยนะครับยิงคม
โอ้ยมีตั้งแต่วันแรกจนปีแรกจนปี2ปี3เนี่ยครับ
คมมากครับพิสูจน์มาแล้ว
ใช่คม
ทุกวันนี้ไม่ซื้อโกดนะวินพิซซ่าลาวอ่ะ
ซื้อ
ซื้อโอเค
ซื้อไอ้เหี้ยคลาสสิกยิงไม่ได้แต่ไม่เป็นไรครับเราก็ยังเอาไอเขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะบัดดี้ไปติดได้ครับ
ถูก
ก็
คือเราสามารถโยนคลาสสิกทารอนให้เพื่อนๆได้ แล้วเราก็เอาไปลองใช้ดูสินายแล้วก็อย่าลืม buy bundle ทารอนพี่เอ๋เขาไปยาวเลยนะพี่ไปยาว
เลยบอกพี่ว่าเขาซ่อมแค่ชั่วโมงเดียวชิวๆนะครับมาเนี่ยยาวเลยนี่เขาเจิมยันเน็ตบ้านตัวเองอ่ะนี่ถ้าเขาไม่บอกว่าซ่อมชั่วโมงนี่น่าจะเสร็จละเจิมยันช่างคนเลยเหลือจะช่าง เจิมยันเน็ตบ้าน นี่น้องกำลังจะเปิดตัวว่ะโอ้ยโหลิขสิทธิ์นุ่งนิ่งอย่างเงี้ยนี่เดินแบบนิ่ง
นี่ได้แบบขึงขึงขึง
ๆ
ครับ
ไซน์
ขึง
เดินมาแบบอินโทรเวิร์ต
กิโลครับขึงครับ
ทำไมน้องยิ้มตลอดเวลาวะยิ้มแข่งกับเจเรมี่อ่ะ
ใส่เสื้อก็ใส่เบอร์55แล้วพี่
คนไทยใช่ไหม
ชื่อน้องอ่านว่าอะไรสรุป
KNTC ไง
อ๋อเกนทีซีเหรอ
ไม่ใช่พี่
เอ้า
คน
น้องกิตเกนทีซี
หน้าทีเอสวายมั้งพี่
เทสวายเขาอ่านตรงๆไหนเทสวาย
ชื่อยาวเลย
แต่ผมไม่เคยได้ยินคนเรียกอย่างอื่นเลยอะต้องรอดูแต่นักพากย์เขาน่าจะถามแล้วล่ะ
ไม่เป็นไร4 พยางค์เหมือนกันเท่า CGIS เลย
มันเวลาต้องมายืนมองหน้ากันสักพักนี่ไม่รู้จะทำท่าอะไรก็ยืนไปหลัง ยืน ยืนท่าไงดีว่าลงกระเป๋า
มึงจะให้ส่งมินิฮาร์ทให้กันเหรอหรือ
อย่ายืนเก่งสัตว์ฟอส
หรือไม่แบบไปคิดท่าเต้นมาเต้นแบบเต้นบัตเทิลก่อนเลย
ไปคิดดูให้เป็นเราก็ยืนเขินนะไอ้เงี้ยให้กูมายืนกูขอไปนั่งเลยได้ไหม
ไปยืนมองหน้ากันไม่รู้จะทำเลยแล้วตะโกนด่ามันปลุกใจ Eating from Colombia มาไกลด้วย
เอาว่ะคิรัวว่ะโคตรตึง ขออนุญาตดูเลย เดบิวต์
ใครชื่อเหมียวโค้ดอ่ะ
กูเนี่ย
เนี่ยดูข้างหลังนี่เหมียว
ใช่พี่เป็นอดีตโค้ชบูมมั้ง
อ๋อ
แล้วพอบูมเข้า Ascension เหมือนโดนเตะเลย
คนไทยเหรอ
ไม่ใช่พี่คนประเทศไหนไม่รู้แต่ไม่ใช่ไทย
โดนเตะเฉย
ทำหน้าที่สุดแล้วไง
สงสัยผลงานดี
ผลงานดีเกินลูกทีมเลยส่งไปให้อยู่ทีมใหญ่
เชี่ย
เอา
ของ
ว่า
ดี
โย
ฟอลต์
รู้ว่า
เฮ้ยนี่มัน G2 นี่ว่า
แชมเบอร์ไวโอริโอเฮ้ยแต่ก็โยรู้เทโจนะ
as well as
It boys back to Sentinel Row อะ หลับ ไอ้เหี้ยหลับหมดเลย ไม่เล่นแล้ว หลับก่อนไปชี้ก่อน Team Secret
13
versus G
11
Taron
10 9 8ตรงไหมครับ
ตรงครับผม
ไปครับ
well, was a little bit of weaknesses for
ขอบ
a
คุณพี่มุก
composition
10 กล่อง
that
นะครับ
Team Secret are going to be running the
คนเกาหลี
G2S
อะ
style,
ไม่
right?
เอา
So
อะไร
you're going to have some strengths in the mid to late rounds, and that was a weakness yesterday.
Okay,
So
let me-
if you're looking at
เราเอาไป
Team
ก่อน
Secret,
หนึ่ง
I think you got to go into this game with a little bit of that plan because
มาดู
Pearl,
ว่ายืนนอกวง
I
หรื
don't
อเปล่า
think this is
สำหรับ
a
ไว
map
โอ
that
ริ
they
โอ
would expected Talon to be picking.
At least for now, they'll be looking heads on, heads up in
เฮ้ย อะไร
towards
อะ
B Lake. Nothing too much
เอา
found
แล้ว
just
ปีน
yet,
ออกไป
กระโดดได้
and
วะ
also Sheerwall being instantly tripped.
โอ้โหเจอเยอะอะ
Just for information, at least for now. Meanwhile, on
แล้ว
the
มี
other
เมน
end,
เช็คด้วย
Cruz continuing to jiggle back and forth. Nothing found just yet either. It's a lot of control out from Talon
เอ
out
ดันก่อน
towards
เลย
this
เมน
B long area.
Excuse me, as well as Team Secret that actually picked this one, so there is the game plan for them. So that would further induce
รอ
what
ร
they
วบ
kind of expect to do, which
เออ
right
ไปรอ
now
รวบดีกว่า
is waltz in towards the A site, see that no one's home, and your wall isn't tripped. So do you have an idea that they've
เรียก
actually
ได้ว่า
gone
ควบ
towards
คุม
main?
อันนี้คือคุมไซส์ไว้เรียบร้อยแล้ว
Maybe not. They will
เขาดันไปเล่น
taking
Then
the
he found-
initiative, Komodo, to push all the way into
Spawn.
spawn.
A little bit too much though. Look how far they're going. They really
แล้ว
want
ค
to
น
clear
ที่
this
เจอ
one out.
คือน้อง
The
ทีม
wall
ครับ
eventually
5 ตัว
tripped and it'll bring them back, but no one on Talon has actually got towards the site yet.
I wouldn't mind this too much though. If they are able to find Cruz with that many players,
กระ
that's
สุนยังไม่มี
you're
ลั่น
taking
สักนัด
those
นะ
salvos
เกมนี้
away. But Cruz now tucks himself
มีแล้วนะ
neatly
B
into
อะ
a corner, so he keeps those salvos online.
โอริโอ
Meanwhile, the rest of the team from Talon has to march back
นี่
in.
เอาไปก่อนหนึ่งครับ
They managed to do just that, but still in towards
เฮ้ย
Secret
หูเจ็บ
dugout. There is a bit of contention. Jesse Bash still pretty
นี่
much
ยังโดนไปก่อน
until Jeremy comes back in to support him, and that's going to be pissed around being picked up by Team Secret.
Strange one, not gonna lie. No duels really into all the way the A site. You get a full plant, you kind of waltz in towards your opponent's
Tough to read.
spawn, and then eventually you focus on back. And you got to admit too, the plant is a nice idea for that position, right? You've got a lot of exposure towards that one. It's not like you're planning it for main and then pushing in towards dugout, in towards secret, in towards flowers. So it was a nice little piss around that
Hey,
idea. To
Jeremy
come
มัน
in.
เลิก
It's
ยิ
a
ง
little
แล้ว
bit
อะ
awkward at the end
อะไร
there
นะ
when Jesse
Jeremy
Bash
มัน
is
ไม่ยิ้ม
going
แล้ว
for
อะ
those
มั
right
นตึง
clicks
อะ
with the classic
เจเร
too.
มี่มันตึง
So
ว่ะ
an eventual
ไม่ได้
crossfire
ต้องไป
in
จี้เอวหน่อย
towards
จะได้
your
ยิ้ม
now any eco round. So you'll play towards the depths at the moment. You'll play towards just numbers towards this B side.
Sure, range as well, given the weaponry. So Team Secret working alongside B main. They do spot a player or two, forcing Primi to get Crash back into safety as well. That's a lot of space now that Team Secret can work with, but at the same time, maybe some slight footsteps in towards A main. Still, at the very least, nothing too much from either side.
เขาบอกว่าพี่เอ๋ยมาแล้ว
Just in this eco round as well, Killer are still holding both prowlers. Generally, you would see them, thrown in towards A. Are going to challenge over towards that area.
คลาสสิก
or
5 คน
wants and sees that have already been used. So
นี่ไง
just
เอา
in
ไปก่อนหนึ่ง
numbers at the moment. Pistols quack to find a little bit of damage.
Yeah, at least working
อุ้ยดูน้ำซื้อปืนเลยอะ
Secret
แวนโด
at
อะ
the same time. I mean,
น้ำอะ
they're
กัน
the
ปืน
ones,
หรือเปล่า
not fully committing to either side,
พี่มี่
despite the information that they've gained. So just kind of
แต่เขาส่อง
challenging the
นะ
pistols,
ดิ
trying to take as much as away as possible.
Yeah, and it's just utilizing the time quite nicely as well to
นี่ไง
shenanigans, let Talon overthink things a little bit potentially, which for right now, I mean, a 3 versus 3 when you've gone into this round, with
Classic,
it's starting to feel okay in terms of damage.
Just a bit, not too bad. Thigh,
ระวังมี
though,
บูลด็อก
does pick up the bulldog, and that is a little bit of damage against Jeremy. 3 guns already robbed away.
โอ้ย
Jesse
นะ
Bash
ผมมันเนี่ย
will clean things up at the end. But
เดี๋
you
ยว
still
ไอ้
have to
อายุ
wonder
ทำอะไรเขาไม่ได้
how
ว่ะ
this, echoes throughout the
เจเร
other
มี่มันมีอัน
rounds
ติ
on this
จริง
map.
Yeah, when you're going in towards your gun round now as Talon and your bonus is looking like a Vandal and an Outlaw to be carried on over, how much are
เนี่
you
ยพอ
putting behind that, right? Are you getting another rifle? Are you just
พอเป็น
saying,
เล็กจบนี่
okay, we
พี่เอ๋ย
lost
จะ
a
ซ่อม
little
เน็ต
bit
เสร็จ
too much in that previous round. We'll just play with some pistols and maybe go for a little bit more of a mundane push together as a unit of 5.
That's something
น้า
อุ้
วาย ง
โคตร
เป้า
ตัดไป 3 คลาสสิกล้วน
for the upcoming round, but
ได้
at
อยู่ครับ
least right now
ได้อยู่
can
ได้อยู่
celebrate with that little round win. Outlaw, okay, still in the hands of Envy. Potential
ไป
life shields on the other side.
45 มันจะยังอยู่อีก
Talon are indeed reinforcing everything with heavy shields. A quick default setup all across the map.
Well, Thai has to be really careful here if he oversteps because there's a lot of bodies and he wouldn't
ใจ
have
ถึง
had a
อย่ามาเดิน
bailout strategy really.
เดินมาม
Quick
อง
shoulder peek though, so he's okay for now, and instantly puts up that smoke, the nebula to block
Wait,
things off. At
Minion.
the same time, look at this, Primi, all the way up B.
Yeah, getting information across both sides of the map and still having a bit of a spot in towards mid doors as well.
Just as we mentioned mid doors, the Prowler
พุทธาลอนเล่นโคตรเอาพื้นที่
out
อะ
from Killua. Bit of an arc row setup as well, but it's going to be Jeremy in
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the round 3 dimensional drift to gather further information. Bit of a flash coming out, and he's trying to catch Jit Boys. Flown kind of ignored, but still damage found. Killua in with a trade just to try to hold around connector.
Yeah, it's nicely done, but what do you look to do now? You've got 2 players still coming up from the sewers in towards an arc crunch, and you do also have Thai playing in the back of dugout. Some smokes towards the site start to happen though.
Okay, at least the salvos will get sent through. Ooh, and as soon as the salvo gets sent out, TUG thinks that that's where Mateo might be positioned. Lo and behold, it's just going to be Killua watching the angle. So a good kill being picked up, as well as the Prowler just to check closer back towards Art. Talon trying to do their due diligence, but at the same time, Envy has his sights straight in to the site. Still though, okay, Thai kind of sneaking past, but Jesse Vash has snuck up right behind him as well. Good little flash out, and that's going to be another pick. Team Secret working alongside the numbers now. Talon might have the sight, but a bit of a tap is not going to be enough. Shots on over.
Oh my god!
Swings along a swivel, just goes full turn before the ace.
What is that?
That is a point blank Hunter missing every single shot, and he's not even looking at you. Killua, welcome to VCT Pacific. Welcome to your first round win and an ace. Yeah, where there was a dimensional drift to come on through for all of the information that you would expect in the beginning from the side of Team Secret. Jeremy trying to do what he can. I mean, a great reposition to come through from Jesse Vash as well. I thought lightning would be this round for Team Secret, but no.
Not quite.
พี่โดนแฟนเบเวอร์เล็กพังเน็ตอ่ะ
Chamber was, or if Waldor was going to find it towards the end, but still not quite. And that is just the talented Thai players that we have in this region. All the way throughout FW esports, maybe full sense made in Thailand, even at times, they're just all so familiar with each other, and they are comfortable on this stage. Still though, the next round coming up, Secret trying to fight their way back in. They have the buys. Right now, at least, not quite the space.
เอ็ดแบบเวอร์ด้วย
Bit of a contest though towards Team Secret at the moment. They wanted to win this one, and they'll do so successfully. Nearly sending a bit of a rotate mid, quite open at the moment though, so you are falling back a little bit as Talent. Mind them just seeing holding on to a lot of their utility. They could just switch into it.
I have to imagine, though, you know, at least for Talent still, the fact that they've all been teammates at one point or another, perhaps except for there is quite a bit of comfort, a bit of morale boost on the side as well. Meanwhile, you can see how they're all pulling together, comsing together on the team. They're already leading this push coming out from Team Secret. So even with the spike getting tapped in, the Nightfall instantly sent out. Prowler, just to check. We're looking at a potential peak pretty soon. Bit of a flash, blindside out. The clone just to check. We're off the crosshair placement. Wildario at least will redeem himself from the previous round with a double kill, but Primi fires back with an outlaw as well. On towards Art, and that's Jit Boys taking further position away from Team Secret. Forces 2GE to try to march up. Envy, though, pulls off a bit of a spin of his own and goes into a Beyblade, being able to blaze down his opponents in a moment of glory.
Yeah, you definitely need to see a couple of those Talon members have their head on a swivel, though, and spin around. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really come on out, and you're looking at them give up a lot of space in through towards mid, give up the territory of A to play towards a retake because you have the Nightfall, right? But when you've got the Steel Garden going on through as well, that just buys a lot more time for Team Secret to establish themselves in the site, and then they're layering some more of their own utility to stave off any sort of retake. So nicely done from Team Secret. They'll be met with the eco of Talent right now, and for Wild Oreo, it's very wise to get out the Outlaw as well, specifically on a chamber. You want to see good proficiency
โคตรสุดดีว่ะ
from him with
ช
the
อบ
snipers
ทาร
too.
อนไม่มีการซื้ออะไรสักอย่างฟูลคลาสสิก
Sound strategy from Team Secret all around.
โคตรแบบขายของ
Carefully, tactically working across the map. Talon, though, on towards the pistols, trying to get a little bit cheeky out of the melee, but instantly
ดู
deterred.
ใช้เงินไม่เปลืองดิ
นี่ฮะดูโชว์ปืนไง
Yeah, just all kind of grouping together at the moment.
ปกติคือคลาสสิกก็ยิงคนตายได้
Can just tap away.
Ooh, it's going to be the Outlaw that taps away instead, Komodo.
Not bad. Not bad. Still going for a bit of a challenge, though.
You know, whenever we get multi-kills like this, I just feel like I turn into the Count from Sesame Street. Nonetheless, it still is going to be Talon backing in towards the A site, looking for further positioning. But with that many kills, or deaths at least, going down towards mid, Team Secret makes the read in towards the B site.
What I see when you're in a round against an eco like this and you've got 3 kills is an ace hunt.
Ooh. Oh,
30 seconds left.
possibly hunting for some webbits. We'll see if Talon gives them the chase or not. At the very least, possibly setting up for some exits, maybe.
I wouldn't have thought that you'd like duck hunting season, Quack.
Do I? That feels like cannibalism, hunting my own brethren? I don't know.
Well, just the tail end of this round. No ace going to be achievable for Wild Oreo, but there is some triggers at the end of this one for Talon. They're going to get some dollary dues. There's going to be an ult available in the next round. More importantly, though, I think you'll take away that Team Secret are starting to find a good little numbers on that tally board for the attacking side.
Oh yes, very much so. Ultimates online, kills being found. It all starts to flow, and you can see that they're not just working alongside the composition, but also trying to work alongside the map and the strats, where they're just trying to stay, I guess, disciplined. You know, not really fully committing too early on.
Yeah, well, one of the strengths from this comp that Team Secret are going to be running is just making sure that utility is right to try and set up Yoru, set up Jeremy for a lot of success, and then having the initiative to make sure there's a bit of a backup plan if that goes a little bit haywire.
Okay. But then Sniper being found on the other side as well. So that's Premi on the op. Instantly gate crashes into safety, receiving contact towards B long. On towards A main as
เรา
well.
สองคนนี้ออกมา
Continues to spread their wings across the map, covering a lot of it with their wingspan.
Yeah, new recruits getting the job done over towards A. Your second put in a bit of utility as
อยู่
well.
ดีก็เหลือ
just
3
after
คน
the fact
ว้าวุ่นเลย
throughout the full position.
สมองก็ตายไปแล้ว
Done, you reset with the 2-player advantage, and now you really need to see Team Secret dig deep
เจเรมี่
individually to get back
ตาย
into
ไง
this
ตาย
tournament. It's one of these positions where you kind of need to give your opponents in
อุ้ย
Team
เนี่ยเจอ
Secret
น้า
the jewels to win, and
โอ้แล้ว
that's
น้าแบบ
exactly what happens. Dai gives them the jewel, he loses it. Now it might be achievable for Team Secret.
แต่ลืมบอมนะ
If
ทีม
you're
สิเกตลืม
talking
บอม
about
นะ
individual greatness, you would gamble that
รอ
it's
Chamber
down to these 2 players, Jeremy as well as Jesse Vash, the one who, the Unk, who got almost, well, or practically an ace.
เจอ
Back
โอเม
in
ก้า
the
หลัง
game.
ตาป่ามันรอ
Still
อยู่
in the
แล้ว
same spot, he does find that kill.
แล้วไม่มีสโมก
Off
อย่าง
of
นี้หมาย
that,
ความว่าไงครับ
thinking that
รออยู่2ครับผมรอครับ
เอาครับผม
หลอกครับ
โอ้โหยิงหัวด้วย
where Primi has his
กลัวไม่
crosshairs
ตาย
zeroed
ไง
in.
Yeah.
Headshot
Ui.
through, then a crouch peek out from Jeremy to find the headshot right
โม
back.
เมนต์
Down to Jit Boys,
Yeah.
Cruz arriving on scene as well. Can they
Well,
do
good eye,
it?
Hub.
It's all down to Jeremy. He has to find the frags, and he does find the opener. On to the next, and Armageddon
Wait,
taking as well, but
ow.
he gets the
Back.
spike down just in the nick of time.
Andy,
Dimensional
below the
drift
way.
away to find Killua.
ต้องได้
Does
หัวพี่เนี่ย
figure out where he is. Continues to toy with his positioning. Killua having the ace from before, feeling confident, but now feeling the pressure in towards halls. Where could they be? Find the first. And then sidesteps away from the next. He knows exactly where Jesse Vash is. Rocky versus Luna wins this time. Talon, Killua just greets everyone on the server once again.
Yeah, had to win that one, didn't he? From the starting of the round, when you start to lose your teammates as well in a 5 versus 3 situation where
เหลือ 2 เหลือ 3 แล้วเหลือคิรัวนี่ไว้ใจได้
creep up from Wild Oreo. It's 30 seconds left on the round, and he goes for a
ยิ้ม
dry
ไป
peek.
ก่อนตึง
A little bit ill-advised, you know. I'm also seeing that there is technically a dimensional drift available earlier on if they wanted to quickly use that one in. You've got, you know, sub 30 seconds, yeah, but is that enough time to throw in to try and establish plans and everything? There's a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas in a round such as this, but I think more importantly, everybody's trying to bring forward a
ยิ้ม
round,
ยิ้ม
but they don't necessarily need to. So reeling it in for a couple of players is what you're going to see in a round such as this. An early challenge from Premi, but not going too far forward.
Oh yeah, just holding up around the doors, but at the same time, straight into Aria. Instantly deletes 2GE, but that's the go signal from Team Secret.
And now it's going
ก็
to
พอ
be
ซื้อออกมา
Lost
แม่ง
Town.
ซี
They've
เค็ด
got
แม่ง
the advantage. They don't actually
เล่น
need
ช้า
to
เล
push
ย
forward and give the fight over to Team Secret.
Hence, Thigh just kind of holding out towards Dugout for
Kom.
now.
Hey,
Repositions
Kom, one
into towards
tap.
Secret. It spots Jeremy
One
out of
tap.
the tap. A second tap out
tap
towards
ยิง
Envy
แบบ
Skull.
นี้
And that's going to
The
be Jesse
firepower.
Bash trying to regress back in from main, from stairs. Is it going to be enough though? Not quite. The spike's down in the dirt. Wild Oreo with an up at this range. It's just a little bit too tough.
มันดี
Pretty,
วะ
who already has his
มันดีวะ
scoped in, will be the one to find the round for Talon.
Quite readable as far as Talon are concerned as well. When the
ถือว่า
first
สอบ
pick
ผ่าน
is found and the Prowler goes out through
FY
arc,
ครับ
they start to get
ถือว่า
overwhelmed in it. So just falling on back, knowing that
พิมมี่
Team
พิมมี่
Secret
สอบผ่าน
are going to go in towards the A site, and then it's just very
ตอนนี้
sharp
หมายถึงคนเพิ่ง
gunplay
มา
to come out from Thai, getting those 2 kills, everything falling in order for the
เจ็ด
rest
บอก
of
กู
the
โด
team
น
where
อี
they
กละ
are just
พวกเด
standing
บิว
and delivering.
Just happened so much, and it really
แต่พูดภาษาอังกฤษกันได้
brings
let's
the
go
question
บ้า
how Team Secret might be feeling in their heads right now, because it's some of these
ทำไม
rounds
ไม่
where
ไม่แปลเป็นไทยแบบ
playing reserve,
ไปกันต่อ
they
เลย
actually
พี่ชาย
find success. Then playing aggressive, they kind of start to falter a bit. But as soon as they play
Hello.
even more reserve, that's where Primy gets away with daylight robbery like this. Primy gets the kill, Cruz for the next, Wild
เกี่ยวไปได้
Oreo
หนึ่ง
for the trade. A lot of space afforded around the A site, and great reads being pulled out by Talon. Look at the minimap. Vies, the Jit Boys, he's circling all the way around from behind, and the longer the Team Secret takes, the more space
โอ้ย
they
แชมเบอร์
get
มันเดิน
to
อย่างนี้เลย
cover.
วะ
Primy back with the up, and that's the second kill for the guy.
Well, Dimensional Drift, a minute left on the clock, and he's going to throw a little bit of worry towards the
Mow,
side of
mow,
Team
mow.
Secret. Wow, both of them. But this is just buying time for that flank that you mentioned here. Getting your teammate onto the line. Thai's going to come out from Flowers as well. Actually, oh, wow, this is not what you would expect in this situation. Just down to Jit Boys. Guns removed. And they know where he's coming from.
พยายามมาแล้วแต่แบบ
Being able to turn
I'll
an
could.
unwinnable scenario right back, but okay, his own Steel Garden right back against his opponents. They just kind of get out of dodge though.
Yeah.
And that's where you gotta wonder, it's not gonna be enough. Jit Boys needs to kind of triangulate where they might be and look for the isolated duels. Unexposed duels as well, but look at how quick and fleet-footed he's able to find that shot to bring a round out for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's
Dan
3
book, Dan
versus
book.
2 that Team Secret are able to convert when the plant, you know, is the kind of priority at that position when you're in towards the A site. Really well done from them, not able to, you know, or rather not fussed by the dimensional drift that is coming on out. Because you expect in those positions, right? Primy dancing around the site, calling for his team, where they are, what you need to do, what line you need to hold. Those are the things that you'll instinctively know when those comms come over to you, right? But yeah, really well done from Team Secret to be able to win that one and keep a lead on this attacking side. They'll counter out on towards an eco that rounds here, and you're just trying to, you know, build up a couple more ultimates that you're starting to get towards again.
You kind of like it.
Yeah.
Slowly course correcting. You know, not too aggressive and back in towards mid.
And it is the mid to late round that this composition really needs to kind of find its footing in and showcase its strengths towards.
Whoa. Okay, well, mid to late round or not. At least the opening pick. Oh, wow. Goes the way of Wild Oreo at that range as well. Good little right click, scoped in.
Take flight.
And it forces Talon to rethink, refill that space around Art as well as mid doors. As that happens, Team Secret back into A. Thai has always been playing that position, and they're looking to challenge him. Expecting to peek out from mid doors as well. Envy finds another.
เอาหน่อยน้อง
Great patience.
สักตัว
Team Secret just against
ตัด
the
ปืนมัน
eco, playing in towards the deeper lines. You know that it is the pistols now as well, so you kind of start to shift towards the A site, get all the information as 2G. It's not too difficult of a rounds to kind of play towards for Team Secret on the beginning, or after the beginning.
30 seconds left.
Fairly simple and clean. Talon, though, still just trying to look for any potential pickup. Would be an off point or two for Primy at least, but ooh. A little bit quiet from the fella.
เฮ้ย
for now.
อุ้ยอุ้ย
Bit of a simple flick
น้า
from
บอก
Talon,
อ้าวกูผิดอะไร
but
อ่ะ
still,
กลัวนะเจ๊บอกกลัว
cleans things up.
Yeah, you want to kind of see Talon fall back onto what was
But they're not
working
gonna make
in
one.
the previous roster before.
เรื่องนี้มันต้องมีคนรับผิดชอบ
joined,
อ่ะ
right? There's still a core
People
three
did it.
that you can kind of
น้า
take
บอก
a
เออ
couple of
กูเอง
players
แล้วกัน
out. You know, with the timing between kickoff and adding these players as well, that you're not going to have too much to kind of reinvent the whole team, right? So you see a couple of roles change for sure, but you're still going to have a lot of these fundamental game plan plays that you have on this defensive side, right? Some mid A takes, some น้องทีมบอกกูมีตังค์4,900
มันก็ไม่ฮีโร่บายการเงินของทีมต้องดี
เนี่ยฟอร์ดแรปป่ะวันนี้
ก็แฟบลอส
แรปเสร็จ
Concerned for Talon because we have
งงบอกเอ้ยบนอะไรอ่ะ
ไม่เขาจะแรปเป็นภาษาไทยก็ได้พี่ ก็บอกให้เขาทำอย่างนี้ทำไมไม่ทำอย่างนั้นอะไร
You
เงี้ย
do start to have a little bit of, you know,
เดี๋ยวเราต้องไป
concern
เซต
of
ติ้ง
them.
พี่
Have
บี
they been really practicing this, or have they been more going towards the other maps in the pool?
Do wonder. They did leave it open though, so you gotta
Correct,
imagine
yep.
maybe they do have something. And this comp at least
มีโอเปอเร
alludes
เตอ
you
ร์
to thinking that this is
มัน
a
ต้อง
very
มาเล่น
deliberate
เรียก
setup
ของอะไร
right
ดู
now, especially with the coach timeout being called, the adjustments being sent over onto extreme ends of the map, especially the outlaw as well. Okay, just to try to deter
ไอ้
teams
นาย
from
ไม่ออกมาพี
getting
กแล้ว
down any further.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what 2G is
Mày
going to be
xu.
able to do. You know, Astra's autonomy.
Ooh,
now actually spotted on out, so maybe
อะไร
you're getting
แว๊บๆ
overwhelmed a little bit, but you definitely have to get out of
Phải
there.
lừa
I was trying to say I want to see what timing you can try and find to get on up, but now he's just going to keep the Talon members interested that there might be something tailing
Oh, the
towards the B
A.
side.
Especially with that smoke, I was thinking he might recall the star, but actually just puts it all the way up. So those two
Oh, yeah,
players,
I know.
Creamy alongside Jit Boys, will have to stay tucked in on B. Meanwhile, Team Secret still looking to explore the map, especially towards mid, but they do want to watch out for some of the Vi's utility, for example. They've encountered it before. But wow.
30 seconds to go, and this is going to be the go time for everybody to dump a lot of these ultimates in towards the A side. Oh, spike being planted by Mike out. It's 4 so far.
And it's just everything dumped into this A site. The Hunter's Fury, though, does do its job, and at the same time for Envy to find a bit of a frag. With that, a lot of space on the other end of the Cosmic Divide, though. Talon looks to set themselves up. The spike will get planted, but can Team Secret stabilize? That is the question. Bit of an op cruise with possible utility coming online as well. Jit Boys just trying to get ahead, but instantly gunned down. Gotta imagine where some of the Team Secret players could be playing as well, so just waiting for some of it, but on the timing, Envy with the peaks, a quad kill being picked up. Jesse Bash with the sudden peek out.
It would have been the ace, but it was the clone that he ended up shooting in that one. And I actually thought that there was an immediate counter ult to come on through, but there was only 3 in towards the mix. Yeah, more importantly, the Nightfall I thought would have been a little bit more valuable towards the site instead of towards Art. Didn't really feel like that worried Team Secret too much when that comes in. Able to bring out their own Cosmic Divide. You got a Hunter's Fury in towards the mix as well, but importantly, it wasn't a lot of those ults and abilities getting it all done. Envy, a lot of the kills to come on through. And he's kind of tearing things up at the moment.
Right. They also just got them into sight, but Envy is the one who has been finding the frags. Always a sharpshooter, whichever role he's playing on. Sometimes the Sentinel, sometimes the Initiator. He's always one of the best players that we have here in Pacific. Nonetheless, though, as the next round heads on up, we are nearing this end of the first half, and still Talon continue to swap their positions around, you know, trying to control mid a little bit further. But Team Secret, they're just avoiding it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about some space management at the moment, you're going to get some value from the ultimate orb over towards the A site. You're going to keep the members there a little bit interested and head on a swivel to make sure that there's no just blowout in towards the site. The Steel Garden for Envy can be quite powerful if they're afforded a lot of time and position.
You know,
if Talon are spotted in towards mid doors or spotted over peeking in towards Art was going to be my second one. As he just does that, it makes it quite difficult for Talon to get a good read at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. Read or no read, they just haven't been having a good time, especially in the early phases of the round. And with that now, a full B site hit coming through. Armageddon to deter it though.
Envy, is he actually stuck here? Yes, he is, unfortunately. And 2G down for the count as well. Good little individual brilliance from Crew. Just providing the destruction, and with 20 seconds to go, you're gonna have to bully your way into this as Team Secret.
That's exactly what they're looking to do. Throw their heads in for bits of swirlies or just to hurl some verbal attacks down in towards Team Secret's way. Still though, you got no utility. Trying to play around it. That's exactly it. Without the utility, it's definitely going to be a little bit tough, but still Wild Oreo looking to shoot his way out of this range. Swaps over onto the Headhunter and does find the pick. Okay. Trip right underneath just to get some information. Killa goes to stick it halfway.
นี่อ่ะ
Gets up just in time
ไม่ไหวหร
to
อก
find the headshot against Wild
นิ่ง
Orange.
จัดที่ลูก
That's
หล่อ
a twist and lick for you right there.
No utility, but does not matter for talent. They'll just have every gun ripe and ready for the kills.
เหมือนผมเลย
Maybe for Wild Warrior, that was actually going to be doable, right? He's able to awkwardly get the first kill in the 1 versus 2, but dancing in and out of the cosmic divide, not able to find Killua at the end. And one of these rounds, again, where you are seeing the time played with a lot by Team Secret. Very slow in how they want to dance and deliver around the map, getting the A orb, looking for a challenge in mid, pivoting towards the B side, but no space left in time.
Yeah, I have to imagine that a lot of that comes down to Cruz and his IGL. Very good job, master at work when it comes to reading the map, and that's why you have those util kills going through on his KO, but still. It does come down to some of the frags sometimes. Team Secret can definitely bully their way through, and that's what they're looking to do, unless Primi can deny some of these opportunities outright. Still, though, he's forced to get Crash away.
Yeah, you're going to see the force back of B and the tapping of the shear wall as well over towards A. So trying to bait it out. I really like the idea from Envy, however, though. You change it up, you bait them on in, you try and see if you can pick them out when they go for that wall, or if it's an individual lurking, you try and catch them off guard. Always a fan of that deeper wall. You know, we saw good trap play off that yesterday.
Still, though, at least for now, Talon have managed to deny several all
โอ้โห
ports.
แล้วเจอ3ตรงนี้
So at this point, just forces
มันเจอ2มันมีคนเนียนหลังกล้อง
trick play. Dimensional drift, get crashes back into B.
Get him interested over towards the A side, come over towards B where it'll look to be a
Ui,
little
ơi.
weaker, though Primi
That freak.
starting things off by finding Wild Warrior.
ขออนุญาตโผล่มาฉกไง
Sub 30 seconds.
And with that as well, a bit more pressure in the backs of Talon's minds. 2GE gets to strike while the iron is hot from behind. A huge flank, and that just pulls the attention away for the spike to go down. Team Secret continue to make quick work on the map, and it forces Primi to send his crosshair back and forth, looking for the next flick. Takes down Jesse Bash now, and does soften the side up for the rest of his team. Jeremy tries to keep them away with the flash. It's not going to be enough. Primi with his own blindside, his own dimensional drift now, and he pushes all of Team Secret further back and away. 2GE try as he might, but it's not going to be enough. Jit Boys will find him down, and that brings us to a 5-7
ไม่รู้จะ
at
ยิ
the
ง
end of
ใคร
the first
ก่อน
half.
ดี
Yeah,
โผล่
pretty
พร้อ
good
มกัน
recovery in a couple of moments from both of these teams as well, right? Some pivotal
พี่
moments,
มี่ไปทำ
some
อะไรมา
round abilities to take control of this map, but at the tail end there, those last
I'll
2
be gone
rounds
then.
to come out from the side of Talon, well navigated. I'm thinking to myself, you've got a lot of information in that scenario up through street. You don't need to go for a lot of these peaks.
ดึงมาชอต
You
ตี้
know
ไง
you've got Talon locked in there, but they somehow managed to get back out of there, taking the full challenge, and Primi, operator shot, shorty
เอาเล็กๆหน่อยดิหรือว่า
ภาพ
พอ
ถ่าย
หรือว่าเต็มหน้าแล้วมันขยับได้ปะ
ไม่น่าเกี่ยว
เพราะอะไรอ่ะต้องดูสเกลฟิลเตอร์นี่นี่พวกนี้เกี่ยวไม่เกี่ยวเลย
ไม่เกี่ยว
ไม่เคยใช้
มุกดาวเอา
ต้องปรับได้เราไปอีกทีนี้เป็นพุตตี้ใหม่เลยเราคัดต้อมเราคัดต้อมหมดเลยต้อมแล้วปรับ
เนี่ย
โอเคแล้วปรับได้ปะเรา
ไม่ได้
ไม่ได้ด้วยเพราะอะไรวะไม่เคยเป็นด้วยเลยไม่เคยใช้
เปิดเลย ดูดิ
มันปรับไม่ได้วะไม่มีจุดให้ปรับวะ
เปิดมากูเพิ่งเคยเจอน่ะ
เพราะอะไรวะ
เห็นปะ
defensive side over to this attacking
ไอ้นี่มัน
side.
ทุ่มเทว่ะ
Early to tell.
Yes, it definitely is early. I do wonder how this chamber is going to play out on the defensive side, but you know, we do have a lovely little Team Secret plant in the audience there. Just encouraging people to buy the bundles. But yes, back into it, and that's going to be Team Secret now on the defense, the sort of double sentinel at play.
Just a single cruise with a drone
แทบตาย หายไปแล้วครึ่งชีวิต
เฮียตามมิงเฮียแรงเฮียอะไรขนาดนี้ต้องทีมบอก75 ดาเมจ
Certainly, quite a bit. That's just possibly one shot away from dying. Cruz has to well, keep himself tucked away for now, at the very least. So even if he is looking to cross mid, he's going to have to rethink his decisions. His guidance cells are going to be very needed, especially if his team goes to post plant.
Well, the traps are here, and you're going to have to try and respect them at the moment, but a great haunt. You're going to try and extend and overwhelm him.
Okay.
คิดว่าโดน2 เมตรเองโดนขา
Good work, Envy. One of the, well, the primary sentinel right now for Team Secret, being able to deny any opportunities from Talon. Still keeps the team kind of tucked in towards this A site.
A quiet repush in towards A. How far is he actually going to get towards it before he is spotted out? Marco's...
ดุง
Smokes and recon gathering abilities as well. Jesse Vash at least confirms presence on the site. Talon look for an opportunity. Team Secret with their positioning though so far back. At the same time, a bit of a flank coming from Valorant, but it's not necessarily how Jesse Vash is able to play. But a bit of a skewer as he finds straight line. Envy now trying to get himself out of dugout. Still spotted by Killua.
You've not seen the chamber, Wild Oreo. You've got to expect a flank.
At least thinking about it, they're sitting comfortably with that spike down, Komodo. And Killua just continues to play around the positions, and there it is. Flank instantly spotted and found, but a bit of a swing too wild from Cruz, and Wild Oreo with the Headhunter will find the damage that is needed.
And that's better fashion because the damage that Jesse Vash found earlier on with the shock dart as well. Only one shot to finish off Cruz.
You're telling me we've come full circle?
We've come full circle. The man has started off the round that he didn't know he found, and then they finished it off.
That is just kind of poetic and a way to start off the pistol round on the second half.
An attempt though, a good attempt from Talon, getting in the plan. Killua getting a lot of kills in towards the end there. Not able to finalize 2G either, even with the dink through the corner of the wall though. A little bit unfortunate. For Team Secret, however, they're going to be able to find both pistols in this map, which is just going to further extend a good lead for them.
Wow, but as you say that, a bit of a force coming out from Talon.
Jeremy,
Still disrespected by Jeremy. A shot found through, and he gate crashes back into safety. Still though, Talon looking to commit into the site, or at least to force some reactions out. They send that little fake out clone all the way through in towards stairs, where Envy will be met with a lot of contact. Jit Boys in with the stinger will be able to find it instead.
They're going to pull away.
A to B
and see if they can find anybody in through towards connector first. As Jesse Vash is on the drone, he'll spot nothing out towards the A site, and there's a little bit of a overextension from Wild Oreo here that you do actually have to consider that they can path very quietly up through towards street, go towards the B site quickly. And he's going to be there, but if you are playing towards the numbers here as Team Secret, you are going to be playing in towards a retake here.
Wild Oreo with the Outlaw too, though. So, retake definitely sound, but we'll see if Wild Oreo can at least soften up some of these blows. Not going to see too much, so just playing for the numbers.
Yeah, you'll eventually get a dart back online for Jesse Vash. That's going to come in, well, 30 seconds actually, so never mind that one right there. You do need to try and see what these stingers and what this Spectre can do. Because actually can make this work.
เราเล่นโคตรไกลอ่ะพี่มี่ ปืน
Jit Boys now with the Spectre finding another shot through. Going in for the full tap though. Jesse Vash gets it down halfway. Gets off just in time. Spectre, the shots all found by Team Secret to still stabilize and find the subsequent round win.
Yeah, the plant not going down where you can actually protect it from where you came from in the street, right? You've got a bit of a play from Primi looking for the later lurk out there, and I mean, at some point in that round there, when that plant goes down, it transitions into a really winnable scenario. But when you do disconnect yourselves a little bit too much, it makes it a little bit awkward. You know, you're just looking for damage then, which, to be honest, is not that bad considering that that was only the second round, right? Those are the rounds that you're never generally going to be winning when you drop a pistol.
Similar scenario to what we saw from the start of the map. But as I say that, we are definitely slowly running out of chances for Talon to find a way back into the game.
Yeah.
We'll see if this one can support them, if anything. But given the force spike from before, yeah, it's still going to be stingers for the entire Thai squad.
That's really good positioning and knowledge from Jeremy to know that if there's going to be an A play, they're going to have to play respectful for the shear, and you just tuck yourself in towards the mid window.
ไอ้น้าไม่ลงแฟด
So Primi able to execute into the side, especially with the blind side, takes down Jesse Dash.
น้าหลบไม่ทันลุงเอ้ยก็หลบไม่ทันนาทีก็หลบไม่ทัน
Recognizes
ไหนน้าเขาไม่หลบมันยังโดน
to hold stairs and force Team Secret to get into exposed positions for the
น้าบอกอย่าเล่นแฟดกับพี่น้อง
having hang back now, but look at Jeremy perched up on top, and that's just going to be enough. A bonus round, well, somewhat being found for Team Secret, even against the Stingers of Talon.
I mean, you throw an asterisk on towards this quote bonus round, right? Because there's over-investments in the previous. You don't come in towards this round with your full rifles. Though, what you do show as Talon at the moment is that you're proficient enough to get a plant on down, but you're just not able to keep it contained and win out the rest of the round. The retakes so far have been quite flawless to come through from Team Secret, and Jeremy has had a really big helping hand in a lot of those.
Absolutely. Starting off with the
หรือว่ามึ
open
ง
pick,
แอบเสียทารอนในใจหรือเปล่า กูงง
last few kills that he picks up on
นั่นแหละ
Bulldog.
กูมาทำอะไรที่นี่วะเนี่ย
Finding the right positioning, working
กูนึกว่า
alongside his team, and
เขาไป
right
เชียร์ทารอน
now
กัน
the
กู
kill leader for Team Secret, Envy, finding his value as well on the sheer walls in that stealth throw now for Talon though, just to gather a little bit of information outside B-Long.
Yeah, it's got to be respected at the moment as well. One away from a dimensional drift for Primi. You're only saying a bit of spotting out from 2GE over towards the A site. And you are covering your bases as well. Pretty standard default to come out from Team Secret here and act accordingly. Again, highlighting that their retakes have been pretty good. So if they need to concede any positions around the map, they can rely on that. Time of the round for the drone, clearing some information. And a bit of a re-clear towards B-Long as well if Wild Oreo wants to keep going for the spot.
But not needed for now, at least. The trademark being tripped around B link, so still keeping some investments into the B site. Talon deliberately trying to sneak on through, but they do have to make it over this little sheer wall obstacle.
Thorns immediately popped as well, so two members are just going to sit pretty in towards that one at the moment, and 2GE is in a bit of a spot of bother. He can get crunched upon.
Okay, still though, keeps himself tucked away inside of
จะ
that
นานเล่นลูกซองชิบหายแล้ว
alive. The second one coming up.
Oi.
This is the right time, and ooh, taking down the spike planter. Envy out from the back as well. Flowers being secured, and back into Envy with the classic support from Jeremy. There it is. Down to just high. 4 HP. Spike on the ground and no time at hand. He's gonna have to go in for the full save as Team Secret looks to double up on double digits. It's down to 11 and 5.
Yeah, really well played out from Team Secret as well. The tricky position from 2GE navigated quite nicely for some assistance as well. I think it was Envy that got the Arcros flash out there, providing all the goods for him to collect the kills in towards the site. This time a difference that there is no plant to come on down. So seeing in the replays there, really well done from 2GE. Just very proficient in how to close out of rounds currently when they know where the round is kind of tailoring towards. When the spike is planted, what positions they need to...
คุณมีเวลา40 วิจำไว้กฎข้อที่ 1ของการเล่นเกมคือการจับเมาส์เข้าใจไหมเดี๋ยวซุปเปอร์บัสเป็นโค้ดอ่ะ
Scuffles and talent win from back then. And now it's Team Secret leading the charge.
Yeah, back towards an opening round, and we have to verse these guys again.
Yeah. Always trying to break away from the middle of the pack. Talent managed to get a little bit further, but now Team Secret showing a bit more dominance. Wild Oreo back in with the Outlaw, reading the shields on the other end.
Yeah, if you can get away with one hit and you can rendezvous, you have to do that before the drone. So just standard Taeho protocol to come out there from Cruz. This time, not going to be met with the
ไอ้มุมหลังเสา
shot
กระ
either.
โดนอะไรเงี้ย
At least a little bit more information. Also, good job with 2GE controlling the opposite end of the map.
He has been seen shoulder peeking like this time and time again. So there's going to be a bit of an element, potentially, if they could spot him and find him as Jit Boys, but not going to be afforded it.
Yeah, I think he's found what he wants. So at least reading for a potential ace split coming out from Talon. Team Secret will look to control these spots. Okay, the fake out does bait out some utility.
ตัว
And
ปลอม
that's
จริง
Talon, possibly with the intervention of Coach Jovi, trying to work along the map now.
Yeah. Our drone, by the way, just used by
Ding.
Dispatch over at the B side, seeing nothing towards long. So Primi's just going to start to clear all of the information for Talon. See what he can do here by himself. Because he has only spotted out Wild Oreo.
Okay, he's still trying to delete him away, but Wild Oreo just rendezvous into safety. And look at this now. All of Team Secret pretty much arrived on the site. The only thing that is going for Talon is Chit Boys with the long flank.
That's going to be so long away, though. If he gets one kill, he could technically ult, but at that point in time, you'd expect Team Secret to already start that retake, right?
Yeah,
มา
there
แร
it
ง
is.
เหลือเกิน
I think Cruz buying a little bit of time for Chit Boys in with a guided salvo, and here it comes now, trying to bail himself out of the position. He has found his value, though. So impact frag, there it is, and Wildar needs to gun his way into the site to reaggress. 2GE will provide that assistance. Meanwhile, the rest of Talon just trying to hold back True from around the pillars. Oh, a swing a little bit too wide from Cruz, and that's the punish. Down to two left. The body block is definitely going to help out. Guardian shots fired through, but no kills found. And the defuse stuck to map point for Team Secret.
They are really lucky that that body block worked the way that it needed to, at least to get the defuse on towards half by the time that it does fade away at the end there. Because you think about what stalling capacity that the side of Talon did have, right? You've got the salvos to go in, and you've got the gravity well. They don't really have anything else that they can utilize in that scenario. You know, no C's to pull them off. You know, that's not going to work out at the end there with the only soldier remaining as Killua. So really well done from Team Secret. Flawless run on this defensive side so far.
Very much so. I mean, Waldar has always slipped away from Talon's grasp with that rendezvous. And he even uses it for information. Now, in the possible final round, Team Secret have swapped out their defensive positions again.
Yeah, it really makes Talon utilize a lot of this early utility to try and just figure something like this out. And they, I mean, Cosmic Divide early before you've actually sniffed out that wall as well.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Cosmic Divide kind of gone into the wind. Jit Boys down into the dust as well.
แต่ต้องแบนแบบนี้ต่อครับ
Can't
ทารอน
feel good. Not at all.
Yeah, you really can't utilize this ultimate at the moment anymore because it's just going to fail and you're going to be stalled out. Yeah, you put in an Armageddon at the back, but you're immediately getting just bodies of Team Secret thrown in towards the side.
And I think I just caught a glimpse of furrowed brows on Primi's face. First time I've seen that. Team Secret on the cusp of victory. Steel Garden barking away at the heels of Talon. They try to reaggress, they try to make do with what they've got up around pillars, but you gotta imagine it's just not gonna be enough as the entire site has been set up into a huge choke point. Jeremy in for kill, 2G for the spray alongside the Nebula, and Thai is just trying to dance around it, but look at this, every single player converging into his one, and that will be that final score of Map of Pearl, 13.
แบบใครแบบมันหรือเปล่า
หรือว่าไหนโอเบสอยู่ไหนวะเนี่ยหรอสตรีมแลบเดสก์ท็อปเนี่ยหรอมันคือยังไงวะล็อกอินซูปในสตรีมแลบอ่ะนะได้ปะหรอไม่รู้เหมือนกันซูปกูไม่เคยสตรีมมาทำซูปเลย
นะครับ1 เดธแมทเท่ากับมา1 ตา
Match found.
สรุปเขายังซ่อมไม่เสร็จเหรอเย้ย
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันตอนนี้ไม่
เขาเรียกว่าเล่นเอาใจดูยาว
ใช่ปะนี่มึงดูนี่มึงดูดิกูขยับกล้องอย่างเงี้ยเห็นปะนี่ทุเรศจัดอ่ะดูดิเห็นปะเชี่ยเดี๋ยวมันก็ค่อยๆขยับไงดูดิเห็นปะก็มันก็ใส่ตัวเลขลงไปเลยดิประมาณไหนอะไรเงี้ยตัวเลขเลยน่าจะได้นะลบเท่าไหร่มันต้องลบนี่นั่นแหละมีไว้ตรงไหนก็ลองดูอุ้ยเลยเนี่ยไม่ได้มันต้อง1,900มันเกิน1,900ไม่ได้
I'm out of here.
ต้องว่า1,800ป่ะ1,900
Go, go, go.
เราค่อยๆ1,500นะ
No peeking. Reloading. Gotta go.
Over here.
Gotta go. One down.
Reloading.
Reloading.
พี่วางเป้าไม่หัวเหรอวะเฮ้ยผมก็วางเป้าสุดกว่านี้อีกเหรอวะ
Go, go, go.
ไม่รู้ว่าการปรับป้องอุเบมันยากขนาดนี้แล้วหรอเขาก็มี
Reloading. Finish.
ความพยายาม
Three, go, go.
New stage in 10.
Back up. Reloading. Blocking sight.
Stage 2.
That's. I'm out of here.
ตัวนี้ผมนอนเลย
มาข้างบน
สวัส
อี
ดี
กแล้ว
ครับพี่เอ้ยน่ารักจังเอาเวลาน้อง
I'm
โอ้
out of here.
นี่น้องนี่ที่น่ารักนะเจ้าชู้
Gotta go. You blink. Go, go, go. Bye. Reloading. Gotta
เอฟ
go.
เล่นอะไรต่อหรือเปล่า
ไม่น่าไม่แน่ใจ
I'm out of here.
มาข้างบนอีกแล้วไอ้เชี่ยนี่
Go, go, go.
Time to jump. Fake teleport. Seconds until stage change.
I'm out of here.
Stage 3.
And 4.
You're done.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
3.
Go, go, go.
Blocking sight.
Get out of my way. Go, go, go.
4 and
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
enemy killed.
Go, go, go.
Until stage change.
Too slow. Gotta
ยิง
go.
โคไม่โดน
Final stage.
Go, go, go. Launching. That's 3. Back like I never left. Watch out. Ult is ready. Reloading.
Killed them.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here. No peeking. Have a kid. Gotta go. Got him. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Kill. My ult's ready.
What?
Go, go, go. Here we go. Zap. That's 3.
Not your best.
Go, go, go.
10 kills to go.
That's 3.
Anyone else?
มายังวะเอา
5 kills left.
Bye bye. Reloading. I'm out of here.
Chambers are included.
Suck it. Gotta go.
มา1 แมตช์พอดี
There they are.
Almost out.
ลืมเปลี่ยนพกก็ดินี่มันต้องพกทารอน
most part, it is a
Really?
pretty stock
เว้ยเลย
จะไม่ได้ดูเวเลซะแล้ววันนี้
มาว่ะ
เวเลย
เล่นโดยคนไทย เอเจนต์ไทย และทีมไทย
วันนี้ถูกใจฟอสอะในสุดใกล้ไปมีดูเอลิต
เว้ยเลย
เมื่อกี้เจสันเวเล2 แมปเลยใช่ไหม
2 แมปเลย
แล้วแมป2เป็นไงบ้างดีไหม
ไม่แมปแรกโชว์รู้เอ้ยไม่แมปแรกใช่รู้แบบ2เวเล
ดีพี่เจสันเล่นโหดเลยอะ
แมป3
โคตรโหดอ่ะ
แบบ3เหมือนจะโดนสกัดคอมโบ
ใช่แต่เจสันแบบว่าอินดิวิวดเล่นดีแล้วผมว่าดูดีสุดละ
yes
มึงเล่นไปได้ไงวะจอมึงม่วงจัดเลยอะ
Agree with big time, right? Having Waylay come in.
พี่เอ๋ยวิจารณ์เทคโนโลยีบ้าน
We
คน
saw
อื่น
them lose the other day. It was not impactful in the slightest. So maybe we'll see Talon do something better.
I guess it depends. They are playing against a different opponent after all. But yes, you know, compositionally, at least both sides are fairly similar. I mean,
น่าจะแวะทักกันหน่อย
even trading drones right now up towards.
เอาโดนมาคุยกันเหมือนทีมนั้นเลยนะ
Well, for Fracture, Cypher's trips always have to be properly
this is nice spot.
And when you set up for an explosion like this and you see that your opponent's Cypher in Envy is playing a little bit far back and not on the site, well, you can just explode generally in towards it. And that's exactly what Talon are looking to do right now. It's going to be an A-site explosion and even a potential 5 versus 5 retake.
Oh yeah, look at this instantly on towards the top, being able to break the camera. Spike already planted. Cruz, on the other hand, all the way towards south side spawn. He's sitting comfortably, looking for any potential rotates. The trip is aiding him as well. But he does get a little bit too curious, and you know what happens to the cat when he gets curious? Unfortunately, he gets slain, and that's going to be Jesse Bash now straight into Sands. A little bit more space afforded for Team Secret to launch this retake. Talon desperately trying to hold on to its A main, and they're actually doing it pretty darn well, especially with Primi on the corner right now. Killa instantly helping out as well with the classics, finding the taps through, a couple of dicks here and there. It's a lovely round for Talon.
Yeah, starting off with the pistol as well. They weren't able to accumulate one over on Pearl, so you got to be happy with that one as well. And it kind of is a little bit, you know, of a readable play. You break the trap wire, you get in towards the site. Yeah, you've got an overzealous peek from Cruz, but the rest of the team just make sure that the trades are all happening. The fact that Thai's able to get a couple in towards Sands as well, and then you do actually have Primi getting the impact there. Just Primi shooting, by the way, not actually using any abilities.
He really is that good, isn't he? Leading in KD back in from kickoffs. Certainly higher KD than what I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Probably I'm
ผม 24 แล้วพี่
23 22
But that said,
20
it still is the outlaw in the hand. Well, the marshal in the hands of Primi right now as he slowly marches forward. Just trying to gather info is Team Secret, but they're getting denied it as well. While we fix our UI, Primi's just going to continue to slay every single player down, at least until he gets traded off by Envy.
ไม่ยังมีข้างหลังไอ้มาเชล
drop, and it just baits them into the positions that Jit Boys is looking for. Last player tucked inside, 2GE, shoulder spotted. But as the Marshal reloads, bolt action, a second shot
ยิงเพื่อนไป
found.
3 ตัวนะเดินไปเจอข้างหลัง
All good in the end. Some shots to rain on out, getting closer towards your ultimates as well is always going to be really well placed. The thing I love about Fracture is there's going to be so many ideas that we can see come out for Talon on this attacking side as well. So many single position pushes, so many splits and crunches, and for whaling positions as well, right? The combinations that you're able to come out with, I want to see some really good flashes. I want to see some really good stuns.
ไอเลน่าที่บักกันนี่แหละดูดเลือดมา150ไอชิดโดนมาเชลยิงตาย
There's a position that he doesn't need to watch.
Absolutely, you've got the breach tail. Use it, especially with the stealth drone, just to do some initial scouting, and that's exactly what they're looking to do on me.
And it's important here as well because this is actually where the Cypher is set up this time. So you've got kill trips potentially even to play off, but actually this is getting the plant refracting out, and you're playing
ใช้ถูกจุดประสงค์
I'm calling it. I reckon they watch CDG because they've done this.
Yeah, we'll see if it does go to the winner's interview with Talon. But for now, Cruz marking the back this time, takes down Jesse Bash, spots out Jeremy as well, just as the smoke was about to bloom. Off towards the other end, though, Team Secret will still be able to break through in from Arcade, in from Canteen perhaps even. Well, no, actually Canteen is where Team Talon are looking to play around. But here we go, in with the utility that we're looking for. But yeah, it's kind of gone. Too long. We're stuck it all the way through, and Team Secret picks up the round. At the end.
If you're going to be actually playing the post plan there, you need to make sure that you actually afford yourself some time and protection on the actual spike itself. You can't all just completely hands off towards the site. The intention is to get the spike plant down in the beginning, but you still sort of need some eyes on it. So the fact that you've got Team Secret aware of the rotations, aware of actually how do we counter this? Well, get the kills on the players that are challenging us, get on the defuse and hold it, because that incendiary, yeah, it lasts for 8 seconds. It has travel time. It needs to get to the spike.
Flying down from the lineup. You know, I reckon Talon were trying to, going through from tunnel, but they met a bit of competition from the other end by, you know, players like Envy. So good job from Team Secret as well as they continue to go for the play. Thai, though, being able to fire right back against the push out from A main. But here it comes, a couple of trades, and
หมดเลย
Waller will find something here and there.
จะมารวบเขาจะโดนเขารวบ
The leader of Talon finds some under his belt as
เออ
well.
เร็วดีว่ะเร็วกว่าเป็นเลยอีก
in the grand scheme of things there, so coming in towards around
He's
later on,
loud,
he
yeah.
won't have access to that, but you will presumably have access
หมุน
to
ป้าพี่เลยเมื่อกี้
Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike.
อะไรวะ
Cruz is able to get his
เขียว
Armageddon
ไม่
as
รู้
well.
ลวกเลย
This is a pretty good start for Talon,
ผม
even
เขียว
though they
ผม
do drop
เขียว
the
ปะ
bonus round, they managed to navigate the secondary one after that, right? And well, they pushed Team Secret onto a bit of an eco.
คนละเส้นคนละยี่ห้อแต่ลวกเป็นกัน
Absolutely.
Onto the eco, it's definitely going to be tough, especially with the Bucky on Jesse Bash. I would imagine it would be on Jeremy, but we'll see how they play this out.
ผมไม่นั้นแหละผม
You're
ไม่
looking
ผม
into
ไม่
a map that you've not really played
ผม
for
ไม่
yourselves in
แต่ผมดูทั้งที่หมุน
Talon,
นี่
right?
แหละ
Just that one rep that Pilsky was highlighting to previously, and we haven't
เฮ้ย
seen
นะ
this for Team Secret since
น้ำจะทำชั่ว
midway through the year. Previous Team Secret roster, actually. Yeah, it is very unknowing on what Team Secret are actually going to be coming out with as well, right? So it's kind of questionable on both sides, and it really does mean that this is just an eco, by the way. It really does mean that there's a lot of
โอ้โหทำขึ้นไง
rounding, and your ideas in this map
โอ้
are
ยหูกันเป็นท
built in the
อด
map.
ๆที่ผมหูช้า
True
สุด
that.
เซ็งชิบหาย
And speaking of that, you know, it's going to be a bit of a mid-round play. Jesse Bash trying to greed for a little bit more, but unfortunately does get gunned down. His teammates now trying to go in and collapse even further through. Unfortunately, we'll get hit by a fault line. 2GE getting gunned down. Now Primi off towards the other end with the Outlaw, taking down A main. That's going to be the site open.
Yeah.
How's Envy going to play this?
Well, I wonder if they
รู้
actually
เลยว่า
heard
อยู่
the
บี
camera pop
วิ่งไป
open
เลย
as well over there to know that he would be over towards that B site. But I mean, with this layering utility that we're starting to see out, I'm assuming they didn't 100% know. And again, a Cypher never needs to actually be near their utility, so they're just making sure they're dotting I's, crossing T's at the moment that Envy
เพิ่ง
wouldn't
ใช้เวลา
be
ที่
on
แล้ว
site. It's just a classic, by the way. So
เพิ่งใช้เวลา
it
ใช้มี
shouldn't
สี่
be
ขีด
a world in which Envy's able to do this.
Yeah, I was
ได้หวัง
wondering that maybe he would have gone through Southside
Wingman.
Smart to pick up some weapons anyway, but and I
Wingman
guess
ที่ถือปืน
Time
ได้
would be marking those positions as well, so it is tough for Envy
แล้ววิงแมน
nonetheless.
ไม่งยิงโหดด้วยเดี๋ยวนี้
It's not the worst thing for him to kind of jump on down and try to get a tail end kill on this round. Thai and Killer
รอ
already
สกิด
both have
พิม
their
มี่อยู่เลย
ultimates. If
พิ
he
ม
does
มี่ออกไง
lose
ก่อน
his life towards Primi, I mean,
ให้
you
เพื่อน
give
มารับ
him
ปะ
one orb.
Okay, at least looking for the exits.
Yeah, now he's just going to go up with Spike.
Yeah, not much else to do. Just trying to time it at least. But
โอ้โห มัน
nonetheless,
ถอย
very
มาคิดว่า
successful
เขาจะ
round
ล่า
for
เลย
Talon.
Yeah, really well done. Besides, you know, losing Cruz and Jitways to the eco, to the Bucky, and the Vandal that gets pilfered over. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good start for them. Really want to start to see this defensive side from Team Secret work a treat. When you're playing on towards the Cypher on one of these sites, you know, you still need some sort of involvement from the rest of your team. Fracture's not a map that you can kind of just stand still on this defensive side. You generally want to see some contest around what are the 4 choke points around the map.
Very much so. But I do love that, you know, this is the discipline
Don't have Nina.
Talon. You know, it's a bit of an eco round, but they're not just going to chaotically across. I mean, this is a map where things can get a little bit out of hand sometimes.
Yeah.
And Talon are doing, you know, so good, so far so good.
Well, there's respect that they can get out through the tree. If they want to try and get in towards the B site, though, and they do it normally, they're going to have to try and break the tripwire.
Now talk to me about this. I see Jeremy closer towards A main and no util up around until the stealth rope goes out. It's Talon quick back in towards B. They've done this before. Our Team Secret are expecting this.
Waiting for a bit of a contact play over towards the A side of things, but they're not met with it to explode in towards it. Now they have to go in towards the B site where we're having counter rolling thunders come in and the Armageddon towards the tower location. So Primi and Thai are going to be able to dodge that one. But there are kills elsewhere.
Yeah, closer towards Arcade. Jesse Bash, though, able to fire back as well. Maybe able to claim tower off of that. But now, Shit Boys out from spawn will be able to find something as well. At the very end, it's just the spike not quite yet planted, but also Team Secret trying to stabilize themselves all towards defender spawn.
Thai, he's got the orbital strike, so Jeremy, he has to play with all of his years of experience and expect where Thai might be playing from. The relay bolt goes on in, they're trying to overwhelm him, a double stun again. He's taken down. Now it's the priority for Time, because Quack, the spike's not planted.
20 วิ
Gotta go in for it. And look at this high-low setup. Oh, almost an opportunity though until Jeremy goes in for the bit of a peek. Cruz a little bit unfortunate at the end, but still a close round nonetheless.
Yeah, had the spike been planted before the Rolling Thunder goes in, or rather while the Rolling Thunder went on in and the Armageddon came on out as well, you know, in the little lull of play that was there, a different story could have been said at the end of that one, but really nicely done from Jeremy and Coda, just double up at the end of that one. Wild Oreo, yeah, loses his life, but you got to be happy, right? Your teammate got the trade. At the end of the day, there's a clutch to come on through from them, and Team Secret, they're not bowing down and really losing control of this map.
Just being able to keep themselves reined in. Now, though, letting those reins loose. It's going to be Jeremy in with the overdrive, going for a bit of a pinch play on towards north side spawn. Jit Boys will be able to answer back, but still Jeremy pretty much so far so good. Meanwhile, on the other end, reading that pinch play, it's going to be Talon looking for the aggression into the B side to get that spike down early on.
Do Team Secret wait here for 2G's flank to come on out? I don't think you're really afforded the ability when you've got an orbital strike and an Armageddon faced in this round.
So just looking for potential pick, perhaps? He is smoked off, though, 2GE.
The thing is, Dying Cruz, they can play really deep. They don't have to be anywhere near the site.
Just playing these positions, kill out from
เราไม่เสียตีด้วยสบายละ
kills were kind of picked up all the way from this tower position.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Team
มองไป
Secret
ที่
to go
Heaven
for
ครับ
a
ผม
retake like that when you've got two players that don't need to play into the action, and then the other two that are still alive can just play off each other. They can peek out through tower, they can peek out around the side, they can just deny time, right? They don't have to technically commit for a fight at the end of that one. So really well done for Talon to just quickly adjust in towards these rounds with these key abilities that they do have. They'll steal back the round when they lose one over towards Team Secret, and they'll push them back on towards an eco round.
That is where Talon does get to possibly feel a little bit more comfortable as well. I mean, look at their ultimate cycling through. They haven't needed to use them yet.
Just another scenario where Team Secret are going to try and gather some A-main control, and Talon don't care.
It's always been this successful B take thus far, but still, now with the
ไอ้บวก
trips,
นี่โพซิชั่น
now with
มั
the
นน่าโดน
smokes,
มากเลย
they are
ของ
starting
เท
to
โจ
delay things just a bit more.
Yeah, just get a little peek on Jit Boys as well.
Okay.
Sneaking his way up through the drop position. See if there's any idea that he could actually
ผลเชือกตรงกลางมันได้ยินไหมพี่เอ๋ย
ถ้าอยู่ตรง
Cruz
CT
just
บ้าน
avoid
เกิด
that
ได้ยิน
stealth drone.
I have an idea that Jit Boys was here. He's not going to be able
ตรง
to
กลางได้ยินนะ
be answered with rather.
ถ้ากดชิปไม่ได้ยิน
It's just the pistols. Oh, they don't know.
ถ้าหัวดังๆได้ยิน
It's okay.
A little bit of positioning. Unless Cruz falls to the weapon, but no.
Wait.
So far, so
Hey.
good. Those are going to be the kills as well as the positions being secured.
ยาว
And a
ยาว
very
ยาว
successful A take.
ยิงแบบนี้
Cruz
คนไทยก็ยิ้มได้
on back for the rotation coming through.
ยิ้มออก
A tap found, and all that's left is just Envy.
Last round to come on through from Talon. Feels like there's a very big confidence difference from
เวลา
how they're
จับ
playing
ภาพฝั่ง
around
ตรง
this
ข้าม
map
แล้ว
as well
แบบ
compared
พิม
to
มี่
the
แม่ง
first one in
อีก
Pearl.
ไปภาพ
I
แม่งตัด
reckon
โคต
that
รไว
they might have not known that that was
ถ้า
actually
โดน
going
นะ
to be picked out by
เอา
Team
ไป
Secret, given relative history on that map. But hey, when you're
ภาพ
dealt
แม่ง
the hand and
ภาพ
you
แม่ง
try
ตัด
and
ไว
axe
จัดเลย
in towards the map, sometimes it does get away from you. We see it in all of those consecutive rounds at the tail end that Team Secret were able to find, right? A lack of reps for a new roster. But this map here feels like there was a game plan that they expected to not be banned out with the new map pool changing around.
ถ้ามันเล่นในซ้ายนี่ฆ่าได้เลยนะ ถ้าแบบคอมโบนเตียมีของเวเลด้วยหลบหนีไม่ได้
ไอ้มัวกันล่ะ
ไม่ไออันติเวเลแล้วก็ลงเทโจลงบิมอ่ะ
คนที่อยู่ในไซก็โดนหมด
มันหนืดนะ
ไอ้นี่มันเติมทุกๆ5 นาที
If it can. Lovely to see. Effective utility just
น้องคิวพอละลายพฤติกรรมได้ก็ไม่ได้อินโทรเวิร์ตขนาดนี้ก็มียิ้มแย้มไม่ได้แบบนั่งบึ้งตึงได้เล่นกับเพื่อนไงดูมีความสุข
Talent does head over onto the A side as well. You saw that past couple of rounds now. And as we head into the next round, Ultimate's still online for Talent.
And it's another story for Team Secret where they're really fixated on getting this A-main control at the moment, and we've really not seen anything from Talent. It's the scenario. When are they going to be here? They're not here.
แม่งกดแผลเปล่า
หายแล้วอยู่ไม่ได้แล้วเป็นไฟ
entirely
เพื่อน
here, but still watching the site. Team Secret at least. Convergent paths though. Look at the direction that it sent it. Might have connected onto some player or two, but at the very least, Team Secret will be able to stay safe for now.
Early orbital from 2G as well. It's going to buy some time and a counter to actually come on through.
ต้องได้แผ่น default ให้ได้ดูยอมเสียทุกอย่าง
The Armageddon still available as well earlier on to combo out with this orbital strike. Now, Quack, 5 versus 5. Retake Team Secret. 2 quick ones.
As well as those shots in towards tower, the kill trip being broken might have given them some information as to where some of the Talon players might be. Armageddon being sent through as well just to buy a little bit more time and space for Talon. And Jitboy snuck through his own cage right up from behind. He's infiltrated the base. He's looking for further shots, but there it is. A bit of a stun, a bit of a shot front from 2GE, and now it's just down to the post-plant utility from Talon. Incendiaries and shots being sent through from 5. And a triple kill to pick up the round. Talon are still very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, big from Dai in that one as well. Orbital strike drops to buy a little bit of time to offset the positions of Team Secret. Absolutely got to give a good heads up there for Jit Boys as well. The cage, the neural theft, repositions, absolutely unexpected. But just at the end here as well, Dai, that's 3 gun-equipped players that he's just able to dispatch of quite convincingly. So really well done from him. 7-2. You've gained the lead here as Talon. You've once again pushed Team Secret onto an eco.
มีดูติด
Going
ใจปืน
absolutely swimmingly for Talon.
บินแบบฝั่งต้นเลย
Very much so. Now to the eco for Team
ปลุกเลย
Secret.
ดิ
Try to stay tucked away, but tying sneaky positions.
Yeah, it's a bait play at the moment. Get out the stun, double peek on out, but it's absolutely
แต่
red
ละ
by Talon.
แล้วดูคนมาล็อกดิแต่ละคน
So they're even potentially reading the possibility of these little strats to come on
Oi!
out. Jeremy, yeah, good for one.
รอดได้ไงวะ
This one
โดนหัวไม่ตายเหรอเนี่ย
pretty much. Oh, Shiro.
โดนเฉียดๆแน่นอน
Couldn't agree more. Well said, Komodo.
โดนน้อยอ่ะ
Truly appreciate the
Lurker
insight. I
ยังอยู่
mean, everything was just fully red, even down to the final kill.
เกาหัวอยู่ยัง
Just envy. And we do have Jit Boys somewhat
ถ้า
marked
โดน
in this position.
โดนจิตบอล
And that should be the headshot to the very
ยังอยู่อีก
end.
อะ
Will be an 8-2. And as we kind of take a look at the entire scoreline as well, yes, Cruise and Jit Boys might be further towards the end. They are providing a lot more in terms of assistance with their utility as well.
Yeah, in a map like this as well, you're really wanting them to make sure that their utility is the focal
โอ้โห
point
ดูคนล็อก
of their
ล็อกให้เด้อคน
assistance,
ตัว
right?
ยิงนั่น
You never want them to be the one finding all of these kills and shining for any sort of entry, right? If they're setting up their utility right, you're getting a spike plant down, you're getting the kills to
ให้ยิงไป
open,
ยิง
and
ไป
they're finding their main kill value at the end, right?
น้องดูมีความสุข
ไม่หิวแล้ว
And this just works out beautifully for Talon right now, especially with the 3, I should say, newer players at the top of the scoreboard. Right now, though, Jeremy looking to deny any entry opportunities with his own op. Has his sights trained in towards bench.
น่าจะ
Nothing
เห็น
found
มาโด
so
นเมื่อ
far,
กี้
though. Talon with the
ก่อน
stealth
พัง
drone have spotted out enough.
รู้ว่าออฟล็อก
Good camera, actually. Gonna spot out some good information for Team Secret, but what can you
โอ้
do
โห
on
โร
the
เท
back
ต
of
มาหมด
it
เลย
at
ว่ะ
the moment? You've got a great
เนี่ยน้อง
rotation
จะเข้าจริงดิ
towards this A site.
ให้สด
All
นะค
the
รับ
utility starting to come on down. Does anyone jump into the trip at the moment? Can you try and find the kill on the back of it? The answer is going to be no. As Jumbo and Cruz start off the party. Look at all the trains at the moment.
And at the same time, that's just going to be Talon looking to get the spike down, but it's been lost. Incendiary instantly deployed by
เมื่อกำลังสแปม
2GE
เพลิน
to keep Talon away. Smokes still at hand. Thigh trying to market positions with crosshair placement, but ooh, good little flashpoint. Primi for the
ๆอีก
trade.
เปล่า
He comes back in.
ว้าว
ดูด้วย Can't deny the 1-on-1 against Primi. Finds the round, finds the 9 for Talon.
Gotta let him
ทิ้งใส่บอ
know.
ส
Gotta let him know that you are here to party at the moment. Back on the role of the duelist, and he's certainly having value here, which, I mean, for our Waylay lovers, sure, we'll give them that. But you gotta hit your shots, right? When you're out of your abilities, you've gotta hit your shots, and that's exactly what Primi is doing at the moment. It's not just, hey, new flashy agent, let's abilities and let's make it all
มันกันจังวะ
chaotic. Waylay is definitely an agent that you gotta be crispy with, and Primi is certainly showing that.
It's also the support as well, you gotta say, how he's able to dive in the site, but after his teammates have dumped a little bit more to aid him out. Same thing right now, looking to, ooh, light path, slightly different treble path this time. in towards Canteen, doesn't spot anything out, refracts back through.
It's all a bait at the moment.
That's right.
They're trying to set it up. They're stalled out by the Sky Smokes at the moment. So if Team Secret actually did what they'd normally been doing and posted Jeremy up on the line here, if he had an operator, for example, this round, maybe a Sheriff or the Bucky, he's got the overdrive to play with, it would have been gorgeous. But all of the utility to start the stall, Rolling Thunder with Armageddon, not going to find any kill value.
Okay.
But they are going to start to get in towards the side.
Yeah, a little bit more time being bought, but look at this, just quick enough, and it's going to be Jit Boys to open up the doors. They find Jeremy as well. Overdrive denied. Premi continuing forward. The bait works. Team Secret alongside it as well, with a bit of a flank being set up by 2GE. If he finds his kill, it's going to be Orbital Strike, and that would be lovely. However, you do have the corner being marked. Killua will be able to deny any opportunity for Team Secret. Just Envy left.
Yeah.
And we've seen him in this spot before, Komodo.
I mean, you got no money going into the next round. You're not even afforded. Well, mind. 10-2. Gotta say at the tail end of that one as well. Unfortunately, you gotta cut corners if you are Team Secret when you are 10-2 down. A fantastic half to come out from Talon. I just want to highlight it again. The way that they're playing this map, it certainly feels like that they're having a great idea on what they want to do, right? If they came out with the composition before EDG put it out, then they're recognizing what strengths are in.
นี่แสดงที่ฟอร์ดพูดนี่ไม่โม้นี่หว่า
อ้าวไม่ได้เปิดใหม่ฟอร์ดพูดว่าอะไรบ้างอ่ะ
เพราะว่าชุดนี้แหละโคตรดีที่สุด
โชดนี้เป็นโชดที่ดีที่สุดอันนี้เขาพูดมาอย่างนี้
พร้อมที่จะไปโตรอนโตแน่นอน
พร้อมที่จะไปโตรอนโต
ถือว่า
เรียนไทยเร็วนะพี่
เรียนไทยไวอยู่นะนี้ แต่ยังพูดไม่ค่อยชัด
ใช่ไป
เราปรับสำเนียงนิดหน่อย
ฟอร์ดบอกว่ากูฟังไหมรู้เรื่องมึงคุยอะไรกันอย่างเร็วเลยแล้วกูจะรู้ได้ไงไว้คอมมึงคุยอะไรกัน
อยากเห็นคนทำป้ายไอซีพิมมี่ไอดอท
แล้วคนที่อยู่ในแฟรนไชส์เจยังดอทอ่ะพี่
ดอทเลยอ่ะ
ใช่
ขอยัดดอท
ไม่เหมือนมาล่าแต้มไหมเนี่ยนะแต้ม
ไอเซฟเฟโรอ่ะเจพิมมี่ในแรงดอท
ไอซีพิมมี่ไอดอท
มันรู้กันอยู่แล้วเวลากดเจอกัน
ออกเลยเหรอ
Jit Boys
มันรู้อยู่แล้วพี่ว่าใครเจอกันส่วนใหญ่แรงเรียนมันดูการกันไง
Pacific.
If
he gets 2 kills, he'll get there. Come on, minimum 3 rounds left in this map.
He's going to hit it at one point or another, but for now we're looking for some rounds for the side of Team Secret, straight into its A main as well as Dish. A bit of a trade being found, but it does alert Talon as to what Team Secret's intentions are. Team Secret will fall at the end as well as 5, instantly marking it all down. Shots with the ghost, hunting down Team Secret as we head on towards what could be.
ทำอะไรไม่ได้อะได้แต่ยืนมอง
Potentially so. You generally expect that in towards the second round when you pick up the pistol, especially as clean as this, right? No real.
อยากเห็นแก๊งนี้เล่นไอโซนะในด่านต่อไปน่าจะมีวะ
Side of Team Secret. Expecting them to force up in towards this one.
ยิงเสร็จแล้วปิดเสียง
Back in towards this map as well, because now you had the
ปิดเสียงทั้งทีมเลย
from the tail end of the second half. Converted that into a 7 with the pistol, finding both pistols on this map. You picked them up, find both pistols for both of our teams here so far.
สิ่งที่ใส่มาจาก
That's what
แรง
preparation does for you. For now, we'll see how clean Talon makes this as Team Secret forces up as well. Judge Clay out for Jit Boys on the top of B Tower. Marking everything inside the cyber cage. Right underneath, though, there might be a player sneaking on through. Jeremy off the other end, and there it is. 999 kills, and that's the 1,000th point. Continuing to hold down True alongside Primi with that potential entry for Team Secret. Even with the force, Primi though close range, looks to pick up the weapon, has to reload, and with that reload, Jit Boys circle closer in. Jump shot in with the Judge, has a couple more pellets through. Primi looking to lock down the angle as well. Kill on towards the other end. Envy just trying to go in for that sneaky strafe shot, just to try to steal the kill away, if anything. You got 40 seconds, dude.
Yeah, but he's stuck.
โอ้เล็ง
right now. He's
รอดยังไงดีกว่าเนี่ย
double lineup, and he's not going to be able to do anything. Killer up for the ending on that one. The force by attempt not going to work out for Team Secret. Just feels like they really haven't been able to find their footing on this map of Fracture here just yet, from offense to defense. Or the other way around rather. And yeah, now map point in towards Fracture.
Very much so.
แต่ดูด่านนี้มันเล่นกันชิลจัดเลยนะ
12 to 2. You gotta imagine, you're just not gonna be able to go into the next round without
ด่านแรกเพิ่ง
anything,
เปิดตัวพี่
honestly.
ยัง
You
แบบนี่อยู่
can't really afford too many weapons. So it's definitely going to be tough
Wah,
against
Hantil.
a talent that's feeling this rejuvenated, especially with Jit Boys up to 1,000 kills all across Pacific.
Yeah, and Premi just
Holy
taking
crap.
that outlaw from the previous round as well. Envy, dead to right, it's down for count. Little by little, things start to really feel dark at the moment for Team Secret.
เจสันป่ะพี่
Yeah, quite so. Oh, Premi off with the outlaw as well. Kill it down to the
จี
final
จี
one.
ว่ะ
โอ้โหบ้าจัดอะ
ผมบอกด่านต่อไปไอคิโรไอโซพี่
โอ้โหจบเลยงั้นฮาเว่น
ไม่ถ้าไม่ใช่ไอโซคงเป็นบีท
ไม่น่าเล่น2ดูเอลมั้งฮารอน
ไอซีพิมมี่ไอไดกูโดนจุดจัด
ไอ้เหี้ยแต่ภาพตัดนี่คือแทบจะยังไม่ทันซีเลยเหี้ยภาพตัดนะ
ไอซีพิมอ่ะกูตาย
เอ้ยกูเห็นในไอ้หมวกอะตอนดรอปไอ้สัสเห็นปุ๊บแตก
กูยังไม่เห็นเลยยังใครยิงออกพิมมี่ไอ้สัสงง
โหยเกินโคตรโหด
ไอซีพิม
แต่พอมาไลน์อัพนี้นี่ดูเล่นชิลดีนะ ดูแบบว่าไม่เหมือนแบบเพื่อนมาเล่นร้านเกมกันอะ
เฮ้ยเหมือนแบบว่าแมปเดบิวต์แบบเดบิวต์พิมมี่แรกๆก็ปิดเสียงนะ อันนี้ก็ปิดเหมือนกันเดบิวต์
ถ้าเราตอนนี้มีตัวยิงกี่คนนะผมได้เป็นทั้งทีมแหละตัวที่แบบว่าคมๆเดือดๆ แต่แมปแรกดูเล่นยากมากนะโดนซีเคทมันกันมันบุก เพร์ลนี้ต้องถ้าเพร์ลนี้ถ้าคนไทยนี่ต้องยกให้เขาจริงๆว่ะทีมนั้นอะ มันจะมีอยู่ทีมหนึ่งใช่ไหมเดี๋ยวนะจำได้ว่าเพิ่งเล่นเดทแมทไปเมื่อกี้จบแล้วเหรอบริตาจบแล้วครับ กูสงสารนาเกมนี้ว่ะไม่ได้ทำเชี่ยเลยเนื้อซื้อลูกซองมาเปิดประตูเล่น
Match
เล่นจบ
found.
แล้วนะเจส
ไอ้กูเมนเฮีย
ในวันที่ฟอร์ดยิ้มได้อยู่เดท3.6คนบ้า ฮารอนจะไปโตลอนโตครับ จะมาขวาง
Begin.
Drop in a storm.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Stopping fire. Grounded.
New stage in town.
Not enough. Reloading. Drop in a
เฮ้ยยิงไม่โดนเลยว่ะ
ไม่มีแอร์
Have one of these.
New stage in 10. Stage 3.
Target down.
I don't
It's you and me.
3 down. Telemetry saved. Ultimate orb spawning.
Ready. Three.
I stopped their raid. Cover.
You want to play? Let's play.
They are so got three.
Fire in the hole! No peeking. Satchel out. Satchel out.
Kills to go.
Night night.
Kills remaining.
โอ้โหเฮียมีกลางอากาศเลย
Bomb buddy out.
Nowhere to run โอ้ยเกาะไอ้กุ้งไปละ มาพอดีครับ
Lizard.
เรียกได้ว่าฉิวเฉียด
This upcoming agent composition on both ends.
I mean, I kind of we expected Primi to go on towards Duelist. We knew that Killua is valuable to go towards back towards a Duelist as well. I personally would like to see his get go. It's fantastic. But regardless, we are quick towards this one, so not a lot of time to do some pre-show things.
Gecko, speaking of lizards. But still, I mean, right now, just kind of flashing in, trying to get some information on perhaps
ไอ้คิดรู้ว่าตอนอยู่ทีมอื่นเล่นไอโซ่
Crash
มา
back
ทำเลย
out though, and that's when Jesse Vash sends out
Oh.
more information as
ใครชนะก็
looks
เล่น
to
ใช่ไหม
refill space around Garage.
Yeah, but what are they going to do with it at the moment? You're dodging out the aftershock. You're getting a little bit of a spot from Jitboys over towards C as well. And then you just call for talent. Let's go towards A. We've seen a couple of members
นี่
towards
คือ
C
การ
and
เล่น
B.
เลยถูกต้อง
We expect maybe there's going to be a cypher set up here. I mean, we didn't see too far into C itself, but the rotation here from Team Secret already.
Yeah.
50แบบผม50 49 48
อุ้ยผมเท่าพี่เลยอ่ะ
Expect this coming out from Team Secret. Jesse Vash, Young, starting things off. 2 kills already to his name. Permi with the frenzy, not
แย่แล้วเข้าค่ายกลมัน
and that's going to be just Jitboys now, alone from B, spotted out by 2GE already. So at this point, just trying to fight his way out of this one, but he does have to anticipate where his opponents could be. No way, not a lot of time, no way you win the round, no way you walk into a link even. You have to watch out the back first, and there he does.
Well, I mean, you
close to ult.
Yeah, you are playing a Cypher. It did get nerfed recently, so it's no longer the 6-point ultimate. So you want to take something away. You're getting 3 ults on the end of that one. I mean, you'll take it when the round is almost, unachievable. But for Team Secret, they got 2 rounds in the last map, Quack. Not the pistol either, mind you. So the fact that they gather that here, not shaking.
Yes, it's
something that definitely helps them out a lot. Starting things out on this
สโมกตรงนี้มัน
final
แบบ
map of the series.
Yeah, so it's interesting, this composition that comes out from Team Secret as well, because generally, right, you're seeing an Omen in place of the Astra, and then if you're substituting out the Taeho, it's the Sova, and that's like kind of one of the compositions that is very common. You got a Neon out for a Jet as well, so we're seeing a lot of those changes come through, but we haven't seen this exact 5 comp yet.
Yeah, especially with the Astra coming in. It is interesting. We'll see how they continue to play, but for now, just controlling the map in this fashion, it works pretty darn well, especially when they gather information off of Primi's shield being popped.
Yeah, and this is really quick from Talon as well in towards the C site, where you actually have a change up from Envy. The Cypher utility is over here, but focus on those first 2 kills for a moment as we look to establish a spike.
Yeah, quick enough, and that's the trip's already gone as well, but Jeremy looking back into action. 2 kills, Cruz for the trade, the spike not yet planted. Has to kind of re-clear or secure the site a little bit further before the spike gets planted. So he's calling mid-round to potentially maybe pick up a weapon or 2.
There was timing there. for them to peek on out, but while Oreo was watching for them, you can see that Jesse Vash is trying to sleuth towards. Have they gone towards A? But a reposition for them. They're not expecting a wraparound garage. This is not something that was there, but a stinger, not the gun that you want for a fight like that.
Quick reactions, but yes, a little bit tough. Tough shot for 2G to hit for sure. Still, though, nonetheless, it's information enough for Team Secret to confirm it. This is where Talon are. While they hang back over onto B, though, an unsuspecting 2G gets tagged up down to just Wild Oreo and Jesse Bash now. And a secondary peek. Cruz just finding the numbers right now. Down to just Jesse Bash, and he tries to spray it down. Cruz might have fallen, but Thai is here to pick it right back up. A round found back against Team Secret.
The fact that Cruz gets tagged by the Stinger in Garage down to 31 HP, they don't finish him off, and then he gets 2 kills almost convincingly with that Stinger. This gun has been buffed, and it should be nerfed, because it shouldn't do this.
I mean, I was really wondering about the mid-round decision from Cruz to keep themselves tucked inside a garage window, but it does all kind of work out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 2 versus 3 conversion. More importantly, that's a round where you drop the pistol and you convert the secondary round as well from a quick C play. You pivot around the map and you have to act accordingly. You have to have a good decision making. And you don't have to do it in English either. You do it in your native language. It's quick.
Oh, yeah. That's always what the Thais would say, Swaimak. But anyway, over on to the next round, it's just down to A long, and Kilo is able to fight back, especially with long-range weaponry. A lot more armor-piercing rounds as well. Team Secret tried to, play point-blank range with some shotties, but it's not quite working out the way that they wanted it to. So on with a drone, further information being gathered, as well as around C. Talon are just doing their due diligence. They're finding their shots with the Outlaw, now with the Euro Theft as well.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to hold all 4 weapons in towards the next round, you can kind of understand that as well as turning it to 100% from here. But the immediate rotation to this A side as well is quite the interesting one, not going to lie. There's going to be an early duel, a hunt of these pistols.
Yeah, but a good anticipation coming out from Killa nonetheless. I mean, yes, we might have used the Euro Theft. We saw that they were positioned towards C. Hence the push into A, but because of that, Killa is able to...
I mean, it is the pistols at the end of the day, so, I mean, I would even choose, let's just go and hunt them, right? If we're doing it as numbers, let's just not go for the plant. Let's get the ulti orbs and kill them.
Regardless of what it is, just still a really sound round coming up from Talon, especially with the early push around A lobby. I think that's the one that really cemented it in.
And now we need to see an answer from Team Secret, right? It's going to be this delayed bonus round since they did drop that secondary round. Jit Boys, the Outlaw, is going to have a little bit of potency against a couple of these members with the light shields, or namely just the one in 2GE. But playing on the Astra, he doesn't have to be there ready for the fight. He can rely on a bit of that autonomy.
Playing further back, especially towards A-Link, does have a bit more vision into B if needed. So you can see why he is playing around that pivot position. Meanwhile, though, for Team Secret, back in the garage.
Yeah, it's a full reclear from them as well, and then you're sending back towards drone to C. So ending towards the Alpha site here, you're going in towards the Cypher traps as well, and you've already got that rotation from 2GE. Smoke already.
Barrier being sent through, but yeah, the trip unfortunately still being caught out, so it's enough resistance from Team Secret that Talon has to back off.
And there's no one at the C site at the moment. The quickest rotation that you've got is Jeremy putting on them Nikes and getting over there. And, I mean, Thai is technically going to meet with him if they go for the line, but there's a bit of complacency from Team Secret. If they're not decisive in where they actually want to rotate towards and they peel away from the A site, they could let Talon in, who they themselves are a little bit hesitant, it feels like. 30 seconds to go, but they will make their eventual decision to go towards A, where 2GE is suppressed and vulnerable.
Masking noise, 2GE a little bit vulnerable, but still ready to strike back. Look at this, 2 kills, and that's enough value. Thai will be able to find the trade though, but is it gonna be enough to secure the site? The cam does spot him out, and Envy is in a pretty good spot to possibly fire and launch a retake right back. The fault line stunning them up as well. Down to just Thai now, and he kind of gets himself back towards a safer spot, but still nonetheless not quite able to fend off the incoming retake. Team Secret takes one back.
Yeah, 2GE, when he doesn't have any abilities available, right, he's just going to lay it down and shoot with the weapon. You can't fault him for that one there, taking away 2 kills as well, providing enough for the rest of the team to fall back a little bit, go in for a pretty successful retake. So you are happy with that for Team Secret in the grand scheme of things, and also that it is their technical first proper gun round, right? You want to see good strengths, you want to see good plays, and just not any second guessing. You got to go together with the team, which is something that we're kind of missing over on Fracture.
Yeah, definitely learning from that. Right now, the confidence slowly flowing through their veins once more, especially with the way that they're re-clearing a lot of space now.
And we are seeing Talon like to get a little bit of these early stages over towards Garage too, you know, sending in the fake out, for example. So now that we've got a bit of a change up with a Judge here, and Envy as well to assist, it is very cheeky.
Yeah, definitely going for that challenge is going to be tough, but hey, Hunter's Fury will be sent through just to re-clear a bit more of that space. So even though Jesse Vash is on the other end with the Teo, we do have some lovely Hunter's Fury so far in the server.
And Neural Theft goes out from Envy, however, so that's an opportunity for Jeremy to get a pretty quick flank where they know that they are still going in towards this site. Gorgeous kill trick from Envy, and a second as well.
And further on into Garage, possibly, until Thai denies that possibility. That said, though, we still have that flank, as you mentioned, Komodo. Jesse Vash holding out the exits as well. The only option that had for Talon to go through was to possibly back into C-Link and then somewhere else, but at that point, you're still having to fight your way out.
And technically, Jeremy's flank not even noted, right? So he's going to be able to use that a little bit later on in these rounds as well. Real good holds to come out from Team Secret around Garage, where the trades do come out, but then in towards the site. You want to see your Sentinels lock down a site, and that's what Envy just showcases there. So good faith, good value, good team dynamic there from Team Secret.
Yeah, especially with the way that they're able to control Garage so many times in a row now, especially these plays, teams, Talon actually needing to find an answer to this.
Yeah, and if you want to go back in towards Garage and for a C-split, you're going in towards 3 members now, though you count the Breach, you count the Neon, you're still sending it.
Wow, and send it they will. And Armageddon being sent as well as Jesse Vash continues to spray even as one player tries to walk his way out of Garage. What a read!
Yeah.
Truly answering Victoria's calls back on the desk there. So still now 2 players left on the side of Talon. What are their options?
Not too much, you would think, in a round such as this one. It's a little half by with the Stingers, so the fact that you did bait out the Armageddon in this one, you're kind of okay with in the expectation that you might not win this one. But spotting on out, seeing what the Stingers can do. Maybe Jit Boys is going to be good at 4-1 on the tail end of this one.
Just going to have to walk around and possibly find more towards that Neural Theft once again, but look at the distancing between some of the Team Secret players. Definitely anticipating how he might work around his Stinger. So there it is, 4-2.
4-2, 4 rounds for Team Secret. That's all they got against RRQ when they were deleted from a kickoff. So far we're there. I'm expecting with the way that they are playing at the moment, though, for them to get more.
Definitely something that all the fans would love to see. I think I did notice NDG, you know, one of the old Team Secret players at their watch party as well. So that's kind of lovely. A shout out to NDG.
Very nice.
That said, yes, next round coming up. And Team Secret are switching up their positioning a little bit as well, alongside Talon 2, who are starting things off with early A presence.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, reposition from Thai. Kind of noted. I was waiting a little bit to see when Killer was going to activate the Dimensional Drift as well. It's something that, you know, you just love to see scout out the whole C site, get a little bit further before you gate crash back. Your team can set up a plant, and then you get a great post plant here.
We'll see how great it actually will be, though. It feels as though it was quickly read by Team Secret as well. But look at that. Primi trying to steal one player away in towards the kill contract. Does find the frag as well against Jeremy, and down onto it's the next. It's Envy who finds another one. 3 to his name, and off towards Talon, just trying to hold down the back of sight. They're being surrounded. Jit Boys needing to watch all over the place, but unfortunately, he's only got 2 sets of eyes, so that's going to be Team Secret being able to retake the site once again.
And again, it's Envy, making sure that there's a couple of kills in that, just really planting his feet and getting them. Wild Oreo, Jesse Vash getting involved at the end there where required with utility and kills. And it's another successful retake to come out from Team Secret. You know, a lot of the value from this composition that you're expecting to come through from Talon, when you've got these ultimates, the Dimensional Drift, the kill contract as well, you know, you're trying to find information, you're trying to
pull someone into the gulag, win that one while the plant goes down, and force your opponents to really utilize that util to get back in towards a retake and make it uncomfortable for the team like Team Secret here. And for Talon, not able to do that. So towards round number 8 here, lots of light shields. You're playing on the back of really no economy. If you drop this one, you go into an eco. You're losing away the half.
It certainly cannot feel too good for their team comms right now. I mean, that was a round where everything was set up for them, but still somehow in the execution of things, it all started to fall apart, especially when Team Secret comes in on the retake, now refilling space towards A. They are still able to reclaim it all.
And that's just an individual peak from Jeremy, catching Jit Boys by himself. No trade value able. Now Jeremy's just going to play in towards information game. He's got his opening kill, spots out a Sova drone. He doesn't need to overstay his welcome here. And he can call for his team. A minute to go, start to reposition around the A side. Or if you want, go for another retake. They've been pretty good. You've got a Cosmic Divide, neural theft to play on the back of a kill that you get as well. And I mean, if Jeremy wants to, he can even lightning fingers and zip around.
Possibly right now, especially with the fault line at hand. He does slide in a bit of a zip, not too much around, but still, nonetheless, a good kill to secure a strong position into possibly another retake. Still though, Killua trying to fight back, but not quite enough as Cruz is kind of separated from his teammate back there. Team Secret doing quick work round after round.
Jeremy opening it and closing it. A bit of a heater around that A site there for sure. I love the mid call from him as well, right? When he goes for the reposition down towards Suras, asks for the fault line, gets the kill, and then just focus on towards the site. And not over peaking as well, just making sure that his teammates are there where they need to. He's not getting too hungry. Sometimes that is the plague for some duelists, that we see them get a little bit too invested in going for those kills, those crosshairs to line them up. But he's in towards this one now. 4K, getting up there.
That is definitely the Jeremy that we do want to see more of as well, as previously mentioned in January. But right now, back onto Talon. Pistols, not much found, not much success so far. They've tried a lot of early presence plays. They've tried with bits of red herrings with some ultimates as well. But right now, just back to what's faithful. In towards Garage, looking to launch a bit of some slight C-splits. Nothing found though. Reactions not quite baited out from Team Secret either.
Oh, I do like Team Secret really changing a lot of these trips so as well. Just while we've got the eco here, you can see over towards the C site, right? The expectation that Killua is going to be sending in a gate crash towards the back of the C site, and then you potentially get a kill. So yeah, I really like the ideas. You know, there's adjustments from Envy, who's having pretty sensational maps so far.
A lot of it being marked. Even not just that, just
will they walk into it?
Positioning themselves together. There it is. Walks straight into it. Maybe a bit of a shot for Envy. The Rolling Thunder being sent from Wild Oreo as well. But here comes a Hunter's Fury out from Cruz. Does tag down 2!
Yeah.
2GE now has to find the remainder of the frags. Does find Cruz. But look at that. Jit Boys instantly noting his position. Able to walk away with it one tap. Spike down as well. So maybe some alt points. We'll see how it plays out as we head on to round 10.
Yeah, as I'm talking about a trap fire that I think is going to be, you know, some potential good value and everything. You just disregard that. The little Pistola's getting the job done. Some sharp shots to come out from Jit Boys. The Hunter's Fury, very large value to come out from Cruz. And then at the 1v1 at the end there as well, Jit Boys, right? Just a swift one tap to close it down. So you'll be happy as Larry that you get that. Thrifty through, you get third round on the board, so you can keep this competitive. You can look to try and tie things up at the half.
Certainly could be effective, but this is then when Jeremy pulls out the op against the Thrifty now, and all of a sudden Talon looking to slow things down. It's that fake out into Garage again, Komodo.
Yeah, but it's expected by Team Secret at the moment. You're really only getting value from it if you're having a trap. That's a headache for Jeremy.
Slight pixel, yeah, definitely. You know, I imagine you'll feel a little headache if the bullet gets put in through your skull. Still, on towards the other part of the map, it's 2GE.
Cruz caught off guard there. Potential Radar looking because his team is on the other side of the map and he's looking for some sort of mid-round comms. Unfortunate, but it does happen.
Regardless, his team actually manages to get in towards the site. Wild Oreo a little bit too overzealous, not expecting them to be that far forward. So a 2 versus 4 here, Quack.
Yeah, even with a bit of information found outside of C long, it still is Talon with the numbers able to bully their way into the A site and to kind of secure a lot of these angles and positions very firmly indeed. Team Secret, it's going to be tough for them to break their way through unless you're able to find something, especially off this heaven position. Paranoia sent through though, and 2G only able to walk away with just one. Does repeat for another, almost possibly finding Die, at least until he sprays and packs him full of bullets, and that's going to be Talon finding a route back into it.
He tried. They tried a 2 versus 4, doesn't work out unfortunately. Quite difficult when you consider an Astra with not a lot of stars and a Cypher as well to try and go into something like that. Yeah, from beginning to end there, a very needed round for Talon, of course, on their attacking side here.
And this is kind of like what Talon sort of needs to do, am I right to say? You know, kind of baiting out things across C, and then especially alongside, you know, Primi on the ISO, being able to push their way through into sites like A.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing double duel, right? So they want to make things easier for themselves, and if you're catching your opponents off guard when they're pulling out their own utility or they're having lack of utility as well, you know, you'd usually fashion that duelists want to take the duels, they want to take the fights, they want to win the kills.
Especially when it's Primi at the helm of that, so certainly a sound strategy and looking to possibly pull off another iteration of that A push. This time just to fake out, getting away at those trips, blocking off any positions heaven as well.
Yeah, it gets both of the trips there as well. So for Envy, he needs to be a little bit more paranoid about getting overwhelmed here.
Huge value. Envy definitely starting to feel a little bit antsy, but as that happens, yes, we do have Jit Boys back into Garage.
Yeah, and 2GE as well, just walking with Envy because you can't be reliant upon your own utility anymore, so they want to go for a bit of a peak. Expect players to still be up through towards long and this far ready for the A hit.
At least still in positions. The stars are there to kind of support them as well. Jit Boys, though, not expecting players on the C site. No, sir. And now it's going to be Primi in with a kill contract, pulls a player away. He wins it out of the gulag. Envy's still alive. And yeah, you're absolutely right. He's able to hold down the site because of that. Continues to go for the next swing. That's the third kill for the guy. Selvas to flush Thigh out of position where, unbehold, he's able to find the frag against Envy, actually. Thigh now continuing off to the next kills, but now pushed back because of the relay bolt from Jeremy. He's running out of time, and that's going to be the round for Team Secret already. Wild Oreo, of course, to put that final nail in the coffin. Why not?
If Thigh had a little bit more time and the spike was not in an irretrievable position, you would assume from the shadows to the C site, right? And then you've got time to potentially come out with the clutch, but not going to happen there because Envy dancing around his own utility, some great cages, dropping the spike over towards the long location, and then at the end of it, just great kills to come out from him, right? Multi-frag and upper storm around his own site again. You do love to see that, and then when he falters, the rest of the teams are just coming up as well.
That is sometimes what a team needs, especially if you play coming out in certain rounds. Off to the next, though. Trying to get a read for how Talon's playing things. They've started out with early A presence back into C now. A 3-stack for Talon on the A long position.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift to spot out some information, but you've got nothing to get info over on A long. There's a lot of problems with this composition if you're not playing your Sova near you as well. Trying to get in though, Primi on the back of that shield is very ambitious to get in towards this site for his team to try and win out this round, and Quack. Now, it might actually happen. 3 versus 2, a lurk to come out.
Oh, and he manages to kind of hold it back. Primi, though, spots out the barrel, and that's going to be the kill found. Cosmic Divide only holds him off for so long until Primi gets a sniff of your scent, snuffing all of them out, and that's going to be the end of the first half, 5-7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking at that round, and the way that Talon still win it is Primi going nuclear there, but I'm looking at, you've got no Sova towards A-Long, you've got no Dimensional Drift, no Yoru there, so your kind of information abilities are gone. You're not using Contingency Wall to push yourselves out long, so you are very vulnerable. Like, literally, that's the only remaining ability that you kind of do have to get on through if you're not throwing it.
7-5 ถือว่ายังสกอร์ปลอดภัย
ขอปืนพกอ่ะ
ชีก่อน
Our right for Team Secret to extend this lead, for Talon to try and equalize before getting in towards that bonus round. And stylistically, these agent lineups are going to play differently in this switch up.
Yeah, quite so, especially with the double initiator for Team Secret. Right now, though, Talon pushing all the way
ไอ้น้ำมันสงสัย
out from C. They spot Jesse Vash. That's going to be quite deadly.
I'm liking as well that the gate crash is available for Killua back towards the A site now, that he can play spot out with the Cruise and then get out of dodge as well. They've already found an opening pick. They're switching in towards a double lurk now, though Envy's lurk a little bit better. Primi gone.
Okay.
อุ้ย
Does
ดู
kind
เวอร์ชัน
of
จิต
call
บอย
in for
นี่
a bit of a mid-round play, possibly back into B. Jeremy being able to hold out towards A lobby, finds another one as well. But unbeknownst to them, Jinboys has completed his push all the way through and finds more outside of A lobby. The spike's been dropped. Killua pushing on the offensive right now. Trying to find some isolated angles alongside the cyber
ยืนเหรอ
cage,
ยื
though.
นเหรอ
That
น้อง
one's out from Jinboys, so trying to see if anyone's on the other side of that thing. Trying to bait their reactions away, especially with the camera being tripped as well. But unfortunately for him, it's not going to be enough of a range for him. It's Thigh with a classic right click to end the round.
Yeah, Envy able to find the gap in mid, right, to find Primi there. But I got to say, really great call for the 10.
เหมาะกับการกระโดดคลิกขวาเป็นอย่างยิ่ง
get the double flank, right? Jinboys just sneaking in towards spawn. He sends Omen away.
โอ้
He
นี่ไง
just
เป็น
does
ไง
himself, finding the double kill. I thought he was going to push a little bit more forward and then potentially get taken out by the later flank. Team Secret there, but he doesn't. It works a trade twist around the Talon. You would expect them to claim this round here, Quack, and then 7 apiece.
ไอ้คำเมื่อกี้ว่าสัตว์ซัดนี่แปลว่าแบบไอ้น้ำมันสงสัย
ฉันอยู่ที่นี่แล้วฉันสงสัย
See what Team Secret can do. Maybe to rob some guns away. Outlaw, though, I imagine that one's going to be pretty tough to sneak away. Meanwhile, majority of the forces are pushing down straight into B. Observer catching the kill from Killua. Very lovely. Something that Prius is not able to do. But anyway, still is going to be Thigh now watching over on towards the other side of C-Link until B dives right in with that Guardian. 1-on-3 situation, just as we saw from before, but it's the
อย่าทำให้เป็นเรื่องยาก
Yeah, Outlaw, always a powerful weapon when your opponents don't have
ว่าอยู่ในโควต้า
behind them, and that's going to be a bit prevalent in this next round as well, with no plant going down from Team Secret again. You do have to consider, sacrificing utility or making sure that you're not going on these longer lines that Outlaw could be on. A couple of kills collected though from Team Secret, so they'll be, figuring out the momentum and the moves that
ไอเฮียก็คือฉันอยู่ตรงนี้ไอสัตว์ก็คือฉันสงสัย
really be challenging C
ไม่มีคำหยาบ
a lot. Are we going to be seeing Killua go for these aggressive peeks and gate crash out?
At least that would be the idea, but for now, no real gate crash just yet. Just early presence from Team Secret straight into A, and Talon has no choice but to respect it.
Yeah, we'll have a pretty slow start to the round for both teams. Our drone to be sent on out by Cruz. It's going to spot Jeremy. No, it doesn't. Gets destroyed just beforehand. But he will look to bow out.
ระดับเกมเซนส์
So it does keep a lot of the Talon players closer towards the A side. Team Secret might be thinking that with some of the rotations pulled across, they could kind of progress over onto the other ends of the map. Hence the stealth drone in towards Garage. But hey, Jinboy's still hiding in here, and he hasn't quite yet been spotted.
Yeah, that judge can be very sneaky later on, but quite difficult if you're going for a retake if Team Secret are able to get in towards this A site. Killua is starting to rotate, so they do have an idea that this is tending towards A.
Yeah, at least reading very well in the macro game, both sides, that is. Jeremy, though, looking to zip in as well, and he's managed to sneak behind enemy lines. Wild Ori will be able to fire back as well, and that's going to be enough to disperse, or force Talon to disperse defensively all across the A site. The round goes over to Team Secret.
Yeah, navigated quite nicely, getting Jeremy in, able to spot that they're trying to reposition around the site in towards the smokes as well. So just a quick little comm over to your team. Make sure that you're not overlooking anything as well. You got a priority to get the spike plant, yeah, for sure, but you're getting contested around it, then you got to go for these fights, right? So that's something as well that, quick comms, right? That's something that we're thinking Talon are going to have available for them now with this full tie roster. So getting in towards their own gun rounds now on this defensive side. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do.
Op gate crash, maybe. but it's quickly smoked off by 2GE.
Yeah, there's a lot that you can play around with at this A-long position now for Team Secret. But seeing a little bit of a push down mid at the moment. Primi, hearing Cypher utility, does it give you an idea that you need to push down C, push out a garage, get some information around the map? Because it's kind of copy-paste from last round, right? Jeremy's tucked in through long late. No drone yet to come out from, well, Cruz has already used it rather, so they're going to reposition and find an opener.
Well, there it is. A bit of a surprise one, especially with that op. You know, you just don't expect it to go in that quick. And with that, Team Secret's methodical approach kind of gets thrown into a bit of a loop. Looking for another approach now, a bit of a mid-round call, but Garage is being marked. And what about C? Got the trip.
And on the back of that opening kill as well, right, Jeremy down, Team Secret didn't have a lurk in 2GE positioned anywhere that they can quickly switch it out and gain favor somewhere else, right? So it really does come down to, in this 30 seconds, trying to see what you can do, get drive-by'd by Jit Boys, and you kind of have to funnel in towards B. You've got no options left.
Yeah, that's your only choice. At least they do have A as well as C. Link smoked off, but Jit Boys will be happy to continue pushing out of the garage. And with that, marking the position towards the back, Jesse Vash eliminated. All that's left is just Wild Oreo. Spike might be planted, but how are you going to survive this one? No chance in hell. It's going to be Thigh to get the round once again. Equalizing the score, Komodo.
Not a single point of damage towards Talon's bodies either. Flawless in all effects, just utility to repurchase in towards the next round. Tied up scoreline as well, but of course, you know, with the way that Valorant goes, we're going to see the gun rounds come back for the side of Team Secret, though maybe a little bit lackluster. I saw a stinger at the tail end of that one. So we'll see what adaptations they do look to come with on towards this next attacking round. And I have a feeling that they need to sniff out where this operator is going to be. Where are they going to look to position Killua with it?
That is definitely going to be the crux of the issue right now for Team Secret. They've done so much work to get to this point. Surely they don't let it slip at this point. Jeremy slides on into garage.
Yeah, good position to be able to get nice and early. And Cruz is going to be stuck if he does stay in this position as well. So they really need to rely on funneling out these kills if it does still look towards the C site, because a bit of a pause in the moment for Team Secret.
Before they recollect themselves into garage once again, but there it is. A trade right back, and Cruz has to hold. He manages to do just that. Instantly reading the play coming out from Team Secret. He finds the last one, and Talon put themselves in the lead.
And you expect that when you see a push through garage like that, that there's going to be a follow-up through long.
Neon พอเจอคนคม
on the dark
เล่นยากไปเลย
to off-put that one, make it really difficult for Team Secret to get out this C split. Just spraying through the smoke, finding it was like 1.5 kills that actually come out through there, and then when old mate in 2GE peeks through the smoke, they're already looking for it. They know essentially where he's going to be coming from. So a great read from Talon there on what.
มีซีเคร็ตพอดแบบว่าเช็ดเหงื่อก่อนเหงื่อแตกหมดแล้วตอนนี้
เหงื่อไอ้ดมผงไทยด้วยพี่โอ้โหไทยด้วยหรอไอ้นี่มันของดี
ไม่แน่ทารอนอาจจะเป็นคนเอาไปให้นะแลกเปลี่ยน
มันมีไอเทมลับ
อ๋อคือหมอดมยาเหรอ
วางยา
มันมีสูตรโกงไงไอแบ่งนะเจสดมมั้งนี่
have here, but it's like it's not just the operator as well, right? It's more so the threat of it that's going to be forcing out Team Secret to use a lot of this utility that
ผมว่าสิ่งที่ฟอร์ดพูดทั้งหมดน้องทีมาแปลในช่วงก่อนเริ่มราวนี่แน่เลย
You know, a change up in an agent composition like this where you're going from a
เป็นเวลาแถมนิดนึง
for example, it does play a little bit differently in how you are going to position Jeremy up for any of these fights.
Well, at least now they've kind of snuffed out where it is or where it's going to be. Still, though, looking to barrel on through. The Star's completely placed up, looking for some of these close-range duels, but Killua manages to bail himself out alongside one frag.
พอทำเอาปุ๊บก็คือ
Spike still in the hands of Team Secret.
เปิดตัวทารอนไวเปอร์เดมอนครับผู้ช่วยฟอร์ด
They're feeling a lot of heat, so they want to back off.
Yeah, they don't know how many players are going to be surrounding the site there in and of itself. And these pistols, I mean, they're not trusting themselves to get in. So reset the time, see if Talon can spread a little bit thinner across the map. I mean, that's one of the weaknesses on the defensive side of a map like Haven, right? Is 3 sites. There can sometimes be gaps when you lose, especially when you lose a member. So it's going to come down to Team Secret here if they can find, you know, a 1v3 style or a 1v2 style of advantage against one of these members of Talon.
Possibly trying to bait something out as well. Okay, a lot of salvos and presence being made known, and that allows for 2GE to find an unsuspecting Timmy Privy around garage position. Thigh, though, will be able to fire right back. And it's a kind of blubber, a bit of a word. It's going to be Cruz in with the op this time, out from A Heaven. It's just retaining control across the map. Yeah. Spike will go down, though.
Good ping. Both players spotted out. Dimensional drift in from Kilo actually as well. It's just gonna get out of it. Yeah, find both of them.
Yeah, especially the flash out from Thigh as well. And that's just another one of these rounds where Talon just spreads their wingspan across the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, this defensive side from them so far, they're having some pretty good reads. I'll look at the pattern that we have right now. 1 round for Team Secret. This is going from the back half as well, by the way. 1 round for Team Secret, 3 for Talon. 1 round for Team Secret, 3 for Talon. So that means that the next one should be for Team Secret. But will it or not? Because this defensive side is starting to really get a good idea on how Talon want to be playing it. I'll say for Team Secret, though, here, Quack.
Yes.
4 ultimates, and a couple of them can be quite destructive here.
And I have to imagine this is what that timeout was all about. We'll see if Coach Meow finds his effectiveness right now. At the very least, they have managed to push a lot of the attention away from A-Long, and that allows for Team Secret to push up a little bit further. On the other end of the map as well, though, 2G is going to meet a lot of attention. Killa finding that trade.
Yeah, 1-on-1 trade. A bit of a different look when we've seen Jit Boys, you know, camera and peek down there.
So,
yeah, and I was going to say that as well. Taking out 2GE makes things a little bit more difficult for Team Secret. Actually, you still have a Rolling Thunder and an Armageddon. Ooh, you kind of have to use them to get in, yeah.
All right, they will use it. They've broken the trips, and here comes Jeremy sliding in, looking for a bit of a kill. Unfortunately, though, Jit Boys does what he does, and he sneaks through with a cage. In with the Neuro Theft as well, and Jeremy just tries to hold on to his position. It's not going to be enough. He has to bail the entire team out of this one. Ring around the rosy, around the boxes. No chance to pull it out just yet. He has no idea where his opponents are. They find the angle just as it happens. Jit Boys finding the shot in 11 rounds for Talon.
Yeah, very difficult when you lose your smokes there as well, and you kind of have to pull your way in with a bit of that utility. We'll say for Jesse Vash, he gets in there at the end of that one. He lost his team though, right? So it comes down to the individual 1v3 that he needs to try and navigate, and there's just way too many angles, way too many positions that Talon could have already repositioned to themselves. So a bit unfortunate there, but they'll give themselves a little bit more breathing room here in this round. If they drop this one, I mean, playing more pennies in towards what could be the last round of this map will be difficult, so this is definitely the one here, Clack, that they need
absolutely
to find.
Tough spot for Team Secret to be in. And of all the rounds to push down C with a duo, Talon does it on the previous one, and now a bit of a desperation play on the overdrive, instantly met with a lot of resistance. The Hunter Sphere being sent through just to confirm as well. Still though, a bit of a lurk from Envy outside of B, and he does find an opening. In with the Cyber Cage now, spots yet another, dinks Jit Boys even as well. Cosmic Divide out towards C, that allows for Team Secret to get the spike down safely.
Aftershock available for Wario by a little bit of time. You know, you've still got 2GE alive, so you would expect to grab well eventually too. Jesse Vash has the salvos.
Still trying to work around it. At least managing to secure the positioning around C-Long. Down to it at the very end, just C-Link.
If you remove any of these guns, it's a little bit easier for Talon in the next round when you consider that they've got a lot of credits to be able to play with as well, but it's not going to happen. Jesse Vash finds Thigh, and Team Secret will not see their opponents getting towards map point. I want to highlight as well, I love the reposition timing from Killua. Gate crashing out when he's spotted out by a Jeremy trying to just get in there with the overdrive. Fixated on getting that one kill, but it really is Envy Envy's lurk, and then the rest of the squad getting down the Cosmic Divide, having a bit of time to breathe and situate yourselves around the spike plant for that 3 versus 3 shutdown.
Yeah, just finding a lot of value, especially some of these plays. Gonna have to repeat a lot of that for the upcoming rounds if they are to stay in this game.
I see Pimmy, I
Still
die.
starting things early off with the salvos, especially out towards mid as well as A. Quite sure what value is found from that.
Yeah, no Sova, remember, so these trap wires can be a little bit more annoying.
Oh, with the paranoia as well, just completely locking them out of there. In with a kill contract too. And it's Primi on a one-on-one. Goes for the taps, gets the kill. Instantly down off to it. Garage completely blocked off the spike on the ground even.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult here to get into this, specifically for Envy as well. You could drop under this, but that's what they're expecting at the moment. If he finds the timing and he's actually able to duck his head under this, well... They're not. I thought that this was a bait trip. I thought that trip was actually one of these trips that was expected, but it's not. Jit Boys has actually missed the trip.
Shit.
A bit of a blunder on that one. Allows for the entire team to sneak in. 2 on 3. They get the spike down. Is it going to be enough, though?
He's got no
undercut instantly sent through. He's trying to send it out at least, but can't quite use it because he was suppressed. Repositions around the star. He wants the goal. Oh my gosh, has to go on in. It's going to fake out that spots him out, though. And that's now 2GE trying to refrag. Sprays on through, but not quite enough as the crouching high-low out from Talon puts that down in the ground. Talon.
เล่นสวัสดิ์เสียว
What a way to retake.
I thought Team Secret had that. I really did. When I saw that trap wire and it looked a little bit too high, I actually thought that was some big Chad brain play from Jit Boys that they put a dark cover down, they let their opponent sneak under it, and we're just waiting for him to pop out the smoke. I thought that's what's going to happen. They were both looking at it for a couple of moments, but no. Envy gets on through, gets the double, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, we get a plant in there. We get the neural theft. He's going to get all the information that they're all spawned. You can start to spray on the back of it. He can't get the body to drop the hat on.
เพราะตอนแรกมันจับจังหวะแรกมันจับกัน
พูดอังกฤษ
ทำไว้
พี่ลองดูดิ
ผมบอกอย่าให้มีครั้งที่ 2นะแท็บเนี้ย ไม่เป็นไร
คือคนขวาคือฟอร์ที่กำลังคอมมานด์ภาษาอังกฤษคนซ้ายคือคนแปล
The round at the moment that they, you know, was seeing
ถ้ามีครั้ง
against
ที่ 2
Talon
อย่าให้มีครั้งที่
is actually indicative of what they're doing in the rounds. How many close rounds have we actually seen?
Quite a number. And hopefully a lot more coming up as well if Team Secret are
3 รอด
to
ได้
push
รอด
this
ได้
to
ติดสูง
OT.
นะเมื่อกี้
Killa with the dimensional drift though. And once again, we do start things off with a bit more A presence out from Team Secret.
But it's also some silence on the back of that utility, and that's going to be a little call for Talon to stretch their wings down mid. They've spotted Envy, and there goes the guy that you've been relying upon a lot on Team Secret in this map to get the kills, to bring stability, find information.
Wow, the list goes on,
The list goes on, it really does, yep.
Instantly silence, and that cannot feel too good. The flash being sent out, but instantly being dealt with by Cruz as well.
จังหวะฉาบฉวย
On through. Jesse Vash gone, and down to the final three. Trying to march their way in towards the A site with the trips in front of their faces as well. Jit Boys has a great position to spam away through the spills if needed. There it goes. Gets the first, and on to the next as well. They are completely dismayed by the dimensional drift. Primi for the final frag. A flawless round for Talon. The final score on the
ตอนนี้เราก็จะ GG ต่อเรื่อง
ซีเคนบอกกูโดนอีกละไอเดบิวต์
เดบิวต์ไทย5เหรอ
ตอนเดบิวต์กูก็โดน
กูเป็นกระสอบทรายให้มึงเทสอีกละไอ้เฮ้ย
to this Haven
เฮ้ยแต่ไอ้น้องบอลดูไม่ตื่นสนามเลยนะโคตรดีเลย ดูว่าแน่นอยู่ คลาสสิกทารอนนะครับ อย่าลืมซื้อปืนดีๆ ใช้แล้วเราจะยิ้มได้คลิกขวาโดนยังไงก็โดนครับ เอาวะน้องกล้องได้เล่นในลีกว่ะไหนขอดูสเตตนะครับ
Hi, Kalua. Nice to meet you. All right, I will join you right here. 안녕하세요. 탈론의 킬라 선수와 크루즈 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다.
벨라.
킬라 선수 오늘 퍼시픽 데뷔 전에 뭐 펄에 에이스며 180도, 180도, 360도
벨라.
주면서 오늘 경기한 소감부터 물어보겠습니다. Hi, Kalua.
พี่เจนลีหยุดเหรอวันนี้
Hot debut in Pacific and that was incredible.
ดีว่ะ จ้างได้ทั้งคนเล่น ได้ทั้งล่าม จ้างคุ้มเลยคนเดียว
ไม่ต้องเสียตังค์
เออ
จ้างล่ามประจำทีม
ครับผม a bit nervous
And that was just him
คุ้มนะ
nervous, like acing out.
แล้วก็ใช่ครับ yeah
Oh, okay. Maybe we should stay nervous.
ตื่นเต้นแล้วก็
오늘 어땠나고 물어봤더니 긴장됐습니다. 그래서 긴장해도 그렇게 잘하는 거야?라고 물어봤는데 네. 이게 평소
ชอบการตอบคำถาม
พี่เอ๋ยครับ
그럼 이제
ครับผม
เรื่องจริงหรือไม่ครับที่พี่เอ๋ยมีไอจีล่ามคนนี้ครับพี่เอ๋ย
탈론이 이제 오랜만에 전원 태국
ไม่มีครับผม
ไม่หมายถึงล่ามคนขวาก็คือน้องทีมครับพี่เอ๋ย
อ๋อมีครับมี
อ๋อโอเคครับอันนี้เมื่อกี้
เอา
โลก
ไหม
หรือเปล่าครับ
เอาไหม
태국으로서 다 이렇게 인원이 맞춰
ผมมีไอจีน้องทีมเหมือนกันนะแต่เมื่อกี้ไม่ได้โลกใช่ไหมครับ
ไม่ได้โลกครับผม
โอเคครับผม
We have a
เกือบแล้วปัดเหงื่อเล็กน้อย
roster once again. Has that been smoother for
User
you with, like,
disconnected
less
from your
pressure,
channel.
less things on your plate?
มีใครไปกินข้าวไหมฮะ
not exactly but it's easier for me
ที่ไหนครับ
to say 'cause
กำลังเลือกอยู่เลยตอนนี้
to translate anymore
เลือกละได้ครับพี่พิมพ์มานะครับผม
much easier but I
เรา
have
ไปใช่ไหม
a lot of more tasks
ถ้าเป็นแถวแถวสมุทรปราการคิดว่าน่าจะไม่ครับ
ไม่ถึงสมุทรปราการนะนี่
ไม่ถึงเนี่ยแค่ประมาณบางทีบางนา
we're pretty
Sound muted.
뭐 딱히 그렇다고 부담이 줄어든 건 아니고 이제 통역을 안 하게 됐지만 운영이나 이런 거에 대해서 좀 더 세밀하게
พิธีกรบอกแม่งกูพูดตั้งยาว แม่งตอบ2 คำ
있다고 했습니다. 하지만 이제 아무래도 새롭게 어린 선수들이
กูเร่งทั้งแปล ทั้งพูดเกาหลี ทั้งแปลภาษาอังกฤษ
다들 이렇게 함께 도움을
พูดแม่งเป็นนาที
경기를 풀어나가고
แม่งตอบกูคำเดียว
그리고
yes yeah
오랜만에 꺼낼 만큼 준비한 것도 많았을 것 같지만 경기가 원하는 대로 풀리진 또 않았어요. 그래서 어떤 점들이 좀 이제 예상을 빗나갔는지 한번
พูดจนปากเปียกปากแฉะเป็นนาที
for you here, Cruz. You decided to open up Pearl once in a long time, and I feel like you guys prepped a lot for it, but it didn't go in your favor. What do you think was the big difference with your expectation and how today rolled out?
I think we were a bit nervous since it's the first game. Everybody just got trying to get used to the stage. We weren't really doing things. We weren't executing things at the timings we wanted. So gave them a little bit of room to play, and that's why it cost us the game.
And then Fracture, you bounced right back.
พิธีกรบอกกูไม่ถามแล้วน้องกล้อง
그래도 이제 새로운
ไม่งั้นกูได้คำตอบคำเดียว
이제 무대 적응도 하고 그러다 보니까 원하는 대로 플레이나 이런 거를 타이밍을 잘 못 맞췄다고 이야기를 했습니다. 하지만 이제 프랙처에서 바로 이렇게 홀짝 다시 올라왔으니 잘 풀렸다고 적응을 마무리한 것 같네요. And 이제 마지막으로 킬러 선수한테 한 번 더 다시 물어보고 싶어요. 오늘은 또 퍼시픽 OG 뿌리 깊었던 팀 시크릿을 상대로 승리를 가져갔는데 다음 상대는 또 다른 뿌리 깊은 RRQ입니다. 한마디 해주고 싶은지 한번 물어보겠습니다. This one's for Killua. You faced a OG Pacific team secret today. Next one, another OG RRQ. What do you have to say to them?
นี่อะไรพูดถึงทีมมาคิวบ้าง
Yeah, anything you want.
I don't know bro
I don't know bro RQ alright thank you Marcus. 제가 한마디 해달라 그랬는데 I don't know bro 모르겠다라고 이야기를 해줬습니다.
I don't know bro
킬러와 크루지 선수 인터뷰
เกินเกินน้อง แล้วเลือกถูกคนด้วยนะไปแล้วครับแชทเจอกันนะครับ ขอบคุณที่มาดูนะครับผมฝากซื้อทารอนด้วยนะครับสำหรับน้องๆเด็กไทยคนไทย แล้วพรุ่งนี้มาเจอกันนะครับสำหรับการ Watch Party ต่อ ขอบคุณมากครับ วันนี้ไปพักก่อน เจอกัน บ๊ายบาย